The story opens inside a crowded cafe, where the protagonist casually introduces himself as the everyday noise of people talking and typing fills the background. Nearby, someone taps away on a laptop and reveals that he is a web novelist, struggling with crushing writer's block, his deadline looming closer by the second. At another table, a young man in a tracksuit sits quietly with his head resting on his hand, staring at his screen. Nervous energy builds as he starts organizing unused apps on his phone just to pass the time, until his finger pauses over a strange treasure chest icon on his tablet, unknowingly setting off something far bigger than he expects. An unfamiliar app suddenly catches his attention, and he tries to remember when he ever downloaded it. Without warning, the chest twists into something alive, splitting open into a monstrous mouth and whipping out its tongue like a living creature. The ominous Godmaker logo appears, announcing the arrival of something dangerous and unknown. Elsewhere, someone notices a lone ant crawling across rocky ground, while frustration erupts over a game map so distorted and unreadable that it feels impossible to understand. Hesitating only briefly, the young man finally presses the screen. As he leans closer in concentration, the narrator warns that what follows will be complicated. An ant crawls towards someone's ear, and the narrator begins explaining the chain of events that led to a sudden hiatus. In the darkness, redayed insect monsters explode from the shadows and swarm forward in a brutal assault. One lone figure stands atop a mountain of fallen creatures, refusing to retreat as wave after wave charges in. Under the night sky, Ilshin raises his finger toward the enemy, divine energy crackling with electricity around his glowing hand. With fierce determination, he unleashes a devastating technique that tears through the advancing monsters. Explosions of power ripple across the battlefield as demons and insect creatures are obliterated. A massive beast bursts from the ground in a furious roar, while a horned monster stares in shock at a smoking crater left behind by overwhelming force. Floating in a cosmic void, a glowing divine symbol erupts from Ilshin, sending demonic creatures recoiling in terror. Firestorms surge forward, swallowing entire hordes in blazing waves. Ilshin walks calmly through roaring flames, embers drifting around him beneath the endless stars. He activates a radiant healing ring on his finger, restoring himself before boldly facing a colossal dragon surrounded by fire. With a glowing blue sword in hand, he charges forward and declares himself a web novelist, as monstrous beasts roar and rush toward him. Energy blasts tear through the chaos, though the narrator admits that everything unfolding may be difficult to fully understand. The scene abruptly shifts to a quiet, dim room, where a hiatus announcement appears on a laptop screen. The protagonist is forced to pause his work due to a personal crisis, and his phone floods with angry and disappointed comments from readers. Chat messages confirm the break as the webtoon goes on hold. On the smartphone screen, the monstrous treasure chest reappears as the Godmaker app officially begins its introduction, announcing the start of serialization even as frustration erupts across the community. Then the world changes overnight. Gates and dungeons suddenly appear across the globe, releasing monsters that plunge humanity into chaos. Yet within the disaster comes opportunity, as people gain supernatural powers and harvest energy and materials from defeated creatures. Hunters emerge and are ranked from SS class down to G class, with G class being no stronger than ordinary civilians. Still, hope grows as artifacts appear, and whispers spread about a hero who might save the world, especially since class upgrades after evaluation are incredibly rare. A schoolgirl pauses before a recruitment poster calling for a savior, her serious expression reflecting the weight of the moment. Bathed in sunlight, she reviews documents and submits a request for re-evaluation, hoping to push her lightning ability beyond its limits. The results confirm an AB+ rating for lightning powers, yet she stands alone in the lobby, frustrated and wondering if her efforts will ever be enough. Moments of awkward comedy unfold as misunderstandings arise in the hallway. A nervous boy in a blue tracksuit tries to explain himself, only to be met with suspicious glares. The girl charges her fist with crackling lightning, ready to fight, just as the boy's phone rings and he rushes off pretending to take a call. A receptionist announces the next evaluation, startling a student who scrambles forward. As the sun sets, the girl reviews 2 evaluation reports, learning that Sunmir's lightning ability has only reached B+ class. She clenches the papers in frustration, questioning whether anyone can truly break past their limits. Suddenly her phone rings with an emergency alert. An A-class thorn bull and soul monster have appeared, calling for high-ranking hunters to respond immediately. The next great battle is about to begin. The sudden appearance of the thorn bull sends a shock through everyone nearby. The massive monster storms through a city park, swinging its enormous weapon as civilians scream and scatter in every direction. With no hunters in sight to stop it, smoke fills the streets as people flee in blind panic. A man desperately pulls a terrified child through the chaos, while a girl crashes hard onto the pavement, and a nearby boy stares in frozen horror. Another young man kneels beside an injured friend, shaking as he checks if they are still alive. One person throws themselves in front of another, shielding them as danger looms closer with every second. The towering beast lets out a thunderous roar, freezing 2 companions in sheer terror. Red energy erupts behind them as someone shields a crying girl, and in the next instant, lightning crashes down from the sky. A young man steps forward to protect her, while electric energy explodes through the air. A determined girl charges across the glowing, shattered cityscape as the horned monster advances, forcing two frightened students to stumble backward along the ruined street. Shock spreads across their faces when they realize their attack has done nothing. Suddenly the girl descends from above, crackling with electricity, and slams a devastating strike into the massive spiked beast. Lightning surges violently as another explosive burst of power follows, and one figure launches forward at unbelievable speed. Through the smoke, a schoolgirl in a motorcycle helmet anxiously searches for signs of victory, only for a massive shadow with glowing red eyes to rise from the dust before her. Fear hits like a wave. A monstrous mouth full of razor-sharp fangs tears through the smoke, followed by a furious roar that shakes the street. A girl crosses her arms just as a crushing force slams into her body, sending her flying across the pavement. A red-haired girl smashes down with a fierce counterattack, cracking the ground beneath the horned monster. The street splits apart as another girl crashes hard, while the helmeted woman struggles to stand amid swirling debris. Bruised and shaken, the schoolgirl tries to rise after being completely overwhelmed by the A-class beast. Someone spots two survivors hiding among the rubble, but before relief can settle in, the helmeted figure spins around in horror as the reedied monster roars right behind them. At sunset, one character clutches another in a trembling embrace, whispering that they are safe now, even as danger still hangs thick in the air. Sensing the next attack coming, the helmeted woman stiffens with fear. A girl shields a boy and screams for him to run as destruction spreads through the street. Another woman urges everyone to escape while debris collapses around them. Refusing to back down, the girl plants her feet as the ground cracks open and a massive demon charges straight toward her. Its roar dominates the city, shaking windows and hearts alike. She gathers crackling energy between her hands, determined to hold the monster back, but suddenly stares in shock as her power begins to fade. The towering beast looms over her as she cries out in terror. From the shadows, glowing eyes pierce through her cracked helmet. Dropping to her knees, trembling and broken, she screams for her parents as tears stream down her face. Among the ruined city, she sobs in despair, then clenches her fists and swears vengeance as someone stands over her. Grief and rage explode within her, as she vows to kill everyone responsible. While another figure silently watches, she desperately cries out son Mary's name, only to be met with a stern warning that revenge will lead to ruin. Gritting her teeth, she rejects the words and gathers what strength she has left. Energy flares wildly as she refuses to accept defeat. A devastating special move erupts from her body, light and sparks spiraling in every direction. A psychic force surges through her as she rises into the air, lightning exploding around her. Blue electricity wraps around her form as she screams under the overwhelming power. The lightning intensifies, tearing apart the ground as she unleashes everything she has. Storm clouds gather in an instant, and a colossal bolt of blue lightning crashes down onto the street, releasing a blinding wave of destruction. When the smoke finally clears, the Thorn Bull lies defeated. Cheers erupt from the crowd as the B-class hunter known as the Lightning Empress stands victorious after bringing down an A-class monster. The girl stares in disbelief, realizing she has surpassed her limits. The helmeted woman looks down at her hands in shock as mysterious energy swirls around her fingers. 3 survivors bow deeply in gratitude, thanking her for saving their lives. A man and a child express tearful thanks as the ruined city settles into uneasy silence. Ilshin cradles a young girl in relief, shielding her as people gather around them. The helmeted girl steps forward toward a damaged building, debris floating eerily in the air, then suddenly panics when she realizes someone has uncovered her secret identity. With renewed fire in his eyes, Ilshin raises his finger and unleashes his signature technique. In that moment, the character understands that the mysterious voice guiding them belongs to the figure standing before them. Later, the young man gently carries the little girl as they head home together. He remarks that the nearby bridge is infamous for suicides. A figure stands beside an SOS lifeline booth, choosing life instead of despair. By the riverside that night, the young man stares at his phone, reflecting on everything that has gone wrong. In his mind, a monstrous presence looms over him, pushing him to the edge. He glares at the screen, blaming it for his suffering, then storms onto his balcony and shouts at it in frustration. The story then shifts into a flashback from a few days earlier. Inside a warm, cozy cafe, people laugh and chat casually. A hand hovers over a laptop keyboard, trembling with hesitation. Ilshin sits alone at his desk, slumped in exhaustion, unable to write as his deadline approaches. He stares blankly at his screen, accomplishing nothing. Nervous and restless, he considers organizing the unused apps on his phone, until his finger pauses over a strange treasure chest icon. Confused by an app he does not remember downloading, he stares at his phone just as the chest suddenly opens wide, revealing sharp fangs and a long, writhing tongue, marking the beginning of everything that follows. A dark, ominous interface suddenly fills the screen, announcing the activation of the Godmaker system. At the same moment, an ant appears on the rocky ground, and a frustrated player glares at a glitched game display, where the text is warped beyond recognition. The young man stares at his phone, torn between fear and curiosity, then watches as the pixelated ant collapses and dies. Without warning, a heavy coin slams onto the screen, making him flinch. A massive golden coin shoots toward him, followed by another bursting from the laptop display itself. Before he can process what is happening, a message appears, declaring that number 1 has been crushed to death, and a dark god coin has dropped as a reward. He grips the cold metal in his hand as a chilling welcome message invites him into dark power. Reeling in disbelief, the protagonist realizes he may have gained a hunter's ability. The narrator reflects on how society has adapted to strange and supernatural events over the past 20 years. The scene shifts to an office building, where number 369 is called aloud. Laughter breaks out as one man covers his face in embarrassment. A woman announces that the test confirms an aptitude for abilities, and Ilshin freezes when he notices something unexpected. For a moment, he imagines himself as a heroic figure surrounded by admirers, claiming he does not even need to be top-ranked. Desperately, he hopes for a strong result, willing to abandon everything to become a hunter. The receptionist cheerfully announces a G-class result to the blushing boy in the tracksuit. His face drains of color as disbelief sets in. The woman points to the document, explaining the details while he studies it closely, realizing he has no special abilities at all. Still clinging to hope, Ilshin asks about registering for a G-class license, only to be stunned when told it costs $280. He immediately refuses, declaring it pointless since no dungeons exist for his class. Exhausted and weighed down by reality, he decides to go home and finish his work. A sense of foreboding lingers as tension builds, and his eyes suddenly widen in horror as a terrifying realization hits him. Late at night, he sits alone in a dim room, frustrated by his inability to write. Holding a remote, he hesitates, then watches a news broadcast announcing that an S-class hunter has cleared the disaster-class Dark Dragon's dungeon. A confident man in a suit adjusts his tie in triumph. Sitting on his bed, Ilshin quietly reflects on humanity's rapid progress. Soon, an advertisement appears for a highly sought-after product endorsed by a powerful hunter, with a woman cheerfully promoting a special cream for dungeon protection. Silence follows as an important term is revealed. Ilshin checks his phone anxiously, overwhelmed by non-stop news of successful hunters. Frustrated, he lies back on his bed with his laptop, deciding to rest and clear his mind before writing again. At 2:20 a.m. an alarm blares, jolting him awake. 2 minutes later, his phone rings sharply through the darkness. He lies there staring at the ceiling, thoughts racing, before the ringing startles him upright. Elsewhere, alarms echo through the night as a powerful martial symbol bursts into existence, signaling something hidden has been unleashed. A scoreboard flashes with censored rankings, stirring confusion. In the darkness of his room, Ilshin stares at his glowing phone as gold coins suddenly explode into the air around him. A pixelated ant with a glowing halo floats lifelessly above his finger, while another presence watches in silence. He gasps in shock, gripping his phone as coins scatter across the floor. A furious challenge echoes as the golden pieces rain down dramatically. Morning sunlight pours over a modern building, restoring a sense of calm. Back in his room, the boy collapses onto his bed in exhaustion. When he wakes, he sees gold coins scattered everywhere, and realizes many stacks are missing. Sitting on the floor, he notices the coin in his hand carries an incredibly high value. His heart pounds as he examines it in disbelief. Suddenly, his phone lights up with a message announcing that the nameless god has unlocked the god's shop. Stunned, Ilshin stares at the glowing treasure chest icon, hesitating to open it. With a confident grin, he points forward as if daring fate itself, then slams his finger down on an S-rank card. At that same time, a grand hallway fills with distinguished political leaders and elite hunters. An official announces that Korea has unlocked the hunter shop, sending excitement through the conference room. Businessmen whisper eagerly about acquiring rare skills and powerful items. Guards stand as grand doors swing open, allowing sharply dressed figures to stride inside with dramatic presence. A composed hunter steps forward to be formally introduced as the one who unlocked the shop, followed by an S-class psychic brought in to explain the phenomenon. They are escorted into a guarded office where a stern man waits behind a massive desk, silently weighing the consequences of this breakthrough. Outside, dignitaries gather as officials declare the beginning of a critical meeting. Elsewhere, excited men announce the same news in disbelief. As discussions erupt, someone formally requests the activation of the hunter shop, shocking everyone present. Determination flashes across the young man's face as he pours energy into a glowing orb, triggering a powerful surge. A violent gust of wind blasts through the room, sending suited officials flying while one figure remains standing. Chaos follows as people scramble to their feet, checking for injuries. Just as confusion settles, someone interrupts the tense meeting. Two men rush to search the area, but despite the destruction moments earlier, they find no trace of what caused it, leaving the room heavy with unanswered questions and rising fear. A man in glasses calmly explains that only the person who activated the shop can see it. Beside him, a composed woman closes her eyes and focuses, activating her psychic ability to perceive what another person is viewing. Instantly, three businessmen gasp in shock as a glowing presence appears before them. A massive holographic shop interface unfolds in the air, revealing rows of powerful weapons, divine items, and rare equipment beyond anything they imagined. The digital display shows countless legendary items, yet the total gold balance reads 0. Two men stare in disbelief at the treasures on offer, while in a nearby office, businessmen whisper excitedly about the outrageous cost of the lightning god's blessing skill, ultimately agreeing it is still worth the price. The meeting is abruptly interrupted when a man demands everyone's attention. The official at the desk issues a grave warning, insisting the entire operation remain strictly confidential, as the fate of the nation depends on it. It is declared that at least 2 S-class hunters will be assigned as guards. Throughout it all, a quiet woman watches with unreadable calm. Meanwhile, a system notification flashes on Ilshin's phone announcing that God's shop has been unlocked. He hesitates before the glowing treasure chest icon, then notices something important on the screen. With a confident grin, he taunts fate itself and slams an S-rank card down, spending 100 coins to activate the shop. A single coin vanishes in a flash of light, leaving the rest scattered around him. Staring at the strange golden pieces, Ilshin wonders if he might gain creation-type powers like the heroes in novels. When the shop interface opens fully, his eyes widen at the absurdly high prices. Confused and overwhelmed, he scrolls through the bizarre menu as numbers climb rapidly on his phone. Finally, exhausted, he collapses onto his bed, groaning about how long it took to earn 300 coins compared to the ridiculous costs of divine items. Suddenly, the interface highlights a mysterious product on its own. Ilshin blinks in surprise as the screen prompts a purchase. Unsure why, yet unable to resist, he taps it and buys something called the Blind God's Eyes Authority. The moment he confirms it, his vision plunges into darkness. Panicking, he tumbles backward off the bed as his phone slips from his hand and clatters onto the floor. Blind and disoriented, he scrambles desperately, fearing he has permanently lost his sight. His heart pounds as he searches for his phone to call for help. Then, in a flash, his vision returns. Breathing heavily, he kneels by the bed, staring at the glowing screen in disbelief. Strange letters and symbols now make perfect sense to him. He scrolls through a list of godly items, chuckling at their dramatic names, until he freezes upon realizing that this situation mirrors the stories he once read. Sitting on the floor, he reads about rigid hunter class rankings and rare exceptions, wondering if his own fate might be changing. Curiosity burning, he continues browsing until a new skill appears. God's crushing index finger. His eyes light up. With only 1 gold coin left, he doesn't hesitate. The coin glows and dissolves into swirling energy as the purchase completes. A divine power floods into him, and a radiant hand appears in his mind, raising its index finger in triumph. Ilshin stares at his own finger, stunned. A sudden mechanical beep breaks the silence, as the air conditioner hums to life. Lights flash from a nearby security device, as if responding to unseen force. Experimenting, Ilshin points at the appliance. In the next instant, an explosive surge of power erupts. The air ripples violently as his finger thrusts forward like a martial arts strike. He points at the television, at his desk, at his laptop, unleashing invisible blasts that shake the room. Only then does he realize he is still holding a remote control, stunned by how casually he nearly destroyed everything around him. Leaning back in disbelief, he mutters that at least the power cannot magically write his novel for him. His phone suddenly vibrates on the bed, heart racing. He answers a call from the person in charge. Nervously at first, then excitedly, he talks about how much he enjoyed the previous feedback. He freezes when he learns that his casual story about crushing an ant has unexpectedly gone viral. Praise pours in, and he eagerly asks which parts readers liked most, only to be jolted when serious news follows. There are no more chapters left. Panic grips him as he remembers the looming deadline. Someone urgently asks for 2 more days to finish the work. Encouragement follows, filled with unexpected enthusiasm and belief in him. Fueled by renewed determination, Ilshin grabs his phone and opens the mysterious game again. Cryptic messages appear as a coin floats beside him. He presses down with his finger, crushing a digital ant, and instantly receives another Dark God coin. Excited, he summons a pile of gold coins onto the wooden floor. They burst outward in a glittering cascade, and one large coin marked with the number 100 lands with a sharp spin, shining under the light. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist watches in awe as glowing coins drift together and merge before his eyes. His hand closes around the final 100-coin piece, marking a hard-earned milestone. Even so, worry creeps in as he wonders whether he still has enough to buy anything worthwhile. He carefully studies the blessing of the God of Growth, weighing its usefulness against other upgrades, then sets a bold goal for himself to collect 1,000 coins. Without warning, more coins burst into existence and scatter across the bed, making him jump in surprise. His phone vibrates with a strange, cryptic message. On the screen, a giant finger repeatedly slams down in a pixelated cave, failing again and again to crush a stubborn red mutant surrounded by swarming digital insects. The massive finger startles a wave of ants, sending them scattering in every direction. Ilshin squints at the display, sensing that something has changed. A red pixelated monster materializes deeper in the cavern, hinting at a looming boss battle. Excited, he taps furiously, triggering the next phase of the game. Suddenly, a tiny glowing red creature appears on his hand in the real world, making him recoil in shock. The monster dodges his attacks effortlessly, leaving him grinding his teeth in frustration. Determined not to lose, he boldly declares that he will prove his skills, as if challenging a rhythm game. Moments later, he crouches down, staring at a wallet, a fallen coin, and a mysterious ID card scattered on the floor. His phone flashes with alarming news, and sweat beads on his face as he realizes he has failed at something crucial. Back in the game, a massive red ant moves with terrifying speed, clashing against smaller black ants in the cavern. Ilshin watches the screen in growing unease as the ominous red figure dominates the battlefield. Lines of black ant-like creatures gather across a strange rocky landscape, confronting the monstrous red enemy. Consumed by anger, Ilshin screams at his phone, threatening destruction. A system message announces that number 801 has been crushed to death as golden coins rain down. Another sign declares that the nameless god's karma has surpassed 800, while shadowy figures gather nearby. A new message informs him that he needs 200 more karma to earn a powerful title, promising a reward once achieved. Exhausted, he falls asleep, clutching his phone, tossing and turning, as system alerts flash in the darkness. Notifications activate the blind god's eyes again, followed by another warning about a missed offering for nameless god number 404. The world abruptly shifts. A film projector flickers to life, flooding a dark room with light. Ilshin finds himself sitting alone in an empty movie theater. Startled, he calls out, but no one answers. Confused and disoriented, he struggles to understand where he is. A sudden burst of light blinds him, and a horrifying realization crashes into his mind. He sits in silence, deep in thought, until another realization freezes him in place. The scene transforms into a desolate desert, where a lone figure kneels under the overwhelming power of the Black Tribe god. A wounded warrior staggers across the sand, reflecting on the ruthless sacrifices made by the enemy, and vowing to warn allies before it is too late. The land reveals twisted trees and barren earth as a cloaked figure approaches a cracked cave entrance. Inside, demonic faces with glowing eyes twist into cruel grins as blood drips onto engraved stone, activating ancient symbols. Insect-like creatures stagger through sunlit caverns while hands stab into cocooned beings, releasing streams of purple liquid. Severed heads are pressed into bowls of blood as monstrous mouths descend to devour trembling captives, their jagged teeth snapping shut with terrifying force. Dark shadows crawl across stone walls as clawed creatures enter feeding chambers, where insect warriors feast in silence. A monstrous mob with glowing red eyes gathers, radiating pure menace. One beast grips an unconscious human by the head while another stammers out a report that captives escaped and survived a powerful enemy. Urgent warnings echo through the cavern before a cloaked figure arrives, sending the creatures shrinking back in fear. Demonic skulls mock the fallen, while a towering figure with blazing eyes silences the crowd with a single shout. Beneath a blackened sky, an army of insect warriors assembles. A powerful creature kneels before a massive sword, addressing a shaman in the shadows. Whispers spread of a great demon's awakening, and fear ripples through the ranks. When the truth is revealed, the monstrous beings bow in submission. A furious leader declares the land belongs to the emperor, and orders the destruction of the Black Tribe god. A demon's grin spreads as it realizes its enemy has been deceived. Walls explode outward as a massive demon bursts through, clutching its head, eyes burning red. Nature magic surges from a warrior's staff, striking the demon, only for glowing energy to instantly heal its wounds. An insect commander roars orders as the army charges forward. A lone warrior steps ahead, vowing to defeat the demon alone, while swarms of insect soldiers rush beside him. From the opposite side, Reed demons surge forward, screaming for blood. Ilshin jolts upright in bed, shaking and drenched in sweat. Morning light spills across the room as he breathes heavily, trying to steady himself. He mutters in confusion, wondering whether he dreamed of being an ant or if the ant dreamed of being him. Before he can think further, invasion alerts flood his phone. A new enemy appears on the screen, instantly irritating him. Flames flare dramatically in the game, as Ilshin grips his phone and shouts that he will defeat it no matter what. Then a chilling message appears, glowing ominously on the screen, hinting that something far worse is about to begin. The protagonist suddenly recognizes the bearded ant from his dream among the gathering in the cavern. Fear floods his face as the memory crashes back into him, eyes widening in shock. At the same moment, his phone erupts in blinding light, jolting him upright in bed. Heart racing, he frantically checks the screen for urgent updates. In a flash, the vision returns. He sees himself lying on the ground, stunned and bleeding after being caught off guard by a brutal attack. Blue energy explodes across the battlefield, as a lone figure stands firm against armored enemies. A menacing presence gathers power, releasing a massive beam that slams downward and forces monstrous foes back. At sunset, the young man in the tracksuit screams in agony as violent energy swirls around him. Nearby, 3 armored insect warriors celebrate triumphantly after their sage subdues an evil god, cheering in anticipation of the emperor's reward. One cruel creature offers mocking congratulations, leaving its target frozen in disbelief. Suddenly panic spreads as someone screams for everyone to run, while a terrifying light descends from above. Lightning crashes into enemy ranks, tearing chaos through the battlefield. More creatures fall from the sky as the group braces for destruction. A monstrous figure writhes in pain as red lightning engulfs it, screaming for others to escape. Blood sprays as someone is struck without warning. A massive blow crushes number 404 instantly, followed by another foot slamming down on number 808, ending their life just as quickly. Consumed by rage, the young man smashes his fist into the ground, releasing a violent surge of power. Through bloodied vision, he watches a system message announce number 809's death. Clutching his wounded side, he staggers through smoke and debris, shielding his phone as another attack rips through the area. Then a cold system message appears. He has acquired the Evil God title. Shock freezes him as pain drops him to his knees. Still trembling, he checks his phone to make sure it survived the chaos. In the next instant, he wakes up in his room, startled to find glowing gold coins scattered around him. Sweat beads on his face as he notices karma on the screen climbing rapidly. It hits 1000. A message announces the Evil God title once again, followed by another system notice, unlocking the Cruel Slaughterer title, increasing his battle luck due to high karma. Stunned, he realizes the requirement had been 1000 or more. Laughing in disbelief, Ilshin sits atop a mountain of gold coins, boldly declaring he can live without the law. The coins begin to swirl and fuse together, forming a single gleaming ring atop the pile. His breath catches as he picks it up, examining the glowing object closely. Curious, he lifts it to his nose and inhales. A refreshing scent floods his senses, clearing his exhausted mind. Slowly, he slips the ring onto his finger. Light surges across his hand, and warmth spreads through his body. In seconds, his fatigue vanishes completely, leaving him feeling stronger and sharper than ever before. Before he can celebrate, his cracked phone blares another alarm. The Eye of the Blind God activates automatically, appraising the ring. A new notification appears. Confused but intrigued, Ilshin learns it is the Ring of the Druid, granting elemental power. He tests it on a small object, eyes widening at the immediate result. Excitement builds as he begins practicing in his room, repeatedly activating the Eye of the Blind God to explore its abilities. The scene shifts dramatically. A spotlight highlights his everyday life, a television nearly paid off, a notebook with months left on its installment plan, and his worn-out bed that clearly needs replacing. Standing in the sunlit room, Ilshin wipes sweat from his face as reality crashes down on him. He rushes to the door trying to stop someone from leaving, then stares at his glowing ring in disbelief. Frustration surges as he remembers his G-class assignment. Clenching his fist with renewed resolve, he heads back to the Paranormal Phenomena Center, determined to change his fate. A system panel flashes up, revealing private health information. Nearby, a pregnant woman nervously checks her phone, unaware she is being observed. A man freezes in horror as his personal medical data appears in public view. Ilshin jolts upright, shaken by what he has just witnessed. His gaze drifts across the room, and lands on a glowing heroic poster promising a savior of the world. As a young girl stands before it, a data screen scans her, listing her age along with a strange tingling sensation. Ilshin senses something wrong. Among the crowd, a hidden name appears on the mysterious display. The girl stiffens as shocking information reaches her. Before she can walk away, Ilshin leaps up and rushes toward her, stretching out his hand to stop her. Fear tightens his chest as memories of everything he has seen surge back in a rush. A young woman steps forward beneath harsh, brilliant lighting, instantly commanding the attention of everyone in the room. Someone nervously asks whether others feel a strange tingling sensation as glowing energy fills the air. A digital screen flickers to life, introducing Sony, a thrilled 19-year-old girl standing at the center of it all. Before anyone can react, Ilshin rushes forward, clutching a rolled-up sheet of paper. A hand shoots out to stop Sony as she tries to leave, and Ilshin lunges after her, shouting desperately for her not to follow her curiosity. A nervous student hesitates nearby, unsure what to do. A boy awkwardly tries to get her attention, only for her to glance back in surprise and ask if someone is feeling excited. The scene shifts to a bright city, under a clear blue sky. Ilshin cheerfully calls to arrange a meeting with his niece, only to erupt in protest moments later, angrily arguing about being called a loafer just because he likes money. He ends the call in frustration on a crowded sidewalk, then exhales slowly, relieved that he passed the re-inspection, though uncertainty still weighs on his future. Soon he walks into a quiet park where long shadows stretch across sunlit steps. A young girl looks up at him in surprise, asking if he is really her uncle. His face flushes as he marvels at how adorable she is, though dark thoughts briefly surface about a painful past. A somber conversation follows about troubling updates, leaving him distressed with his head in his hands. The girl tilts her head and asks what update means, unfamiliar with the word. Trying to lighten the mood, Ilshin pinches her cheeks playfully, making her yelp in shock. She glares furiously while he apologizes over and over, hovering nervously nearby as she sulks on the bench. Suddenly, the Eye of the Blind God activates on its own. An appraisal completes instantly, identifying the pouting child as his niece Ilian, who loves chocolate ice cream. Surprised, Ilshin blurts it out, then eagerly suggests getting some to cheer her up. Inside a small shop, a cheerful worker greets them. Ilian enthusiastically orders chocolate ice cream, and Ilshin agrees, only to freeze when he realizes he has to pay. Counting his coins nervously, he changes the order to just 1 scoop. The cashier stares as he offers the coins, carefully counting them, while Ilshin sweats. A tiny scoop is handed over. Ilshin protests, convinced he is being treated unfairly, then suddenly pulls out his remote control with confidence. With a dramatic glare, he thrusts his forefinger forward, as if activating a powerful technique. In the next moment, the stunned worker hands over a massive spiraling cone of ice cream, apologizing profusely. Satisfied, Ilshin leans in and happily eats while encouraging Ilian to enjoy hers too. She refuses to share her bite immediately, but soon relaxes beside him as the warm sunset settles over the peaceful city. The calm shatters when warning alerts flash across Ilshin's phone. He jerks upright on the bench, as a tense notification announces a powerful skill activation. Another message reveals that an unknown god's battle luck has surged dramatically. Before he can process it, a sinister voice echoes beneath a blood-red sky, declaring it will devour challenges and ascend as a true demon god. Alarms blare. Red lights flare among ruined streets, as a colossal demonic monster rises above the city skyline. Ilshin freezes in terror while a woman screams for everyone to run, struggling to hold back danger amid falling rubble. A lion-headed beast roars with earth-shaking fury. Ilshin shields another person as a blinding burst of light erupts behind them. Power ignites within his eye as he prepares to release hidden strength. Nearby, an electrified figure stands defiantly against the towering monster. The name of the creature spreads in fear: the Thorned Bull, an ancient being seeking divinity itself. Later that night, Ilshin stands alone on a bridge, staring over the quiet city while studying a digital profile. He learns that the Thorned Bull seeks godhood by consuming the unknown god, and realization strikes hard. The Godmaker incident had targeted him all along. Memories of desperate shouts to run echo in his mind. Images of the battlefield and the Thorned Bull's corpse surface, along with the chilling death messages. A reward notification appears, announcing trial completion, ability rank up, and a special authority unlocked in the God store. Another message confirms he can now purchase a low-class God's authority for free. Shaking with anger and exhaustion, Ilshin glares at his phone. Blaming it for everything that has gone wrong, he storms to his balcony, raises his hand, and prepares to throw the device into the night below. Ilshin lifts his phone beneath the quiet night sky, frowning at something unexpected glowing across the screen. A chilling message flashes before his eyes, and shock ripples through him as memories rush back. Standing alone on the bridge, he calls out desperately for the saints, his voice swallowed by the darkness. Elsewhere, 2 armored figures brace themselves before a vine-covered entrance pulsing with ominous energy. Fear tightens their grip on their weapons as a violent red strike smashes into an ant warrior. Another creature collapses, begging for mercy while trembling in tears, clutching a staff as a monstrous enemy towers above with blinding radiance. In a dim cave lit by flickering candles, a hooded figure pleads desperately to save their tribe, while another stands frozen in terror. A massive clawed foot crashes into cracked earth, sending dust spiraling into the air. Soldiers close in, blocking every path of escape, as a monstrous insect lunges forward, its tongue snapping like a whip. A girl stares helplessly, tears pouring down her face, just as Ilshin's phone vibrates with an urgent request to rescue a small, desperate creature. Before he can react, a terrifying apparition forms in the air. 2 frightened figures cower nearby, while a tiny creature anxiously wonders aloud if she still looks the same as before. An armored insect raises a cleaver high to strike, but a small girl with blue antennae plants her feet and refuses to move. A towering beast declares she will be offered as tribute, while another monstrous form erupts from smoke screaming for the Emperor. Explosions of fire and lightning rip through the battlefield, hurling bodies aside in agony. Ilshin notices an unusually large ant displayed on his phone, just as golden coins spill out of the screen and clatter at his feet. Another message arrives, carrying the Holy Maiden's request to learn the true name of the nameless god. Stunned, Ilshin stops on the steps, staring at his phone as a new request appears. Moments later, a devoted follower begins worshipping him without warning. A system notification announces the acquisition of a divine title, Merciful Redeemer. His breath catches as he realizes he now holds both good and evil god titles at once. Another message follows, shifting his alignment from evil to neutral. Then comes a massive reward. 100,000 G-coins flood his balance, and Ilshin nearly drops his phone as the total jumps to over 100,000. He opens the glowing shop interface, heart racing as he scans the endless choices. Clenching his fist, he finally selects the blessing of the growing god. A glowing bottle materializes above the phone. He reaches out astonished, as the system appraises it. The description reveals it is bottled body fluids from a low-class god, capable of unlocking hidden mortal potential. Disgust twists his face as he inspects the shimmering liquid beneath the night sky, noting that it strangely has no smell. After a long hesitation, he drinks it. The screen flashes, energy surging wildly. Furious, he shouts at the phone, convinced he has been scammed, only to read that even low-class divine fluids can awaken dormant power. Grinding his teeth, he clenches his fists and accepts the challenge. Glass vials scatter around his feet as he stands alone on a rooftop, desperately trying to activate his new ability. Nothing happens. Exhaustion crashes over him, and he collapses onto the bridge. A system notice appears, announcing the assimilation rate of Godmaker has risen to 5%, boosting his inherent ability. The next moment, he jolts awake in bed, clutching his head in pain. Confused, he finds crawling ants surrounding him. His phone buzzes with another strange message, and he notices unsettling, insect-like markings spreading across his hand. Suddenly, red-eyed insect monsters surge forward through pouring rain on the screen. In real life, ants swarm across his floor. The battlefield has been upgraded due to the increased assimilation rate. Panic grips him as the massive swarm floods the room. He scrambles to the door, yanking at the handle in desperation as something monstrous roars behind him, spraying saliva. He stumbles, slicing his foot open as insects crawl over him. Blood smears the floor as he runs. Outside, he freezes for a moment, staring at the sunset in stunned silence before terror snaps him back to reality. He sprints down a blood-stained hallway, realizing he is still on the 3rd floor. Heart pounding, he braces himself, wondering if he is about to die. The door explodes inward. Ilshin is slammed back violently and crashes face first into the floor, blood pooling beneath him. A furious presence radiates overwhelming energy. Gritting his teeth, Ilshin roars in rage and commands his monstrous army forward. Lightning tears through armored enemies. Flaming spears and blazing arrows fill the sky. A massive demon screams in agony as soldiers rush in from every side. A towering figure boasts of the Empire's power before being drowned in chaos. Ilshin collapses, exhausted and wounded, gasping for breath as blood fills his mouth. He drags himself across the kitchen floor, barely able to stand, when his eyes lock onto a can of insecticide with a dead mosquito printed on it. An idea sparks. He charges forward with unstoppable force, scattering enemies as explosions rock the battlefield. Flames surge everywhere. A massive armored demon bursts through the inferno, unleashing overwhelming power. Fireballs fly, shockwaves shatter the ground, and a colossal explosion leaves everything shaking. Surrounded by roaring flames, Ilshin collapses again, coughing violently as smoke fills his lungs. A terrifying supernatural message appears before him, asking if he will accept a powerful evil god's gift. His hand trembles over the glowing yes button. Then he presses it. Sinister red energy coils around his body as power floods into him. His eyes widen in horror as realization dawns. The world shifts. A clear blue sky stretches overhead. A massive lightning bolt crashes into a mountainside overlooking the city, smoke rising from scorched earth. Nearby, a girl clutches a black egg in defeat as the thorned bull finally collapses. Lightning crackles as an armored figure raises her arms, silently swearing revenge. A sudden flash erupts behind her. She stands atop a hill, gazing over the sprawling city below. Back in the burning building, Ilshin struggles to breathe near a sealed window. A system message announces ability absorption, but he curses it as useless. Flames lick the walls as he unleashes another desperate attack, pouring out everything he has left. Energy erupts in a devastating blast. Then he collapses again, shaking and broken, wondering through pain and smoke if this is where his life finally ends. As explosions continue to rip the battlefield apart around him, a unique authority suddenly activates, instantly analyzing its target. Through roaring flames, a girl bursts forward and catches her opponent completely off guard. A dramatic spotlight introduces her as a fearless 19-year-old specialist, known for thrilling, high-risk combat. Nearby, a helmeted student leans forward in excitement, eyes shining with anticipation. Back in the city, a boy skeptically asks if the woman behind him is really his uncle. Without even looking up, the man casually confirms it. A bandaged man jokes around with the girl, quickly winning her over, while reassuring her even as an angry woman fumes behind him. The peace shatters when a sudden attack causes screams and chaos. The furious woman scolds the bandaged man as the girl trembles, nearly in tears. A knock echoes through the room. A boy rushes to answer just as someone grabs the bandaged man's face while he lies in bed. The door opens to reveal a visitor, and a basket of flowers sits outside with a note wishing Ilshin a speedy recovery, though the sender remains unknown. From a rooftop at sunset, a girl quietly watches the hospital. Inside, Ilshin lies unconscious, badly injured, his phone resting beside him. The defeated thorned bull fades into memory as a stunned girl stands beneath the glowing sky. Days pass, and Ilshin recalls that every time another person was nearby, his power surged. After 4 days, the girl begins to suspect he might be the key to breaking her own limits. Nervous and embarrassed, she wonders if she is stalking him, and turns to leave the rooftop unnoticed. Just then, Ilshin suddenly bolts upright in bed. A moment later, he collapses back down, groaning in pain, startling her. Far away, hooded figures kneel before a glowing shrine beneath a radiant tree, begging an imposing figure to reconsider a harsh decision. A woman clutches a glowing treasure, as an elder insect-like leader announces an irreversible choice for the tribe. A girl with antenna explains the treasure's sacred meaning, while others reflect quietly on being rescued from the army. A glowing gem is offered as a sacrifice in hopes of forgiveness. Back at the hospital, Ilshin thrashes in bed, clutching his ringing phone while angrily complaining. A bizarre prayer notification appears as insect followers begin sending offerings. His eyes widen as tribute offers flood his screen. Blushing, he realizes how important he has become, excitement replacing his pain. Auntie gently presents a glowing gem as it materializes before him. Soon after, another gift appears, the legendary fruit of the world tree from Idrisil. Ilshin inspects it carefully, sniffing to check for strange smells. A system description reveals its stamina-boosting potential. Relieved after passing another checkup, Ilshin relaxes, unaware someone is still watching from the rooftop. Suddenly a bright light erupts behind him. Blue energy crackles violently as pain rips through his body and dark power coils around him. He screams in terror as the transformation surges, while Mina stares in shock at the changes unfolding before her. The strange fruit's effects kick in at once. The overwhelming saltiness, bitterness, and spice make him cough violently, but energy surges through his hand. His bandages unravel on their own, revealing skin completely healed beneath. Staring in disbelief, he realizes every injury has vanished. From outside the building, the girl watches anxiously, worried about the burns he had suffered. Inside, Ilshin flexes by the window, feeling stronger than ever, while a mysterious figure observes him from the rooftop. His phone glows again. A new notification announces the activation of a god's blessing. In a distant realm, a fluffy creature watches in amazement, as ants cheer wildly. Ilshin realizes he can now use offerings from believers to grant blessings, and begins considering what the ants might desire most. Back in the insect tribe, glowing particles fall from the sky after their offering. Alarm spreads as masked figures sense something wrong, but then power surges through them. Wounds vanish, limbs regenerate, and energy floods their bodies. The elderly freeze in awe while others collapse in tears, praising Ilshin as a divine savior. On Ilshin's phone, his number of true believers skyrockets. The system reports over 10,000 god coins earned from their enthusiasm as golden light transforms faith into currency. The scene shifts to a bustling city market. Under a bright blue sky, vendors shout high prices while customers haggle over rare monster parts like gorgon horns. Tension sparks as men glare at one another, and suddenly a fight erupts, debris flying. Uneasy, Ilshin slips through the shady crowd, searching for a place to sell items. He finds a quieter alley and reassures himself, unaware he is being watched. A scream rings out nearby, heightening his nerves. He steps into a shop and calls out. A cheerful shopkeeper greets him warmly. Nervously, Ilshin admits he is there to sell items, and that his abilities have awakened, though he lacks a hunter license. The staff immediately recognize what that means, and hand him a form to fill out. Sitting on a bench with a pen, Ilshin hesitates, unsure how to explain where his items came from. Around him, people complain about repair costs, while others enter and greet the shopkeeper like regulars. A muscular man quietly observes everyone, analyzing their weaknesses. As tension hangs in the air, someone offers useful items to support the struggling shop, and Ilshin realizes he has finally stepped into the real world of hunters, where power, danger, and opportunity are tightly intertwined. A man passes a heavy suitcase across the counter, and the woman behind it accepts it gratefully. Nearby, Ilshin flinches as intrusive evaluations continue, nervously glancing between his writing and the glowing appraisal device. His heart pounds until the assessment finally ends. Excited voices erupt as two people unveil a sparkling mithril armor set, its surface shimmering with magical light. Ilshin studies a pile of worn scrap iron armor beside it, noticing weak enchantments and a barely activated skill. Buyers gasp at the glowing mana flowing through the display, until a sharp voice cuts through the excitement and exposes it as a fake, sending murmurs through the crowd. A smug young man boldly demands 300 million in cash, shocking his companion. Nearby, a woman with glasses peers closely through a magnifying lens at an item stacked among boxes, while a man desperately offers to retrieve something from a safe to buy time. Sensing trouble, Ilshin reaches urgently for a crucial object and warns everyone not to purchase the fake. Anger explodes. A furious man shouts at the calm stranger who interfered, and the group freezes when something unexpected happens. One man slams a fist into another's stomach, launching him across the room. Someone demands proof as three hostile figures surround Ilshin, one raising a flaming fist threateningly. In that tense moment, Ilshin recalls the divine light he saw before. He points as power surges into the battered chest plate, causing it to glow brilliantly. Shock spreads across the room when the so-called worthless scrap armor radiates energy. A furious attacker lunges, throwing a heavy punch, only to clash head-on with a rival in a violent collision. Before the fight can erupt further, a burly man hesitates as someone important suddenly enters. Requests to leave are shouted, confusion spreading as the group rushes out. In the chaos, Ilshin is mistaken for a high-ranking hunter. A cheerful girl loudly thanks him, calling him a hermit, and leaving him completely stunned. Outside, a hooded figure slips quietly through the busy street, explaining how hermits avoid the hunter lifestyle. Ilshin stands awkwardly, struggling to explain himself. When the shopkeeper asks if he is selling items, he quietly confirms. Inside again, the woman with the magnifying glass examines an object anxiously while a man watches. The appraisal reveals only 12 mana, marking it as D-class junk. Disappointment spreads. Another anxious man quickly returns a ring, apologizing after discovering the flashy armor was fake despite its high mana reading. Ilshin stares at the appraisal device in confusion until it identifies a powerful druid's ring, even recommending it for Sunmiri. At that moment, crackling electricity fills the air as the Lightning Empress appears, instantly recognized by everyone present. Trade continues at a bustling stall, while a masked figure watches in disbelief, wondering how a low-ranked hunter recovered so quickly and obtained a top-tier potion. From the shadows, suspicion grows that Ilshin might be far stronger than he appears. The masked woman slips away into an alley, realizing she is following him again. Worried about her sister, she pushes through the crowded street. Suddenly, someone recognizes her disguised face and rushes forward. At sunset, a massive surge of power slams into a skyscraper, shaking the city. On a rooftop, scientists stare at an impossibly high reading. The girl realizes the ring amplified her power tremendously. She spins in shock as a familiar boy greets her casually, reaching out to stop her from running away. Breathless, he urgently offers her something, insisting it will help. In a blinding flash of green energy, a massive stone hand presents her with a glowing ring. She stands confidently in the spotlight as applause echoes from a balcony. Praise and irritation mix as leaders warn her not to overstep her rank. Later, laughter breaks out as a red-haired boy teases someone about their temper. Friends wave goodbye from the balcony, promising future raids. A girl shouts down loudly, startling someone below, while another issues a sharp warning that is firmly ignored. Watching the figure walk away, a resolute gaze hardens with thoughts of breaking limits and revenge. Suddenly, Ilshin jerks awake in bed, drenched in sweat. A system message announces the activation of the blind god's eye. In his vision, a terrifying command echoes, ordering a general to lead 5 million troops and eliminate the monster responsible for killing 100,000 soldiers. A new enemy appears, the Fourth Blade, Kamakiri. An armored monstrous army kneels in loyalty before their leader. Ilshin drops his phone in panic and gasps, realizing he was dreaming. Relief washes over him, only to be replaced by horror when it dawns on him that everything was real. He had barely survived 100,000 enemies, and now 50 times more were coming. Clutching his head on the messy bed, he spirals in fear until his phone lights up again. A chilling digital message offers him power in exchange for sacrificing 100 humans of the same bloodline. Rage surges through him as he clenches his fist. Another presence blocks his path, ignoring pleas to wait. The blind god's eye activates, flooding his vision with blue light. From the glow, a savage tribal monster emerges, bearing luminous fangs. A massive beast towers over the battlefield, threatening to tear its enemy apart. Ilshin freezes as the same glowing light from his dream appears again. A timer flashes on his phone, 4 days remaining. Fear grips him as blue light pulses across the screen. Around him, allies tremble, whispering about the Emperor's attack. Gritting his teeth, Ilshin steels himself for what lies ahead. A violent explosion rips through a building in daylight, debris flying everywhere. He struggles desperately to activate self-analysis, frustration building until the digital display confirms success. Relief lasts only a moment before harsh flaws are exposed, making him protest in disbelief. Another blast tears a massive hole through a wall, and the reality of the coming war crashes down on him once more. Ilshin sits on the edge of his bed, scrolling through his phone as he reviews a recent purchase from the Hunter store. Curious, he activates Gehenna's fire through his fingertip, only for a pitiful little flame to flicker to life. His face twists in disbelief. Realization hits hard. He has been scammed. Frustrated, he nearly throws the glowing device across the room, but hesitates, staring at the screen and wondering what to do next. A shadowy presence seems to loom behind him as another demanding manuscript message flashes across his phone. Barefoot beside the bed, Ilshin bows nervously, apologizing for everything that has gone wrong. Then another unexpected message arrives. His eyes wide, he shouts for Papkas, urgency echoing through the dim room. Outside, 20 soldiers prepare to storm the building through a massive hole blasted in the wall. At the same time, a system alert rings out. The Godmaker assimilation rate surges from 5% to 10%. Another notification follows, announcing strengthened inherent authority. Then the Merciful Redeemer E-title activates. A violent blast tears through the upper wall of the building. Inside, Ilshin collapses before his laptop, exhausted, surrounded by empty bottles. Despite the destruction, he finishes his major task and triumphantly prepares to send the completed report to his supervisor. Elsewhere, a girl walks down a sunlit street, excitedly announcing that she bought cake. Her steps slow as she reaches a damaged building, suddenly anxious about showing up uninvited now that she knows his address. She clenches her fist, steels herself, and slips cautiously inside the hallway, gripping her bag tight. Her heart pounds as she stands before the door, holding a pink box. Inside, Ilshin dozes at his desk, mumbling about buying beef before drifting off. The girl raises her finger, hesitates, then presses the intercom. The camera clicks on. When the door opens, she peeks inside and steps into the dim room, softly calling his name. Her eyes widen when she finds the place empty, and notices the massive hole smashed through the wall. At the same time in another office, a worker grows impatient, checking the clock as someone remains late. A young man looks down at his phone, pale as a new deadline message appears. Suddenly a hand slams onto his desk. A confident figure stands before him, arms crossed, smirking. Papers pile up mercilessly. Overwhelmed, the young man stares at the workload, then clutches a sheet as tears threaten to fall. Ilshin, watching later, blushes slightly and smiles, touched by the emotion. Soon after, two people stroll down a crowded street, happily planning a Korean beef dinner. The mood shatters. Ilshin wakes to find himself bound to a chair, ropes tied around his body. Three men circle him, mocking and taunting. Someone yells an urgent order for food nearby as chaos brews. A blur flashes through the room, startling everyone. A furious man raises a flaming hand and confronts the captive, while thugs restrain him. Firelight dances across Ilshin's terrified face, as flames crackle inches away. The captors laugh, showing off weak flames and mocking their own strength. Another evaluation declares two of them weak, despite their muscular builds. Ilshin's heart sinks as he realizes his power is being suppressed. Then he recognizes one of the men, a swindler hunter from before. Tension spikes as four men confront each other, demanding to know what is going on. A glowing artifact is revealed while threats fly. A system confirmation appears, sealing some twisted evaluation. A timer flashes, announcing the approach of a massive army. Panic erupts. Ilshin shouts to be untied, and for his phone to be thrown away. A violent attack explodes nearby, blood spraying as red energy slashes through someone's chest. A towering red glowing figure materializes, sending terror through everyone present. Outside, red armored monsters surge forward in endless waves. Inside, flames burst higher as captors conjure fire to intimidate Ilshin. A massive wall of flame erupts, trapping him in scorching heat. He screams as fire roars around him. Sparks fly as a huge door shakes violently. One man presses a glowing red object against Ilshin's chest, while another stares in horror as blood pools beneath a rising stone-like relic. Shock ripples through the group, as dark energy gathers into a massive weapon. Orders are shouted for catapults to be prepared. Elsewhere, terrified figures pound on locked doors, screaming for help as armored monsters close in. The exits refuse to open. Trapped. Surrounded by fire, blood, and approaching armies, Ilshin realizes the nightmare has only just begun. A monstrous creature roars and commands a fiery assault. Red energy rips across the battlefield as shattered rocks fly like weapons. Blood sprays through the air as a young man recoils in horror, clutching his face when he realizes that even massive flames failed to stop the incoming strike. Another wounded figure slams against a door, barely clinging to life, while someone raises a battered shield in a desperate attempt to block the chaos. Bound in chains and drenched in sweat, Ilshin finally understands that his enemies are far stronger than he ever imagined. Panic twists his chest as he curses the game that dragged him into this nightmare. A challenger steps forward to confront a demonic figure, declaring that all of its subordinates have already fallen. In response, Ilshin is coldly threatened with execution, promised as food for a higher authority. Surrounded by the dark arena and an overwhelming crowd, fear tightens around him. Then a system message flashes before his eyes. The small miracle ability activates. Electricity streaks across the wooden ceiling as blue lightning detonates at the center of the room, blasting bodies backward and flooding everything in blinding light. Ilshin jerks aside as danger erupts around him. A demon-like figure charges through the smoke, hurling blue lightning with murderous force. A furious guardian counters, while a cloaked warrior unleashes energy toward a hidden enemy, demanding they reveal themselves. From the shadows, a menacing presence emerges. A glowing profile flashes briefly, introducing a thrilled 19-year-old girl. Chains rattle as Ilshin shouts, while a masked figure releases another surge of lightning that explodes through the battlefield. Soldiers are hurled into the air as a raging woman pours out blue energy. A demonic arm slams into someone, sending lightning scattering wildly. One fighter mocks the chaos, while another charges a massive attack. The girl channels blue energy and summons a powerful follower as rubble breaks apart. From within the debris, a monstrous evil god rises. Its presence suffocating, it declares its intention to destroy the empire and seize the throne. An enormous insect-like creature roars that it will die on this battlefield, while another snarls, vowing to take at least one follower with it. Blue lightning crashes again as the girl strikes, forcing Ilshin to recoil despite his chains. A masked girl joins the assault, electricity blazing as a boy cheers among the swarming insects. Warnings echo as armored defenders brace themselves while monstrous enemies pour in. A dragon-like beast kneels, begging for immense authority. In a horrifying ritual, an armored figure sacrifices his soldiers' heads to seal a pact with the creature. Cries of retreat ring out, but it is too late. The general is struck by an unseen force, and two warriors collide with glowing blades, releasing a shockwave that shatters the ground. A helmeted student jolts in disbelief, while the chained boy watches in terror. A towering armored demon raises a massive weapon wrapped in dark energy. A blazing figure fires a devastating attack that sends fighters tumbling. Ilshin trembles as blows land all around him. A general targets Smear's neck with a 1,000-blade strike, while a red energy demon materializes beside him. A woman is struck down by a glowing weapon. As a terrified man screams, rage consumes another monstrous figure as it lunges to kill. Suddenly the girl surges forward with impossible speed, blue lightning bursting from her hands. She slams a massive attack into a shadowy opponent, while a towering armored enemy answers with a storm of blue and red energy. Ilshin looks up in horror as the raging lightning storm is split apart. An insect lands gently on a helmet visor. In the next second, a massive weapon swings, releasing a flood of red energy. Sunlight streams through shattered windows as Ilshin screams in panic. A powerful surge of glowing energy erupts again, shaking the entire structure. He squeezes his eyes shut as a deadly slash barely misses him. Pain tears through his body as mist swirls around him. Another impact slams into the room, rattling chains and walls alike. Across the battlefield, a bloodied schoolgirl lies motionless while someone rushes toward her in despair. A death sentence is pronounced over a figure soaked in blood for defying the emperor. Another chained victim faces a monstrous executioner as blood pools beneath them. Fear crushes Ilshin's chest. Then in the darkness, a colossal eye opens, blasting blinding light across the arena. A gaping monstrous mouth looms before him, as an ally watches tensely nearby. A chilling presence whispers that fate has already been decided. Anger burns in Ilshin's jaw as he struggles against despair. A wounded fighter collapses nearby, cursing their enemies. A towering monster vows to kill Ilshin and send him to join the fallen. But something inside him changes. Bound and bleeding, he realizes he still has the power to defy fate. In his heart, he swears to repay those who saved him. A glowing interface appears. Change mortal fate. Cost 100,000 god coins. Ilshin roars his acceptance. A towering insected creature rises as divine force floods the battlefield. Ilshin's eyes blaze with power as time itself begins to bend. A glowing blue sword tears through the air in a crackling arc of energy. The schoolgirl charges alongside it, lightning roaring around her as she strikes the monstrous enemy. Another student watches in terror, realizing the insect before them is far more dangerous than anything they have faced. An armored figure unleashes a devastating red energy attack, draining 100,000 god coins in an instant. Chains explode apart under overwhelming force as fate shifts violently. Smear's destiny changes. Ilshin raises a glowing shield, bracing himself against the incoming storm. As someone grabs another by the collar in the darkness, the final confrontation spiraling toward its breaking point. The character brought his weapon down in a devastating strike, and the force of it sent his opponent flying backward in a violent burst of energy. Before the dust could settle, a monstrous creature emerged from the chaos, its terrifying presence making the fighter in tactical gear recoil in fear. Ilshin immediately stepped in front of Anti, chains swaying ominously in the background as he unleashed his power. Nearby, a woman in a helmet suddenly realized the truth about the man standing before her. Shock spread across her face, and with trembling hands, she began to remove her helmet. A young man rushed to check on her as she knelt in her armor, and she quickly assured him that she was fine. An enraged armored figure charged forward without hesitation, releasing a deadly attack toward the enemy. The shadowy opponent glared back with pure contempt, his presence heavy with menace. The monstrous creature flinched in sudden shock as it sensed a powerful threat closing in. With a fierce shout, the protagonist invoked a terrifying act of divine condemnation, his power surging outward in judgment. Then, with open defiance, he thrust forward his glowing middle finger, launching another overwhelming attack. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, a damaged building stood alone in the distance, its barred windows glowing faintly with light. Without warning, the structure erupted in a violent explosion, sending fire and debris flying in every direction. From the burning wreckage, a lone figure emerged, walking forward through swirling smoke and flames with unshakable resolve. From within the inferno, a monstrous face burst forth, roaring with fanatical loyalty to a powerful emperor. Amid the chaos, a young man shielded a coughing girl as fire raged around them. In the blazing light, one character stood fearless while another stared in awe. Nearby, a mysterious knife was lifted high as one person stood tall and confident, while another trembled behind them in fear. Ilshin stumbled backward, raising his arms to shield himself as a sudden blast of flame surged toward him, and a looming figure closed in. Ilshin froze in uneasy silence, uncertain of what would happen next. Later, sunlight washed over the city, as a person lifted a trowel with determination. A girl knelt beside him, gripping her own trowel and urgently volunteering to take responsibility, shocking the young man with her resolve. Moments later, she burst into the room carrying a massive sack, startling the boy sitting on the floor as he awkwardly tried to greet her. Bilshan stopped in front of a closed door, anxiety clear on his face as he hesitated before what awaited inside. Elsewhere, one character carefully examined a strange device while another watched in disbelief. A girl, holding a helmet, excitedly asked if the other person was a hermit. Tension grew as one character became increasingly nervous, while the other blushed, smiling brightly as she hugged an object to her chest, completely misunderstanding his intentions. Suddenly overwhelmed with fear, one person dropped to their knees and begged their intimidating master for mercy. Another girl knelt as well, pleading to be made stronger and swearing to do anything, while a mysterious figure observed from the shadows. Realizing time was running out, the young man grew frantic. A boy typed furiously on a laptop, while a girl leaned in beside him, both staring intently at the screen as they investigated something important. At a nearby table, one character worked on a laptop, while another happily accepted the nickname Lightning Empress, insisting on being called by her own name, creating an awkward yet lively exchange. A determined girl stood firm in the doorway, declaring she would not leave until she was taught. Flustered, the boy insisted he was just an average G-class person as he nervously faced the schoolgirl. She proudly held up her ring, acknowledging its power and the person who had given it to her, while Ilshan hurriedly claimed he had only picked it up and meant nothing more. Desperate to make things right, the girl begged for another chance, leaving the boy stunned. Soon after, the two stood on a floor covered in newspapers, paint rollers in hand, admiring their freshly prepared living space. The protagonist suddenly shouted in shock when he noticed someone standing confidently in the cluttered room. Before he could react, a loud crash shook the space, making both of them look up in alarm. Trying to lighten the mood, one student asked about the weather, only for the other to admit they were simply hungry. They decided to reward themselves with black bean noodles after their hard work. However, the plan was abruptly cut short when a girl received an emergency alert on her phone, instantly putting both of them on edge. The young man read the message, his face growing serious with every word. A girl hurriedly strapped on her helmet as a nearby boy stared in confusion. Another character handed over a glowing vial labeled Blessing of the Growing Gal, leaving the recipient wide-eyed in amazement. The girl excitedly questioned how the boy had pulled off such an incredible feat, and even offered him a drink from her thermos. Later, she happily thanked her master for a small gift, while he brushed it off as nothing special. Wearing her school uniform and helmet, the girl dashed away across the rooftops with boundless energy as the boy stood in the doorway, waving goodbye in disbelief. He watched silently as she vanished into the distance. Left behind, Ilshan sat alone as a steaming pot of food was placed before him, his anticipation obvious. The calm of the restaurant was suddenly shattered by a news broadcast, reporting that an S-class Drake monster had emerged from a gate rift at Congress Parliament. A frustrated man complained loudly about the crisis, half hoping it would worsen, though he noted that a hunter had already arrived. The reporter urgently explained that the hunter facing the Drake alone could only buy time for civilians to escape. Hearing the name, the young man spat out his drink in shock. The hunter was none other than the B-class Lightning Empress. The revelation stunned everyone, completely challenging what they believed about her strength against an S-class threat. On the streets, the monstrous creature rampaged as two terrified schoolgirls scrambled for cover while emergency calls were made to the Hunter Association for reinforcements. The live broadcast continued, announcing the S-class threat as panic spread. The monster snarled, unleashing its fury. A massive hand slammed down as the dragon-like creature screamed in pain. The ground was struck again, triggering a devastating explosion that ripped through the city. The two girls were hurled to the ground, one desperately shielding the other amid the destruction. Fighting back fear, one urged the other to run while she stayed behind to face the monster head-on. Standing alone in the massive crater, the girl steadied herself and prepared to confront the S-class monster. The creature delivered a chilling threat, and her anxious reaction made it clear that the battle ahead would be far more terrifying than anything she had faced before. The girl hurled herself from the rooftop straight toward the monstrous black creature. As debris spun wildly through the air, Mary snapped out of her hesitation and steeled herself to face the beast. Above her head, lightning gathered in a blinding surge before she released it in a ferocious strike. A female warrior crashed down from the sky wrapped in blue lightning, smashing into the ground with overwhelming force. The thunderous impact sent shockwaves across the street, as another bolt tore through the massive serpent, making it thrash in agony and demolish everything around it. The reporter's voice rang out across the broadcast, announcing that the Lightning Empress had defeated the Drake. Hovering above the shattered battlefield, she radiated power and confidence as the crowd erupted into cheers. She clenched her fists in triumph, celebrating her hard-fought victory. Suddenly, a helmeted figure was hurled backward by a violent spiral of energy. The monstrous beast surged forward, releasing a deafening roar and a devastating wave of destruction. It loomed over the kneeling schoolgirl, who finally realized she had been far too weak to win. The reporter and cameraman recoiled in shock as the crowd turned toward the renewed chaos spreading through the city. On the ground, the injured girl clutched her leg in frustration, struggling to rise. A stern woman barked orders for the B-class hunters to stay back as blue energy twisted through the air, making a helmeted fighter gasp in alarm. Startled, the girl dropped the glowing potion bottle at her feet. Amid the wreckage, the Drake towered over the trembling survivors, while the Lightning Empress had vanished from sight. The panicked news crew abandoned their cameras and fled as danger closed in. A towering armored figure staggered back just as a blinding light crashed down from the sky. Energy crackled violently as a warrior advanced through the storm, a potion flask slipping from numb fingers and shattering on the ground. Lightning exploded around the girl as she faced the monstrous enemy head-on. Electricity surged through the air as she gathered her strength, preparing to unleash everything she had. The Lightning Empress returned to the battlefield in a blaze of power, the atmosphere vibrating with raw energy. A massive monster suddenly appeared before the group, freezing everyone in terror. The reporters flinched and spun toward the sudden upheaval, just as a powerful attack slammed into the creature, blasting debris in all directions. The girl followed with another devastating lightning strike, charging the air with blinding brilliance. Back in the restaurant, startled diners turned toward the television as the broadcast erupted in noise and chaos. 3 of them stared in awe as the Lightning Empress appeared on screen. Ilshin heard the report claiming that the A-class Hunter Lightning Empress was overpowering the S-class Drake, and he nearly choked in disbelief. Moments later, a live interview began. The flustered girl in her school uniform awkwardly answered questions about defeating the giant monster, her face burning with embarrassment. She soon beamed brightly, flashing 2 thumbs up and thanking everyone, especially for the potion that had saved her. Later, a young man sat on a bench staring anxiously at his phone, stunned that an influencer's video had already reached 2 million views. At home, 2 people shared a meal, one happily eating while the other worried about getting back before their family grew concerned. Sitting alone at the table, the girl quietly admitted that no one ever worried about her. Bilshin checked his phone and reflected that any parent would worry about their daughter. Then a girl suddenly announced that both individuals had died in the Nether Dragon incident. The protagonist froze, sweat forming on his brow as terrifying memories of the Nether Dragon surged back. The world had once united to defeat that monstrous force, but not before it caused unimaginable destruction and countless deaths. Frustration twisted his face after he blurted something out, while the girl behind him watched in silence. A concerned student offered food to the exhausted girl sitting on the floor. Another character paused, tense and thoughtful, processing everything that had happened. A cheerful girl eagerly agreed to something from across the table, her energy cutting through the gloom. Suddenly, the boy jumped when an unexpected message appeared on his phone. As the girl prepared food nearby, a system notification appeared, announcing that favorability and trust targets had been met, and that faith could now be activated with a specific phrase. Another prompt revealed the exact keyword required. The protagonist stared at his glowing phone, a cold realization washing over him. He wondered if activating faith would earn him as many god coins as before. Memories of the saintly figure and praying followers flashed through his mind, making him sit on edge, half expecting another ambush from the ant army. A grin slowly spread across his face as he plotted how to gather even more god coins. Nearby, one character sitting on a box hesitantly asked for a favor. The girl in a school uniform immediately knelt, eagerly offering to help with anything. On the phone, the young man nervously repeated instructions, stumbling over his words. The girl admitted she trusted Ilshin completely. He dropped to his knees, urgently assuring the voice on the line of his trust despite his shaking hands. Suddenly, the young man jolted upright in shock. The determined girl declared her unwavering faith without hesitation. Bilshin gasped as another unexpected message appeared on his phone. Kneeling on the floor, the protagonist received confirmation that faith had been successfully formed. As the other watched, another alert appeared announcing a new follower, making Ilshin nervously wonder how many coins he would gain. A new skill-sharing menu unlocked on his phone, leaving him stunned. He learned that he could now borrow the abilities of his followers. Moments later, frustration exploded as he shouted at his phone after losing a game. Nearby, the startled girl knelt beside a glowing black portal, confused by his strange behavior. From around the corner, she cautiously observed a group of covered bottles. Elsewhere, a man froze in horror as he realized the woman before him was the feared antagonist of the Black Tribe. Masked figures scoffed in disdain as one condemned the king's controversial appointment. The officials whispered together, plotting to inform the evil god of the ruler's generosity and preparing for the coming war. Back in the room, the protagonist discovered he could use Lightning Storm whenever he wanted. Nervously, he decided to test it. Ilshin raised his hand and activated the skill-sharing ability through his phone. Blue electricity slammed violently against the building. Lightning exploded through the cramped room, electrocuting intruders and sending shock through everyone inside. A massive bolt struck the high-rise with a thunderous blast. From the raging storm, 3 monstrous figures with glowing blue faces emerged, revealing the terrifying power of the evil god. Electricity crackled around the girl as she surged forward in exhilaration, unleashing her strength once more. A neighbor leaned out a window, shouting about the constant noise, while the girl excitedly marveled at the man's lightning powers on the shattered rooftop. Ilshin clutched his phone, nervously steering the conversation away from the real problem. One person collapsed in despair over the repair costs, while another urgently demanded to know what was wrong. Finally, in a grand hall, a figure dropped to their knees in shock, as the entire assembly erupted in response to a stunning revelation. A trembling subordinate burst into the hall, barely able to speak as he reported that their entire delegation had been slaughtered without warning, wiped out in a storm of erupting lightning. A terrified noble in royal robes was immediately blamed for suggesting contact with such a dangerous existence, and desperately tried to defend his decision. Before he could finish, a monstrous figure dressed in regal attire was suddenly impaled by a spear. Blood sprayed across the ornate palace floor, staining the polished stone. Enraged, the armored ruler struck down another enemy with a glowing weapon, punishing him for daring to insult the king. From the shadows, a figure with burning red eyes stepped forward and demanded the head of the enemy god to restore the empire's honor. Around him, loyal subjects dropped to their knees, swearing absolute obedience to their half-god ruler. As dusk swirled around the towering palace, a young woman sprinted forward at full speed, lungs burning as she pushed past her limits. Nearby, a stunned young man stood at the edge of a massive crater, silently taking in the devastation. Impressed by her speed, Ilshin asked if she should continue her training. The girl stared in shock as he calmly stated that he had already completed 100 laps around the track. He handed her a drink, urging her to rest before going on. Mary hesitated, but finally drank the glowing potion while someone watched closely for any reaction. Ilshin paused, then decided to help his disciple by giving her another potion. Energized, she eagerly asked for her next task, and he casually told her to start doing squats. Ilshin then realized he could use Blind God's Eye to evaluate her condition and adjust her training properly. As the girl prepared to activate a special ability, the boy observed from the steps, while the narrative emphasized the importance of understanding an opponent's state of mind. Suddenly, a dark and ominous presence enveloped Ilshan, making him recoil in shock. In the next instant, he found himself alone in a swirling, unfamiliar void. A blinding flash of light forced Ilshan to shield his eyes. From above, a colossal spectral tiger formed of chained lightning descended with terrifying force, its massive body crackling with energy. Someone gasped after noticing something deeply wrong. A notice appeared, revealing that Mary's true power had been sealed for 10 years by an SS rank chain. Ilshin explained that her SS rank strength had briefly resurfaced when God's cursing forefinger had broken part of the seal. He realized that shattering the chain completely would unleash the tiger spirit's full power. Raising his finger, the young man gathered crackling yellow energy, preparing to strike. Later, students streamed through the school gates, eyes glued to their phones as the sun dipped low in the sky. When class ended, the boy waved goodbye and reminded the teacher to drink the potion before leaving. Elsewhere, a young man in a tracksuit suddenly dashed down the city street at uncontrollable speed, startling pedestrians. He wondered just how powerful she would become once her restraints were removed. Ilshin soon found himself facing the chained spectral tiger once more as a lightning-wreathed figure appeared in the distance. A divine force smashed into the chains, triggering a blinding explosion. One figure struggled in frustration against the glowing restraints, while another questioned who could have possibly sealed such immense power. A student walked away as stunned onlookers tried to comprehend what they had witnessed. Ilshin wandered down the street, when he noticed a suspicious presence in the crowd. A hooded figure tipped their cap and stepped directly into the path of a girl with a backpack in a dimly lit alley. Suddenly, Shin screamed in terror, clutching his head as overwhelming fear took hold. Nearby, a man stared in horror at the wreckage of his destroyed home, then stood on the shattered rooftop anxiously checking his phone after receiving an unexpected message. Another notification from Soundless Nightmare appeared, infuriating a character who had already blocked it. The hostile blade glared with unmistakable resentment. The protagonist finally realized the figure before him was the owner of the blade. The weapon declared itself the 1,000 blades that cut all, a god blade capable of slicing even deities. A provocative message flashed across the phone screen, making the protagonist snap in irritation. Panic surged when he realized his thoughts were being read. Ilshan cursed furiously about being harassed by 2 relentless stalkers. System messages flooded in, urging him to unlock one entity and return the god sword to another. Ilshin shouted angrily into his phone, furious that he had risked his life to obtain the blade. He exploded in outrage when an offer appeared to exchange the stolen tribute of 2.2 million god coins for it. Then another offer appeared, promising 10 million god coins. He froze in shock, quickly calculating how much power and how many potions that reward could buy. While another competitor grew uneasy at the rising stakes, startled by sudden system messages, the protagonist watched two powerful entities argue. One mocked the other, which responded emotionally and even offered its authority in exchange. A new authority appeared, Ultrablade, and the protagonist's eyes lit up as he read about its terrifying power. Ulchin clenched his fist in excitement, admiring the weapon's potential. Another tempting offer followed from Soundless Nightmare, proposing a dark authority called Rose that blooms at night. The boy in the tracksuit nearly burst with excitement as he stared at his screen. Standing amid the rubble, the young man boldly challenged anyone to offer more. Notifications flooded his phone, confirming he had received Ultrablade over 2 million god coins, 3 uses of the Thousand Blades treasure, and the Rose that blooms at night. Sitting among the ruins, Ilshan weighed his limited treasure uses and debated whether to test Ultrablade or the Dark Rose ability first. He sat cross-legged, lifted his phone, and activated his power decisively. Nothing happened. He tried again from the ledge. Still nothing. Frustration boiled over when he discovered that the mysterious power only activated while he was asleep. Slumping onto his bed, he angrily prepared to use a different ability. Leaning against the shattered wall, he exhaled heavily, exhausted from the chaos. Nearby, a furious man screamed into his phone, accusing scammers of betraying him. Suddenly, the young man activated Ultrablade, determination blazing in his eyes. A crushing, unfamiliar urge surged through his body, making him clutch his chest. Overtaken by madness, he grinned wildly, consumed by an overwhelming desire to cut everything. Red energy engulfed his shadowed form as he gripped a dark, empowered dagger. Breathing hard, he pressed the blade to his face, trembling with manic obsession. Then, with wild eyes, the man in the tracksuit charged forward, weapon raised, as chaos erupted around him. As night settled over the city, workers inside a building exchanged tired words of appreciation after a long day. A woman waved goodbye as she left the restaurant, while two co-workers discussed finishing their remaining tasks before heading out. In the kitchen, a woman in a red apron excitedly announced that someone had arrived. Another person remarked how a longtime regular, rumored to be a web novel writer, often helped with chores. Through the window, they watched in shock as a wild-eyed young man violently chopped vegetables with frightening intensity. Moments later, the same young man collapsed in the hallway, completely drained, his body giving out from exhaustion and despair. The character urgently warned that the knife was far too dangerous, explaining that it could control people on its own. Shaken by what had happened, he fell back onto the bed, swearing he would never touch the object again. Moments later, he rolled onto the mat, wincing as pain shot through his sore hip after pushing himself too hard. Elsewhere, the insect-like figures reported that the evil god was currently asleep. A menacing leader smirked confidently as he rallied his allies, declaring that they would be the ones to claim the honor of killing their enemy. Another sinister figure announced his intention to take the top seat among the 10 blades, replacing its former holder. At his command, a squad of armored beast-like warriors surged forward. Back in the room, Ilshan lay on his back, lost in quiet thought. Suddenly, a magical rose burst into bloom from a person's chest, radiating brilliant light. Nearby, a group of humanoid insect warriors froze in shock as an unexpected presence appeared. A glowing red rose erupted above the person's chest in a surge of power, as the authority known as Rose that blooms at night was finally activated. The insect warriors charged aggressively, led by one wielding a massive spear. From the earth, a monstrous spiked plant erupted in waves of purple energy, devouring the insect-like enemies, while a figure bearing the rose emblem lay motionless nearby. An arrow struck the ground beside the monstrous plant pods, triggering tense reactions all around. Trembling in fear, a character recoiled as a terrifying ominous energy surged forward. Before them stood a colossal magical rose, its carnivorous buds lined with sharp teeth and pulsing with dark power. From the shadows, an unseen villain's voice echoed, warning that true nightmares were about to begin. A shocking revelation followed, naming the creature the Nightmare Flower. The earth split open as the monstrous flower rose higher, its jagged mouth snapping hungrily. One character desperately recalled an ancient catastrophe that had once wiped out most of the continent. As their companion anxiously demanded what they should do, a mystical flower suddenly burst from the man's chest, causing him to writhe in agony on the bed. Meanwhile, a monstrous leader raised his spear and roared orders to his insect warriors, commanding them to face the coming battle without fear. A horned beast with glowing red eyes charged toward an armored figure standing high on a cliff. Rows of armored insect soldiers lifted their spears and swore allegiance to Salju. Acting swiftly, the squad maneuvered around the deadly branches, closing in on the Nightmare Flower's main body. A monstrous figure swung its massive weapon in a wild frenzy. Another beast lunged forward, its gaping jaws swallowing several winged warriors whole. A spiked weapon came crashing down toward the fleeing group as one of them screamed in terror. Entangled by glowing, rose-tipped vines, The armored figure steadied herself for a final stand. She lifted her sword and declared her intent to destroy the enemy once and for all. A fierce red aura exploded around her as she launched a devastating attack from above, ripping through the battlefield with overwhelming force. A massive sword charged with red energy pierced straight through the serpent-like monster's mouth, tearing through it in a single catastrophic strike. The enemy recoiled in horror, realizing its ultimate attack had been completely absorbed. Another monstrous creature shrank back as menacing pink energy surged from a massive figure entering the scene. A shocked voice broke the tense silence, crying out in disbelief. The enraged character tightened his stance, preparing for the clash ahead. Back in the real world, Ilshin slept fitfully, mumbling about wanting more beef as drool slid from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly he jolted awake, confused by a strange disturbance. Clutching his stomach, he struggled to understand the overwhelming feeling of fullness. Annoyed, he grabbed his phone, only to freeze at a new message flashing across the screen. Elsewhere, a terrified figure surrounded by enormous trembling ants begged desperately for rescue. The young man's face drained of color as he read the news, shouting out in alarm. A system message activated a powerful ability as pain shot through his body while he gripped his phone. An evaluation appeared, revealing that the leader and her 101 followers were addicted to the killer bee tribe's venom. The revelation left him stunned. He frantically searched for answers online, panic rising as he tried to figure out how to save the ants. In response to his sincere emotions, the miracle menu unlocked. He stared in shock as a new miracle ability appeared, granting the power to influence believers' faith through divine acts. Another prompt offered him the chance to spend divine power and 100,000 god coins to perform a miracle of healing. Without hesitation, Ilshin offered all his divine power and coins in a desperate attempt to save them. A system notification confirmed that 100,000 god coins had been consumed. Using the fruit of the world tree, a miracle was performed. As Auntie watched anxiously, Ilshin suddenly felt unbearably sleepy despite having just woken up. He collapsed beside the bed, reaching weakly for his glowing phone before losing consciousness. While he slept on the floor, the system upgraded his title of Merciful Redeemer from E-Class to D-Class. Another message revealed that his alignment had shifted from evil to neutral. Across the divine realms, several benevolent gods, including Bountiful Abundance, began to take notice of him. On the battlefield, a bandaged figure collapsed, vomiting thick, dark liquid. Two others dropped to their knees, choking as poisonous mist engulfed them, tears streaming down their face. A desperate survivor prayed for a miracle to save their tribe. In response, a brilliant beam of light crashed down from the sky. Auntie, wounded and bleeding, looked up in shock as the light struck nearby. Another lone figure stared upward as golden rays poured from the heavens. Rain followed, washing away the venom from the land. As the people erupted in grateful cheers, a powerful voice called out Ilshin's name. One woman stepped forward and bowed deeply, her voice filled with heartfelt gratitude. A determined leader then rallied the crowd, urging them to honor their savior with unwavering faith. The crowd erupted with excitement, eagerly gathering to offer tribute as a show of their unwavering faith. Slowly, the young man stirred on the ground, blinking in confusion as consciousness returned. Later, he awoke on a futon, disoriented and exhausted, muttering about the time and wondering why his body felt so heavy. Suddenly Miri burst into the flower-patterned room out of concern, startling Ilshin completely. A woman leaned forward to inspect a tiny glowing figure standing proudly on the table, boldly demanding attention. At the same time, the young man in the tracksuit abruptly sat upright, confused by his surroundings. A status screen appeared, revealing that the Black Tribe had created a statue of Ilshin in gratitude and obsessive devotion. Though it was shockingly ugly, a terrified character flashed back as a flamboyant figure made an absurd, over-the-top entrance. One person recoiled in disbelief while another curiously examined the strange creature, finding it unexpectedly cute. Excited, someone asked for a small statue of it, and after hesitation, the request was reluctantly approved. Still bewildered by everything, Ilshin learned that training had been cancelled because the building wall had been destroyed, leaving the bedroom in ruins. He finally tried to sit down and write his script, only to be interrupted yet again. Growing increasingly irritated, he watched as a group of ant-like creatures gathered around a tiny sprout, bowing deeply while a fluffy white one led them. A sudden notification revealed that the World Tree sprout was sick, and would wither in just over 24 hours. Shock rippled through everyone. Ilshin desperately tried to activate a divine blessing through his phone, but nothing happened. Then realization struck. If he could grow the fruit, he could sell it and earn money. He examined his phone more carefully and uncovered important information. Among the discoveries was a rare god-tier item called the Tears of Bountiful Abundance, along with the surprising conditions required to obtain it. Nearby, a metallic claw snatched up a red and white capsule from the ground among several others. Elsewhere, Ilshin reluctantly picked up trash on a busy street, questioning whether this humiliating effort was truly necessary to save the World Tree. He He checked his phone and groaned in frustration at how slowly his good deed score was rising. Suddenly, a man confronted a young intruder in a narrow alley, demanding to know what he was doing there. A towering figure loomed over the shocked boy as tension thickened the air. Another older man shouted from off to the side, warning someone not to enter the area, and accusing them of being homeless. The young man nervously tried to remember where he had seen this intimidating person before. Trying to calm things down, he spoke carefully, but fear crept into his voice. In desperation, he offered all his money to the older man, which only provoked an angrier reaction. Then a spectral presence demanded arms, terrifying him so badly that he recoiled in panic. Suddenly, memory struck. The S-class hunter had once been a street cleaner. Under the evening sky, the older man stepped forward dramatically, calling out with authority. He confidently accepted the younger man's awkward gesture. As the boy bowed in shock, he checked his phone, confused that his good deed score had not increased. Nearby, someone angrily scolded another for wasting donated money on alcohol. Ilshin suddenly shouted at an older man on the street, demanding his attention. Nervously, he held out a trash bag and offered to handle the garbage when the man did not respond. The tall man mocked him loudly in front of a crowd, humiliating him until he admitted he was just a freelancer. Before things could escalate further, an ominous rumble echoed through the street, making both of them freeze. News spread quickly. Monsters had appeared in the city. An older man stood firm, while the younger one reacted in alarm. Nearby, another casually opened a bottle and took a drink, unfazed. Civilians began arguing anxiously about what to do next. One confident man calmly confirmed that the prediction had been correct, while another nervously prepared to flee. Without warning, the older man grabbed the younger by the arm and dragged him down the street. Despite protests, he hoisted him over his shoulder and leapt high into the sky. The young man jolted awake, drenched in sweat. In the next moment, he found himself plummeting from a skyscraper toward the city below, screaming in terror. Elsewhere, a white-haired man carefully surveyed the area near a warehouse, alert for danger. Two men sprinted across the yard as one muttered that the chances of a rift appearing were high. One man sneered at his unconscious opponent, mocking the gap in their strength. Another recoiled in shock when he discovered someone collapsed at his feet. Under a stormy red sky, the white-haired fighter taunted the monstrous Baylub, preparing to strike. Nearby, a predatory figure crept toward a helpless young man lying face down, pleased to have found him first. A towering beast lunged to seize the fallen boy, but a resolute man stepped in and blocked its path. The older man glanced sideways in tense silence. A massive armored creature confronted them both, one standing strong while the other remained motionless on the ground. Furious energy surged through the older man as he rushed forward, lightning crackling around him. He slammed a glowing punch into the beast, shouting for it to leave while the defeated young man lay unconscious behind him. After the violent clash, a male figure collapsed, unmoving. A system alert suddenly appeared, warning that the owner of a certain ability had detected danger. At the same time, a monstrous entity unleashed a devastating attack, ominous energy radiating outward from a glowing rose embedded at its core. A glowing system notification rang out, announcing that Soundless Nightmare had activated the authority known as Rose That Blooms at Night. At the same time, a monstrous creature charged forward, only to be met by a figure who stood firm and struck it with a crushing punch. The older man followed with a sudden assault, catching the beast completely off guard. He drove his foot down with brutal force, crushing its head beneath him. In a tranquil clearing, a mystical tree shimmered softly, radiating gentle magical energy. Nearby, a disoriented young man knelt on the ground, clutching his head as he tried to understand where he was. His eyes widened when he noticed a hooded figure standing before a candlelit altar in the darkness. Nervously, Ilshin stepped forward to confront the mysterious presence. Inside a ruined building, the hooded figure noticed someone regaining consciousness and calmly greeted them. The young man froze in astonishment, stunned by what he was seeing. Suddenly, Ilshin materialized in a strange space filled with swirling energy. He spun around in shock, gripping his phone as reality warped around him. Not far away, a wounded man bled heavily on the ground while another screamed in terror, believing he had just witnessed death. Ilshin recoiled in disgust, shouting about the overwhelming stench coming from the figure in front of him. A system message flashed across his screen, announcing that the evil god's subordinate had been defeated and peace restored to the world. Ilshin stared in disbelief, realizing he had somehow accomplished the impossible. The quest progress bar surged far beyond its limit. Another notification appeared, revealing that he had received the item Bountiful Abundance, which would heal the sick world tree sapling. Laughing in triumph, Ilshin lifted a glowing gem into the air as streams of money floated around him. A final triumphant message declared the revival of the world tree. Standing over a fallen foe, the protagonist paused, reflecting on what to do next. A reminder appeared, explaining that as his followers' influence grew, so would his divine powers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an ambulance sped down an empty road. Another alert appeared, announcing that the Black Tribe had rewarded him with 2 stone statues of Ilshin for reviving the World Tree. He stared in shock at the unexpected gift. Elsewhere, 2 men discussed how, despite a long absence and recent hospitalization, Gangan had effortlessly defeated the monster without injury. One confidently praised his enduring strength, while hinting that something important was coming next. The other turned in surprise as his companion hesitated, preparing to explain. A man arrived carrying flowers, only to trigger a sudden allergic reaction that sent medical staff rushing in. Later, 2 officials confirmed that preparations with the Academy hunters were complete, and that the project would begin as soon as Choi Gang was discharged. Someone remarked that a promising mentorship was about to begin between a legendary teacher and a gifted student. In a damaged room, a shadowy figure scowled at the massive hole blasted through the wall. Nearby, 2 muscular stone statues struck exaggerated thumbs-up poses, light gleaming from their hands. Ilshin glared at them furiously, demanding to know why they looked nothing like him. His phone buzzed again and he froze when he realized it was the same ant contacting him once more. A system notification announced that his sympathy rate with Antrinia had increased by 105 thanks to the Olanin stone statue. Staring at the screen, Ilshin realized in shock that he could now communicate with ants through text messages. A desperate plea for help from a wolf-like creature suddenly appeared on his phone. A terrified follower explained that demonic beasts had attacked their group. Fury surged through Ilshin as he demanded to be taken to the beasts immediately, declaring he would handle them himself. In the forest, followers gathered and bowed in gratitude as they received blessings. A massive giant apologized for his excitement, and allowed them to guide him forward. 2 figures sprinted through the sunlit woods, fleeing together. Ilshin followed impatiently behind his ant-like guides, annoyed by their slow pace. Suddenly he froze in confusion as something unexpected appeared. One companion trembled in fear while another stared in shock. His phone lit up beside his glowing laptop as a scanning interface locked onto a target in the forest. From the shadows, sinister insect-like monsters emerged, their red eyes burning. Ilshin panicked and ran straight toward a swarm of giant ants. A warning flashed that the summoned cockroach beasts would duplicate in 1 second. He turned and recoiled in horror as a mass of enormous cockroaches swarmed behind him. Another alert repeated the same terrifying message. The monsters multiplied instantly, spreading like a living tide. Masked figures broke into frantic retreat as chaos consumed the clearing. A determined figure with blue antennae shouted for the group to stay strong and remember their mission. Another rallied the tribe, declaring that their god would protect them. Ilshin sprinted desperately as black-robed figures closed in from behind. With a sudden motion, Anti hurled someone through the air while stunned onlookers gasped. Panic exploded through the crowd as darkness pressed in. Someone hesitated, questioning whether their choice was truly right. Elsewhere, a cautious subordinate reported to the throne about the demonic beasts that had appeared during the last war. A menacing ruler vowed to deliver the evil god's corpse within 3 days, while a commanding voice warned that failure meant death. A frantic messenger rushed down the grand hall, shouting about an urgent report. Moments later, terrified cries revealed the horrifying truth. The demonic beasts had multiplied into hundreds of millions. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes confronted a regal reptilian being, radiating pure menace. A sudden explosion shook the forest, filling the air with thick dust. Under heavy guard, a sealed container was opened, smoke pouring out. High above, massive stone platforms floated in the sunset sky as mysterious figures gathered upon them. Barefoot and unscathed, a lone figure surveyed the battlefield, now littered with the charred remains of giant insects. Nearby, a young man in a tracksuit gasped into a towel, struggling to catch his breath after the brutal fight. Suddenly he uncovered something important beneath the rubble. Bracing himself, he prepared to deal with more cockroaches using the insecticides he had bought. Among the fallen, he noticed one enemy was still alive. Ilshin stood atop a mountain of defeated monsters, grinning confidently at the aftermath. Then he froze. Below him stood a shadowy, ominous figure. Nearby, a flustered girl begged desperately for recognition after defeating all the demonic beasts. Moments later, she collapsed in tears, overwhelmed with guilt and feeling unworthy of her devotion. In the ruined room, the boy remembered the desperate request he could not fulfill. Anxiously checking his phone beside a cracked wall, he saw a new system notification announcing the creation of a unique authority. Without hesitation, he spent 100 coins to unlock it. He laughed at the exaggerated comments flooding his screen, amused by their dramatic praise. Rushing into the damaged kitchen, Ilshin prepared to test his new power. Another message arrived, and frustration crossed his face. Then horror froze him in place. An urgent order demanded an immediate meeting. Later, a nervous young man blushed as he poured liquid into a pan, while at a restaurant table, one man poured a drink for another. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared beside them, making the young man nearly spit out his drink. He snapped, demanding to know why someone was staring at him. Elsewhere, A manager slammed a table, furiously scolding his team for working too slowly. Confusion spread among the employees at his sudden outburst. At another table, one man shouted angrily about his discomfort, while the other stared in shock. A frantic alert then arrived about demonic beasts attacking the black tribe. The young man barked orders to take action immediately. Outside a bright building, two students clashed violently as bystanders shouted for them to stop. Night fell over the forest, embers glowing beneath a full moon. A massive surge of energy exploded as two hands clasped together. A masked figure raised their arms and proclaimed a miracle. Elsewhere, a lone silhouette lifted their hands toward a gigantic crimson moon, crying out desperately to a god. With glowing red eyes, a fierce warrior swore that every demonic beast would be wiped out. At last, a system message echoed across the world, announcing the defeat of the demonic beast of calamity and the reward of 300 million god coins. The scene shifted to a deserted city street at dusk, where the quiet glow of fading sunlight created a calm yet uneasy atmosphere. A sudden notification startled the protagonist, informing him that a powerful sponsor had volunteered their support. Another system message followed, explaining that because he had reached C rank and earned the title of Benevolent Savior, he could now select any authority as a special reward, with all costs covered by everlasting bountiful prosperity. Leaning against a wall in the night air, the young man grumbled about the constant noise around him. Drunk on excitement and irritation, he decided to choose the most expensive authority available just to spite the system. A notification instantly confirmed that an authority had been selected. On the grid appeared an overwhelming power known as the creation of heaven and earth, an authority exclusive to a transcendent god and valued at an unimaginable price. The young man slumped against the wall, gasping for breath as his phone slipped from his fingers. A warning flashed across the screen, stating that the authority could not be used because his level was too low. Another restriction followed, allowing only a single modified use of the power. As dusk deepened into night, the city came alive with glowing lights and bustling streets. A system alert announced that part of the world was undergoing a massive transformation. Elsewhere, someone stepped out of the bath, bare feet touching the misty floor mat. In another room, a person in pajamas confronted someone standing quietly by the window. Two women suddenly pointed toward the sky, their faces filling with worry at something unusual above them. Nearby, someone lifted a crumpled soda can with metal chopsticks from among scattered cigarette butts, recoiling in shock. Across the city, civilians stared upward in fear as the heavens changed. In a silent office, two men in suits faced one another, tension thick between them as neither spoke. A red-haired young man paused mid-step and glanced back, sensing something wrong behind him. Deep in the forest shadows, Il-shin stiffened as he noticed a disturbing presence. Above the city, two moons appeared in the night sky, one of them glowing gold. A man narrowed his eyes, staring forward in tense silence as he evaluated the unfolding situation. Another reacted in shock upon hearing the name Lightning Empress. Among scattered bodies, one man interrogated a trembling survivor while another figure observed from above. A confident leader announced the beginning of a significant event, while a visibly nervous subordinate asked how many would be required. The commanding figure calmly decided on 2,000 lambs. As energy swirled beneath the twin moons, a muscular man poured dark power into a glowing orb, promising to grant a supernatural wish. A booming voice echoed across the sky, declaring that divine salvation was near. Far above Earth, the crew of exploration rocket NTS-2 reported to Houston that approaching the second moon was impossible. Suddenly, mysterious green energy struck the spacecraft, throwing the crew into panic. The ship spiraled uncontrollably into a glowing green gas cloud. Back on Earth, a strange green moon abruptly appeared in the sky, stunning the entire city. News broadcasts quickly warned that the mysterious phenomena could cause a sharp rise in gate openings and dungeon breakouts. Korea's Hunter Association immediately called for an international assembly to confront the second moon crisis. Back at the training grounds, the young man collapsed, exhausted, announcing that he had finally finished running. He froze in shock when the girl proudly declared she had completed 500 laps in just 4 minutes. They began discussing their next workout, agreeing to start with planks. Il-shin realized he needed to enter Mary's inner world once again. From the stands, instructions were shouted as Mary steadied herself and activated her unique authority, Blind God's Eyes. The system initiated the transition into her inner world. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Il-shin tried to joke to ease the tension. Before him, the chained electrified tiger snarled menacingly. A tremendous force smashed through the enchanted chains, shattering them in a blast of energy. Il-shin watched in relief, sensing that the beast's exhaustion had eased and their progress had improved. Laughing nervously, Il-shin prepared to test whether Mary's strength had increased, only for the glowing tiger's massive paw to smack him playfully. A gigantic bolt of lightning tore down into the city. Mary proudly commented on how much stronger she had become, while Il-shin nervously urged her to be careful because of the people nearby. Scratching his head, he smiled awkwardly, relieved that nothing had gone wrong. Suddenly, he heard the announcement of another brutal 200-lap training session and nearly collapsed. As Mary sprinted away, a digital creature sent a message to Ilshin, begging to be given a proper name instead of being called Saint. He thought carefully, debating names on his phone while chaos continued around him. One man angrily criticized his terrible naming sense, as dark smoke curled from the device. With sudden inspiration, Ilshin suggested the name Auntie. In a sunlit clearing, the young ant-like girl stood smiling brightly, eyes sparkling with excitement. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, overwhelmed with joy. Around her, countless insect-like followers begged eagerly for names of their own. Overwhelmed, Ilshin began assigning simple numbers to each of them instead. Later, someone returned home, comforted by the familiarity of the neighborhood. After finishing repairs, Ilshin tried to rest, only for another alert to interrupt him. His mobile game suddenly displayed the evolution of the ant tribes, surprising him with a sleek new interface. A notification announced an unexpected level up. Then another system message appeared, revealing the creation of a new ability called Civilization Renaissance. On the ant world, the ground trembled as the forest rapidly transformed. A devoted follower gazed upward in awe, convinced another miracle was happening. Ilshin realized excitedly that he could now customize things directly through his phone. A determined ant warrior stood guard with a spear beside growing crops, while others stared in amazement. Beams of light illuminated the village plaza as new structures formed. A proper training ground rose, along with sturdy defensive walls, ensuring the village could now protect itself. An insect-like leader passionately rallied the worshippers to praise their god. Back in the kitchen, Ilshin stared at his phone, overwhelmed by floods of online praise directed at him. Nearby, ant creatures gathered around a tiny moth, someone commenting on how adorable the Formica tribe looked. Ilshin studied his phone carefully, wondering if the ants would continue to evolve. Scrolling through the mysterious interface, he eagerly explored its new functions. A new challenge appeared, introducing the ominous Warrior's Tower, a deadly trial with an almost zero survival rate. Suddenly, a menacing armored creature leaned forward and released a chilling laugh. High above the terrified group outside the castle, a massive gargoyle statue crackling with purple energy slowly emerged in the sky. Ilshin stared in disbelief as he learned that entering the warrior's tower was almost certain death. Alarm surged through him immediately. A massive hand moved to collapse the outer wall, sealing the entrance as ant-like creatures rushed to defend the fortified structure. Before anyone could react, a powerful unseen force blasted through the area, violently throwing several figures backward. Ilshin shouted urgently for everyone to stay away, warning them not to enter the tower even out of curiosity. In the crowd, a follower spoke in awe about Lord Yulin, praising his strength and mentioning the terrifying challenge of the tower. Ilshin remained apart, watching silently as the group dispersed, water dripping slowly from his hand onto the ground. Suddenly, chaos erupted as people scrambled to flee while a terrified man stood frozen before monstrous beasts with glowing eyes. Nearby, a young man clenched his trembling fists, vowing through fear to become stronger, even if only a little. In a grand hall, a figure dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by a suffocating ominous presence. From the mist, a clawed armored hand burst forward, ready to strike. A terrified person sprinted down a smoke-filled corridor, screaming for help as a monstrous creature roared and released a surge of dark energy. A furious leader declared he would handle matters personally, while a subordinate begged him to reconsider. Water dripped steadily down cracked stone walls, amplifying the tension. In the darkness, a shadowy monster recoiled in agony as a devastating blow struck it. Another hostile entity emerged, radiating murderous intent. An armored figure turned sharply toward the intruder, greeting them with cold hostility. Nearby, a being with glowing purple claws commanded punishment in the depths of a cavern. A cursed needle was revealed, unleashing ominous power into the air. A monstrous voice responded with a chilling threat. Elsewhere, someone urgently made a desperate request beside a smoldering pit near the shadowed forest. Back in the real world, Ilshin smashed at his laptop keyboard in panic. A menacing figure appeared on screen, threatening to cancel his contract and serialization if the quota was not met. Desperate, Ilshin typed furiously, forcing himself to keep working late into the night, despite exhaustion. Later, he sat quietly checking his phone, wondering about his friends. That night, someone watched the group sleeping peacefully in their cabins. Suddenly, strange voices echoed from a mysterious tower, startling a nearby listener. On barren land, a massive rock began to move. A muscular fighter slammed his fists into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that sent debris flying everywhere. Ilshin stared in shock at a massive unfamiliar threat looming above him. A Gami warrior was introduced, known for training relentlessly to protect his people. Nearby, a powerful man observed the Gami tribe's evolution with keen curiosity after witnessing their transformation in battle. Resting in his chair, Ilshin thought about how he might help someone evolve. Without warning, a glowing potion bottle dropped from above, making a muscular man look up in shock. Another figure recoiled as a radiant golden artifact appeared, pulsing with magical energy. The muscular man dropped to his knees as he received the ornate gift, clutching the glowing orb to his chest, and realizing that a higher power was watching over him. Back at his desk, Ilshin forced himself to continue working as supportive figures looked on. While researching, he uncovered information about the rumored evil god. In the shadows, a sinister figure revealed that the one who had eliminated the third was also a member of the 10 Swordsmen. A powerful monster confronted the white bloodsucker, demanding to know their request. Another creature eagerly asked to taste the evil god's blood, shocking those nearby. A confident woman leaned forward and agreed without hesitation. From the darkness, a red-eyed monster emerged as the white bloodsucker Masta was summoned. An armored warrior taunted the enemy while pouring power into a glowing sword. Meanwhile, a scheming shadow plotted to use the evil god's blood to seize the throne and surpass the emperor. Behind Ilshin, a menacing red aura descended alongside a monstrous presence, creeping closer without his notice. Completely unaware, Ilshin continued typing frantically as his pursuer mocked him. The creature lunged forward with a brutal attack. Power surged as it absorbed energy, growing stronger and pinning its victim to the ground while red lightning crackled around them. A massive hand swung down toward Ilshin Sip's head. Pain exploded. He jolted awake at his desk, clutching his forehead in shock. Annoyed, he noticed a fresh mosquito bite on his hand. A sudden chill ran through his body, making him shiver. Ilshin sneezed violently, accidentally releasing a burst of uncontrolled magical energy. Moments later he grimaced in disgust as he tasted the awful noodles he had been eating. Exhausted, he walked nervously down the hallway to wash his face. Suddenly, a disturbing memory flashed through his mind. Staring into the mirror, he froze when a strange mark appeared on his forehead. A curse notification flashed on his phone, and another sneeze hit as the chill's curse activated. Panic surged as more curses triggered at once. Fever burned through him, muscles ached violently, and weakness spread as anemia took hold. Sweating and desperate, Ilshin searched his phone for anything that could cure him. His eyes locked onto a rare medicine pill, its description and price flashing across the screen. Without hesitation, he bought it. A young man in a hoodie stumbled out of a doorway, trembling in fear. Above him, a quest notification appeared in the sky, making someone curse in frustration at yet another task. Barely able to stand, Ilshin staggered down the hallway, struggling to reach the hospital. Elsewhere, a long-haired man bathed in divine light proclaimed his unwavering faith in fulfilling a sacred mission. In front of a mirror, another man pulled on his hoodie, hardening his resolve to complete what lay ahead. A robed man stepped forward and declared that he would sacrifice himself for the purification of the world. Nearby, a fanatical follower strapped explosives across his body, shouting his unwavering loyalty as he prepared to give his life for the leader's mission. A yellow taxi screeched to a stop outside the hospital, and the protagonist hurried out, thanking the driver breathlessly. Clutching his stomach in pain, he barely made it a few steps before a menacing figure wrapped in swirling purple smoke appeared in front of him. A desperate quest notification flashed before his eyes, demanding that he save 100 people to survive. His heart pounded as chaos erupted around the hospital. Inside, a man grabbed a woman as a hostage, pointing a weapon at the crowd while she screamed for help. Down the hall, another woman crackled with lightning as she restrained a nurse, demanding control of the situation. Electricity filled the air as tensions exploded, leaving several people frozen in fear. Another villain seized a hostage, shouting threats as the protagonist stood stunned. Suddenly, a girl in a helmet stepped forward, blue energy surging in her hands as she revealed herself to be an unexpected ally. A shocked student in the crowd screamed for help, drawing everyone's attention to the growing disaster. Outside the hospital, desperate cries echoed for assistance. A crazed man restrained a terrified woman, declaring she would be the sacrifice for a dark ritual. A furious schoolgirl confronted him, shouting that the person he insulted was her teacher. A bald man with a skull-like mark on his forehead grabbed another woman, accusing someone nearby of radiating wicked energy. Blue lightning crackled around the enraged student as she threatened anyone who dared insult her teacher. An injured student begged desperately for medical treatment, while the crowd argued in confusion over the teacher's true identity. Suddenly, a villain raised a hostage and threatened to detonate the bomb strapped to his body, sending waves of panic through the group. The bald-marked man screamed in fury as his memories were forcibly read, raging against anyone who tried to stop the sacrifice meant to purify the world. A digital notification confirmed that the memory extraction had succeeded. Images from his mind spilled into view as he howled, daring anyone to challenge him. A masked figure coldly ordered that the sacrifices must experience extreme fear before being killed to complete the ritual. Turning sharply, the figure demanded to know if the other was truly willing to make such sacrifices. Rain poured outside as a commanding presence summoned a massive warrior. The warrior swore unwavering loyalty, eyes burning with determination. The protagonist noticed the glowing mark on his own forehead and panicked, realizing he might die if the ritual continued. A man bearing the same symbol seized someone and screamed a battle cry to the god of destruction. His hand slammed down on a glowing red button, releasing a blinding flash of light. A determined fighter lunged forward, lightning exploding from their body as they tried desperately to stop him. Another surge of electricity blasted toward the villain gripping a hostage. One character's eye swirled with glowing purple energy as a powerful ability activated. In the darkness, a sinister figure clenched his fist and grinned, preparing to strike. Two fighters charged at once, their coordinated attack tearing through the hallway. Blue lightning erupted as one of them unleashed a massive surge of power, forcing the villains to recoil in terror. A man was struck head-on by blinding blue energy. Another devastating lightning blast followed, crackling violently through the air. An injured attacker convulsed on the floor, electricity ripping through his body as the bomb devices on his chest sparked wildly. Cautiously, the helmeted girl approached the fallen man among the wreckage. Another helmeted student rushed in to announce Terabium's defeat, only to freeze upon seeing their teacher collapsed on the ground. A male figure dropped beside the body, realizing the teacher was unresponsive. From the toxic mist, a monstrous presence emerged, declaring a deadly threat. At the same time, a cursed symbol flared on the protagonist's forehead as the necrosis curse activated, freezing him in terror. A girl desperately shook the unconscious teacher, while another watched in horror. Ilshin suddenly collapsed, the glowing sigil burning brighter on his forehead as he cried out for his teacher before losing consciousness. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure gazed intently while speaking in a low, intimate tone. Another confidently vowed to kill the evil god with poison, insisting that no further interference would be necessary. At the mouth of a dark cave, two figures discussed the dangerous risks of their plan and the possible wrath of the emperor. One gravely revealed that the leader of the plague was a stubborn, greedy being. Surrounded by dark energy, a monstrous entity focused on the glowing gem embedded in its chest and swore never to release anything it claimed. Suddenly Ilshin regained consciousness in a bizarre realm filled with floating debris. Disoriented and alone in the foggy landscape, he struggled to understand where he was, remembering the strange voice he had heard before the curse took hold. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and a terrifying presence pressed down on him. A monstrous creature appeared, delivering a curse of eternal suffering and endless death toward a small glowing figure. It followed with threats of despair and destruction. Sweat poured down Ilshin's face as the villain ranted about horrifying punishments, and he realized with growing dread that the creature was getting carried away with its cruelty. A massive demon suddenly appeared, sending the surrounding monsters into blind panic as a lone human stood firm, ready to confront the nightmare before him. A glowing quest window materialized in the air, declaring that the diseased one must save others to survive, with the counter already reading 1,238 out of 100 lives saved. Nearby, a masked and badly wounded woman collapsed from exhaustion as people rushed to support her, just as a bright notification announced the quest's completion. Moments later, he jolted awake in bed, heart racing, still shaken by a mysterious message burned into his mind. A cheerful student excitedly welcomed the newly awakened teacher, who suddenly tasted a medicinal elixir in his mouth and stared in confusion. To his shock, he realized his body had completely healed. The empowered girl who had used the elixir now stood surrounded by an admiring crowd, receiving endless praise for her bravery and newfound abilities. The young man quickly ended a phone call and continued walking when a crowd suddenly gathered in horror around an unconscious body, while a lone figure observed from a distance. Elsewhere, a nervous subordinate reported that the bomb situation had been checked repeatedly, yet remained unresolved. Another panicked voice insisted the mistake had to be someone else's fault. Before a silent, intimidating figure, a trembling young man dropped to his knees and apologized frantically, only to be waved off dismissively by a muscular man. Soon after, a long-haired woman delivered a cold 4-day ultimatum to the guild leader. A commanding superior echoed the deadline, ordering his subordinate to eliminate the hunters and capture their target, while the subordinate silently questioned the true motive behind the command. A long-haired man mocked another, questioning his ability to recognize true worth as a silent figure lingered in the background. Elsewhere, a man laughed arrogantly, declaring his overwhelming superiority as swirling energy gathered around him. A woman stared in disbelief, sensing an immense divine power radiating from his body. Outside a brightly lit building at sunset, someone shouted in relief. Back in his room, Bilshin lay on the bed, marveling at the astonishing effects of the elixir of Huatu. His phone suddenly buzzed with an urgent message, and his expression shifted to alarm as a desperate plea for help appeared. Exhausted on the floor later, he stared in shock at another request for more medicine. Moments after, even more alarming news arrived, leaving him frozen in fear. An injured figure collapsed to the ground, trembling as he cried out for help. Far away, a determined warrior swore to conquer every trial of the warrior's tower to gain the strength needed to protect his tribe. At the tower's summit, an ancient glowing door slowly creaked open above a mist-filled staircase. Amid ruined battlegrounds, a challenger stepped forward and prepared to climb as the objective appeared in glowing text. Reach the second floor by clearing the trial. A bandaged young man began ascending a staircase engulfed in flames. As the trial started, another fighter excitedly announced his level up and new soldier class after drinking a special potion, proudly showing his upgraded armor. One battered warrior clenched his fist as fiery energy erupted behind him. A massive explosion followed as a blurred figure unleashed terrifying power. A fireball smashed into a stone wall, detonating in chaos, while another fighter collapsed under a violent surge of energy. A terrified opponent begged desperately for mercy. A cold system message confirmed that someone's memories had been accessed. Smoke swirled as a battered figure collapsed before a massive sealed door. Ilshin stared at his phone in horror, remembering how he once killed an ant for fun. Nearby, a spectral ant hovered anxiously as another wounded figure writhed in pain. His phone glowed again, announcing that someone's life would be suspended in 10 seconds. Panicking, Ilshin prepared to activate the blessing of the god of growth. His frantic attempts to stop the countdown failed. 7 seconds remained. 5 seconds. Then a mysterious reward appeared on the screen. His eyes widened as he spotted divine healing medicine in the digital shop. After spending 100 coins, he nervously activated its authority. Green healing energy erupted as a desperate healer poured everything into saving the dying person. A glowing bandaged hand slammed into the ground, releasing a surge of power. A stunned figure looked down to see a much smaller person below, equally shocked. Cries for help rang out as Ilshin angrily shouted over the phone, warning someone not to enter the dangerous tower. Realizing the risk, 2 figures immediately retreated toward the glowing door. A blue-haired man desperately tried to open the sealed stone entrance but failed. A system message declared they could not leave the warrior's tower until clearing the 50th floor. A panicked voice on the phone begged for guidance as Ilshin listened in disbelief. Later, Ilshin sat up in bed, frustrated by another mysterious notification. A sudden knock at his apartment door made him call out nervously while gripping his glowing phone. 2 companions hurriedly drank restorative potions as one prepared to leave. Annoyed, Ilshin rushed toward the kitchen, complaining about what he thought was a scam while answering a call. A mysterious figure suddenly confronted him at the doorway, demanding to know if he was Hunter Yu Ilshin. In the dim corridor, a stern scout introduced himself, followed by a serious man with glasses who asked for a quick conversation. Caught off guard, Ilshin hesitated, struggling to respond. Despite a bleeding wound, he later forced himself up shattered stairs once more. Determination flared as glowing crystals surged with power along the grand staircase. A flaming boulder hurtled toward him, and he answered with a fiery punch that exploded through the air. The enormous stone barrier shattered under his strike, and another glowing blow cracked the ground itself. A system message declared that the challenger had cleared the trial of rock and received the blessing of rock for conquering the first floor of the warrior's tower. Another announcement followed. Challenger Ilho was attempting the second floor, the trial of wind. Moments later, the display confirmed its completion. In an office, one man stared in shock as another casually offered an annual salary of 300 million and urged him to sign immediately. A stern executive interrogated Ilshin across the desk. Overwhelmed, Ilshin dropped to his knees at the number alone. In his mind, he imagined writing freely, eating luxurious food, and buying gifts for his niece. The offer grew even sweeter when 70% of monster hunting rewards were promised, sending Ilshin into dreams of investment and success. But tension surged when an imposing man demanded his full attention. Ilshin stammered out an apology under the stern gaze. Suddenly, Ilshin accidentally appraised the man before him, and a digital profile appeared, revealing Kim Taeman, a human male who had served for 34 years as a lackey of an unnamed god of destruction. The scarred man with glowing glasses issued a chilling ultimatum, openly revealing his divine connection. Realization hit Ilshin like lightning. The enormous offer had been a trap. Rage erupted within him as a towering presence loomed closer. Terrified, Ilshin shrank back, desperately making excuses and suggesting they speak later, knowing he had just stepped into something far more dangerous than he ever imagined. The stern man demanded clarification about the conditions, while the other hurriedly explained that he still had a manuscript to finish. Flustered, Ilshin insisted that his motivation for working was not solely about money, even though he had just been offered a far higher salary. One man apologized awkwardly, only for the other to react in surprise. Leaning forward, the man in the suit earnestly conveyed the guildmaster's request to bring someone along. Panicking, Ilshin tried to stall by claiming he needed to use the toilet. Before he could finish speaking, the stern man grabbed him roughly by the face, silencing him instantly. After a tense pause, permission was granted for him to leave, though the man made it clear he would be waiting. Inside the bathroom, Ilshin gripped the sink tightly, his reflection trembling as he questioned the true nature of the person he had just met. His mind raced back to the appraisal information he had seen earlier. The identification profile had clearly described a male human who served as a lackey of an unknown god of destruction. Sweat poured down Ilshin's face as realization struck. It was the same type of servant as the hospital bomber. Clutching his phone in panic, Ilshin debated whether to contact the Hunter Association or the police. Before he could decide, a violent blast of energy struck him, tearing through his body and sending him crashing backward. The menacing man in the suit lunged forward, cornering him aggressively as Ilshin tried to cry for help. Frozen with fear, Ilshin realized he was in serious danger. The stern man coldly demanded to know who Ilshin was trying to call. Trembling, Ilshin stammered that it was an urgent call to a publisher. Steam filled the tiled room as the shadowy figure closed in. Another violent surge of red energy exploded, blasting Ilshin across the room. A fiery strike slammed into his torso, leaving him slumped against the debris-covered wall. The towering man approached, looming over him with murderous intent. Grabbing Ilshin by the throat, he threatened to knock him unconscious and drag him away. He slammed Ilshin against the wall, choking him as red energy crackled behind him. Fingers tightened mercilessly around Ilshin's neck as the man demanded obedience, promising to put him to sleep painlessly if he stopped resisting. Ilshin's body convulsed as he struggled to endure the crushing pain. Suddenly, a glowing emergency quest notification appeared before his eyes. A new quest was issued: save the next believer. Another alert followed, urging him to decide whether to accept the mission. Then a critical quest message flashed, instructing him to save the first member of the Earth Branch from death in order to gain their faith. Ilshin's mind reeled as he realized the truth about Mary's fate. The man in the suit loomed closer, forcing Ilshin to urgently plan his next move. Overpowered and barely able to breathe, Ilshin fought desperately, knowing he needed more strength to survive. Shock and disbelief washed over him as a sudden revelation struck. From above, a glowing figure descended, offering him supernatural power. A desperate warrior's voice urged him to succeed. A system notification announced the addition of the Gami clan Ilho skill-sharing ability. Energy surged violently through Ilshin as he activated Steel Body. Another message confirmed the shared skill's activation. Blue energy spread across his face, flaring around his body as the powerful ability took hold. Nearby, the older man with glasses noticed the unexpected blue glow in shock. A shirtless figure unleashed a massive energy blast, while the other recoiled in disbelief. The weary man quickly assessed whether Ilshin's power enhanced his body or created matter itself. Blue energy surged as Ilshin demonstrated terrifying physical strength, drawing the guildmaster's attention. A status screen appeared, revealing the Steel Body ability along with its class and elemental blessings. The man in the suit grimaced, realizing he had underestimated his assignment. Clenching his fist, he decided to stop wasting time and finish the job quickly by escorting the teacher away. As a shadowy figure watched nearby, the stern man stepped forward and signaled for the fight to begin. With glowing eyes, he launched a powerful punch. Ilshin took the heavy blow and slid back, but remained standing, bracing himself. The attacker scoffed, noting that Ilshin fought wildly without defending. Another brutal punch sent the red-haired fighter reeling, making him realize Ilshin was still a rookie. The man with glasses unleashed a fierce red energy attack in frustration. In an instant, Ilshin grabbed him by the throat, catching him completely off guard. A scarred man released a storm of lightning energy that slammed into Ilshin with overwhelming force. Pain tore through him as electricity crackled violently around his body, forcing him to endure the onslaught. He screamed, clutching his face as explosive power erupted around him. Radiating furious red energy, the muscular enemy raised his fists to finish him. Suddenly, glowing energy blades rained down, striking the shadowy brute head-on. When the dust settled, a glowing, muscular figure stood victorious while his opponent lay crushed and half-buried in shattered stone. Ilshin's eyes blazed as hidden power surged from deep within him, an intense aura surrounding his body. He desperately tried calling for help, but no one answered. With shaking hands, he pleaded with the system itself for assistance. At that moment, a new believer management system activated on his phone. Without hesitation, Ilshin spent 1,000 coins to activate it and locate the believer. A digital targeting interface scanned rapidly, locking onto Sunmir's location and condition. Ilshin fell silent, staring at the screen as his thoughts raced, knowing the next choice would change everything. A massive glowing sword crashed toward the ground with overwhelming force, shaking the battlefield as a shadowy man stood over his defeated opponent, his dominance absolute. Calm and emotionless, the tall figure assured his victim that it would not hurt as he prepared to strike. A glowing profile screen appeared, revealing a male human with a unique obsession with swords and 32 years of experience. Nearby, a wounded woman collapsed, desperately reaching out and calling for her teacher. With cold focus, the attacker raised his shining blade. In the next instant, blood erupted through the darkness as a brutal slash tore through the air. An achievement screen stained in red appeared, silently hinting at the horrific act that had just taken place. Realizing someone was in grave danger, the protagonist rushed to act. A vision flashed before him, revealing the disastrous fate awaiting Mary. Stunned, he stared at his phone in the kitchen as the shocking news sank in. A chilling narration warned that these events would soon unfold. Recognizing the pattern from his encounter with the death demon, Ilshin concluded that Miri might still be alive. Without hesitation, Ilshin accepted the challenge to change mortal destiny using divine authority. The profile of the enemy burned in his mind, especially the terrifying obsession with swords. Then he realized something crucial. He had a sword, too. Standing in the wrecked room over a fallen foe, a hand suddenly slammed a small knife onto the desk, snapping the tension tighter. Shirtless and trembling with adrenaline, Ilshin gripped the knife in one hand and his phone in the other, psyching himself up to charge forward. A message box appeared, warning that changing destiny would cost 100,000 coins. Another system message followed, announcing that the combination of his current title and the second door's effect would create a miracle. Ilshin stared in disbelief as his body transformed into a powerful, muscular form. A violent surge of energy erupted, swallowing the area in blinding light and obliterating everything nearby. When the glow faded, a wounded girl lay collapsed on the ground while a figure stood over her with a blood-stained sword. She struggled to kneel, trembling as she demanded to know why he had attacked her. The long-haired swordsman stood before the ruined building, calmly explaining that the killing was simply part of his duty. Suddenly, realization struck someone watching, eyes widening in horror. A scythe-wielding figure charged forward in a savage attack, as a terrified girl cowered behind the rubble. A weary swordsman confronted a mysterious man who had appeared without being noticed, bloodlust burning in his eyes as he prepared to strike. Elsewhere, a startled girl curled on the ground as a stranger emerged before her. Gripped by violent urges, a tormented man clenched a knife, slowly losing control, while a long-haired figure silently observed the chaos. After enduring countless battles, the narrator reflected on the brutal path taken to reach this point. The long-haired swordsman demanded to know whether his opponent served the Lightning Empress. In the shattered battlefield, a muscular man faced two enemies, as one of them cruelly threatened everything while holding a hostage at sword point. Ilshin recoiled as a hollow-eyed man raised a fruit knife, madness etched across his face. The crazed attacker trembled with the urge to cut, while Ilshin tightened his grip on his sword, bracing himself for the incoming clash. The masked figure rushed forward, striking with the fruit knife in a wild assault. A muscular man blocked a burst of glowing pink energy, while another fighter unleashed even greater waves of the radiant power, determination blazing. A confident swordsman mocked his opponent, boasting that even S-rank hunters could not withstand his blade. A sinister man twirled a glowing dagger, mist swirling around his grin. Ilshin swung his bladed hand in a decisive counterattack, only for the long-haired swordsman to stare in disbelief as the strike was blocked by a simple fruit knife. Nearly naked and standing amid rubble, Ilshin faced the sword wielder while a girl trembled nearby. Steeling himself, Ilshin prepared to counter the shadowy assault as his ally watched in fear. A female warrior unleashed a devastating glowing sword strike, certain it could not be blocked. Dark energy exploded outward as Ilshin answered with a violent wave that ripped through the air. Radiating shadow, he raised his knife to release another devastating blow. A muscular man emerged from a massive explosion and confronted an enemy wielding a glowing weapon. The long-haired swordsman froze as dark energy gathered ominously around him. With a furious roar, someone shattered glowing restraints and unleashed terrifying power. Ilshin surged forward, channeling destructive force through his sword in a crushing attack. The wounded woman finally realized the truth. The man before her was the secret unofficial hunter, rumored to be controlled by both the government and the Hunter Association. Clutching his blood-stained blade, the swordsman understood why he had never recognized his opponent. His identity was completely unknown. The woman braced herself and prepared to inject a mysterious syringe, fully aware it would shorten her life. Surveying the ruined city, the shadowy figure prepared to end everything with a single strike. Dark flames wrapped around his sword as sinister power poured out. The long-haired man screamed as purple energy exploded from his blade, his body trembling with strain. Sweat poured down Ilshin's face as he gathered his resolve. With a fierce cry, he charged forward, sword crackling with dark energy. A wild-eyed man grinned maniacally, threatening with his knife. Shrouded in darkness, Ilshin unleashed a devastating slash. Power erupted wildly as control slipped away. The battlefield exploded into chaos as one fighter charged while the other countered with a cursed black sword. A glowing projectile was deflected in a blur of motion. Ilshin released another powerful energy blast before the ruined building. A shirtless man leapt backward as twin bursts of purple energy tore up the ground beneath him. Suddenly, a massive spectral figure wielding a sword materialized in the sky, leaving Ilshin frozen in shock. A dark energy blast smashed into the ground with thunderous force, followed by a cloaked figure crashing down in a storm of dust and debris. Kneeling with his blood-stained sword, the long-haired warrior reflected on his victory after the brutal duel. Nearby, a woman gasped as a blade narrowly missed her. At last, a defeated fighter dropped to his knees in disbelief as his sword shattered, and a menacing presence slowly advanced toward him, signaling that the battle was far from over. Stunned by his opponent's terrifying endurance, the young man could only stare in disbelief. A violent frenzy overtook the crazed attacker as he snarled that everything in sight must be cut down. Suddenly, realization flashed across another face, eyes widening in shock. The muscular man with glowing eyes grinned wildly, brandishing his knife as madness poured from his expression. Without hesitation, Ilshin charged forward with unexpected speed and precision, leaving onlookers frozen in disbelief. Amid the rubble, the long-haired warrior bearing a devilish mark spun around sharply as a sudden disturbance echoed behind him. Before anyone could react, a deadly threat descended from above. Terror flooded the air as one figure stared ahead, convinced death had finally arrived. A massive clash of blue and pink energy exploded, obliterating the ground beneath it. Another fighter watched in horror as the two overwhelming forces collided violently overhead. When the smoke cleared, the long-haired man stared down at his hands in shock. Not a single scratch marked his body. From within the ruins, a towering muscular figure stepped forward, confronting the kneeling survivor who trembled among the debris. Drenched in sweat, the man gazed upward in disbelief, unable to understand why he had been spared after facing such crushing power. The muscular warrior demanded the cloaked figure's identity, his voice echoing across the shattered landscape. With a twisted grin, the man raised his glowing knife and began to declare who he truly was. Realization struck like lightning. The legendary sword god stood revealed. Beneath his overwhelming presence, the weary challenger sat frozen in awe. At that moment, the steel body skill faded, draining Ilshin of his empowered state. He gasped in shock as his strength vanished. Desperately, Ilshin tried to awaken his weapon, but it reverted into a simple fruit knife, his lack of authority sealing his defeat. Ilshin collapsed onto the broken street as a wounded woman cried desperately for help beside him. Suddenly, he jolted upright among the ruined buildings as a new notification appeared. The sword god ability was now ready to evolve. Swirling sword energy filled the air as a devoted figure dropped to his knees, pledging his life to the sword god after witnessing such overwhelming mastery. Reckless and breathless, the shirtless young man shouted that he would obey any order without question, while the hooded figure watched in disbelief. A system message announced the arrival of a second fanatic follower. Nearby, a girl collapsed as two others rushed to support her. Another wounded girl cried out before being struck down by the long-haired attacker, leaving a stunned witness frozen in horror. Someone urgently demanded to know what was being given to the unconscious woman as a bottle was forced between her lips. A potent healing potion flowed down her throat, offering a fragile chance at survival. Another system message appeared, recognizing the protagonist for inspiring fanatical faith. The follower redemption test had been completed successfully, increasing faith by 100. Ilshin stared ahead in shock, realizing someone had truly called him the sword god. Later, he stood by the water, frustration burning as he reflected on the endless clashes with unknown guild members. Turning sharply, he demanded answers from a trembling man beside the unconscious girl. The terrified figure dropped to his knees, begging for punishment. While another questioned his sanity, the shirtless follower swore that once he found a blade, he would harm himself if ordered, growing suspicious that their enemy was connected to the Sheen Guild. Without hesitation, Ilshin commanded the elimination of the Sheen Guild. The order was accepted with absolute confidence. One man reacted in shock, demanding to know why the task could not be completed immediately. Sweat poured down another's face as tension thickened the air. At sunset, Ilshin stood shirtless, staring silently at the figure before him. A kneeling follower pledged unwavering loyalty, swearing to fulfill the sword god's command. Ilshin dismissed the failed assassin and declared his intent to personally crush the Sheen Guild. Again, he ordered the seated man to wipe them out. A shocked voice demanded an explanation for the broken promise, while another glanced nervously aside, sensing what was coming. Among the ruins beneath the fading sun, Ilshin crossed his arms, confronting his kneeling follower in suffocating silence. The devotee bowed deeply, pledging complete obedience. A digital alert chimed. The conditions to unlock a new authority had been met. A prompt appeared. asking whether to activate the proliferating thumb of God authority for 100 coins. Ilshin erupted in joy. In his imagination, mountains of gold stacked sky-high as wealth multiplied endlessly, while another character stared in disbelief. That night, a quiet building glowed softly from a single lit window. Breathing hard, Ilshin sprinted down a hallway as a pursuer blocked the far end. He burst into his bedroom and tore through drawers, desperately searching for his emergency stash. Grabbing his piggy bank, he shook it violently. Only 101 coins fell out. His face twisted in horror. He activated his new ability, energy glowing around his thumb, only to stare in shock at the wrecked room. The power did nothing. His skill could not be used on objects. Frustration exploded as he screamed into the messy space, wishing for an easier life. Within him, powerful forces clashed as he steadied himself, sensing an advantage if he struck first. He looked at his phone and asked how he could become stronger. 3 divine entities debated whether to build karma slowly through good deeds or rapidly through carnage using a celestial sword. Ilshin weighed his options carefully. Then he made his choice. He would take both. A monstrous one-eyed being announced the arrival at Godmaker, warning that his actions would determine whether he became a good god or an evil one. Grinning eagerly, Ilshin planned to multiply his ants. With a single command on his phone, 1,000,000 troops were summoned. A system announcement thundered across the screen, declaring that 1,000,000 Gami tribe warriors, empowered by a god, were advancing toward the Imperial Army for the next 24 hours. Lying back on his bed, Ilshin laughed wildly as he ordered his digital army to annihilate every enemy in their path. Ilshin noticed something strange as he watched the ants marching across his phone screen, their movements far more organized than before. Elsewhere, a young girl channeled divine healing energy into an injured companion, leaving a stunned onlooker staring in disbelief at her sudden power. A saintly figure gently restored a child's broken arm, and the surrounding crowd erupted with awe and gratitude. A passionate preacher raised his voice, urging everyone to place their faith in Lord Yu Ilshin. The crowd responded in unison, their devotion growing stronger by the second. The narration explained that as believers increased, so too did Ilshin's good karma. Yet unease crept into Ilshin's heart. The devotion felt dangerously fanatical, even as it continued to fuel his rising karma. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The manager was calling. Startled, Ilshin answered as a stressed voice demanded to know why the manuscript was delayed. Ilshin hurriedly defended his break, explaining the pressure he had been under. Another scolding followed, criticizing him for not starting serialization yet. Frustrated, Ilshin rubbed his face and glanced at his glowing thumb, hesitating as a thought crossed his mind. What would happen if he used the proliferating thumb of God on himself? Energy crackled around his hand. Heart pounding, Ilshin pressed his thumb to his forehead. A violent burst of red lightning exploded outward, blasting a hoodie-wearing figure across the room. Dust and debris swirled as Ilshin stumbled back in shock. A massive surge of divine energy followed, shaking the entire space. Steam filled the air as the ability stabilized successfully. One figure stared in amazement. Another watched carefully. Ilshin clenched his fists, realizing it had worked. He now had another self. Without wasting time, Ilshin resolutely assigned the task of writing the manuscript to his duplicate. Chaos followed. One brutal punch sent someone crashing backward. An angry shout echoed as a boy was knocked onto his bed. An older man viciously beat a younger one until he collapsed in pain. After the violent scuffle, 2 exhausted figures sat on the floor, gasping for breath. A tense confrontation erupted as one reached for the phone on the ground, demanding answers. Another man hurled insults, seething with rage, while the other remained silent and shaken. Suddenly, deadly power surged. The Cruel Slaughterer ability activated. A sinister red aura wrapped around a horned figure as dark energy gathered violently in his hands. A monstrous book erupted with magic atop a glowing smartphone. In a distant battlefield, a creature hurled a warrior through the air, sending shields flying. A towering green monster advanced as terrified soldiers stumbled backward. One trembling warrior admitted they were far too weak to fight. A monstrous plant-like being laughed excitedly, boasting about the Black Tribe as menace radiated from its massive form. Armed figures and creatures alike stared skyward as a crimson light bled across the heavens. A warrior was engulfed by raging flames, screaming as power tore through his body. 2 insect-like fighters froze beneath the blood-red sky, spears shaking in terror. The slaughter pushed the title forward. Cruel Slaughterer advanced to C rank. From a massive crater, an armored monster with glowing red eyes emerged. Someone whispered in horror. It was the legendary Evil God. An armored fighter in purple was blasted backward by an explosive strike. Another coughed violently and bowed in apology at a tense war table. A gravely wounded soldier collapsed, reporting that every troop had been wiped out. Fury erupted as a monstrous commander demanded whether a single evil god had caused such devastation. A wounded man was flung across the room as he screamed not to challenge the evil god. Black energy consumed him in an instant, leaving nothing but drifting ashes. Terror rippled through the survivors. Officials rushed to alert the emperor, only to learn he was sealed away in deep meditation. An armored leader demanded immediate reinforcements, but an advisor warned it would leave them vulnerable to monsters and enemy nations. Gritting his teeth, a commander ordered that the evil god's head be taken before the king emerged from meditation. Nearby, a determined woman watched silently as a lone warrior stepped forward, vowing to personally slay the evil god. Back in the real world, bruised and exhausted, Ilshin collapsed onto his bed, barely able to keep his eyes open. Moments later, he jolted awake on the floor, heart racing as he tried to process what had happened. Pain exploded through him as his duplicate attacked him in the empty room. Groaning, Ilshin sat up and stared at a strange message on his phone asking about his attractive other self. Panic followed as he checked further. 121 missed calls. Dozens of messages. Then another notification appeared. His contract had been terminated. He had to return the down payment immediately. Before he could react, a storm of system notifications erupted, announcing rewards, levels, and achievements. Ilshin threw his hands up in confusion, overwhelmed by the sudden gains. Somewhere in the city, someone screamed in frustration at the sky. More game-like messages followed, announcing massive promotions, the capture of over 130,000 prisoners, and the advancement of multiple units. Ilshin snapped. He shouted at the game in pure rage, furious that despite all the chaos, the rewards felt meaningless. Desperate, he rushed to his computer and tried to cancel the supernatural contract. As he typed frantically, a dark presence loomed silently behind him. Sweat poured down his face as he hurried to send a message. Suddenly, a quest notification exploded onto the screen. Rescue a fanatic believer. Another prompt followed, demanding an immediate decision. Grinding his teeth, Ilshin forced himself to keep typing, trying to ignore it. Then his laptop screen flashed. Before he could react, a glowing blue portal burst open and swallowed him whole. The world twisted. Blue panels of light appeared, shifting the perspective to reveal the fanatic believer known as the Sword Demon. In a dark chamber, a woman mocked her chained captive, taunting him to break his silence. Another figure yanked the rope-like restraints tighter, aggressively demanding answers. A glowing profile screen appeared, revealing a stern, long-haired woman capable of wielding devastating flames. She slammed a man against the wall, threatening him as another stared in shock. Ilshin's eyes widened. Someone had been captured during the attack on the Sheen Guild. The woman struck the chained prisoner again in boredom, while a muscular man watched coldly. Suddenly, a new figure stepped forward, his massive frame and ominous profile radiating danger. Nearby, a menacing presence observed as a muscular man restrained a struggling woman. An invisible force began invading the prisoner's mind. Ilshin froze. A terrible realization crashed into him. The scene shifted to a memory. A young boy collapsed beneath a crushing stone during brutal training, sold to the Dark House and forced into the life of an assassin. And Ilshin understood that the fanatic believer's past was far darker than he had ever imagined. A man stood over his fallen, bleeding enemy, sword still dripping as the decisive victory settled into silence. Beneath his hood, the shadowed figure sensed it immediately. New rivals had appeared. Elsewhere, one young man lashed out in frustration, questioning why the other was always first, why he alone was denied the chance to dream of a normal future. In a snowy clearing, the tension finally erupted as three rivals clashed, steel flashing when one drew his sword in response to the heated words. The swordsman unleashed his most advanced technique in a blinding strike, completely overwhelming his stunned opponent. Another fighter lunged forward, driving his knife with fierce determination. At the peak of victory, the protagonist felt an unexpected wave of shame wash over him, wondering if reaching this goal truly meant the end. Back in the dark chamber, the chained prisoner endured relentless interrogation as his captor demanded to know who had ordered the attack on the Sheen Guild. Two captors argued bitterly, one eager to kill him, the other insisting they keep him alive for the promised reward. A muscular man glowing with blue energy threatened to kill a nearby woman if she interfered, but she boldly defied him. Nearby, a long-haired man lowered his head as a glowing ethereal hand seized him in judgment. The tension thickened as a menacing figure loomed over the chained believer, making onlookers realize things were spiraling out of control. Suddenly, Ilshin burst forward in a crackle of electricity, activating Steel Body as he charged in to save the endangered follower. A furious bald man launched a savage attack at the blue-haired fighter as energy whipped violently around them. With a single punch, chains shattered apart while a cautious woman watched from the side. The muscular guard spun toward the intruders, demanding to know who they were. Ignoring shouted warnings as one ally lay injured, Ilshin prepared to act immediately. Lightning surged across his body as he tested the lightning tactic skill while maintaining steel body. Energy snapped violently as he declared with reckless confidence that a single blow could wipe everyone out. Then reality struck. A system limitation flashed before him. He had reached the maximum for sharing powerful believer skills at his current divine level. Power spiraled out of control. Crackling energy tore through his body as he screamed in agony, triggering a status overload. A figure wrapped in ominous power stared him down with a chilling glare. Rage exploded. Red and blue energy twisted together as Ilshin unleashed a devastating attack. A brutal punch smashed into his face, snapping his head sideways. Even the monstrous enemy hesitated, sensing something was wrong. One man convulsed as lightning surged through him while another cried out in terror. Despite the overload, Ilshin forced himself to endure, steel body holding together as spectral screams echoed beneath him. His muscles trembled in unbearable pain. Nearby, a woman rushed toward a man who had barely survived beside a burning pit. A frantic girl shook her partially frozen companion, sobbing as she tried to wake her after narrowly winning their fight. Fury boiled over as a young woman pinned her opponent to the ground. Another was suddenly slapped aside by a crushing blow. From above, a fierce warrior rained fire down as a wounded boy screamed in fear, flames closing in. One young man calmly withstood the scorching heat of a hot spring using a special skill, while another sat beside him as if nothing was wrong. Steam rose as they soaked, catching their breath after the chaos. Believing she had won, a young woman froze when the fight suddenly turned. Her opponent activated a powerful defensive skill, blocking the lethal strike and shocking her completely. A confident fighter celebrated their perfect setup as the determined challenger emerged from the mist, ready to continue. Fire roared as a furious woman unleashed a massive wave of flames. Ilshin countered with a blazing palm strike that tore through the heat. Nearby, a woman trembled in terror as danger approached off-screen. Another brutal slap sent someone reeling backward. The protective skill faded a heartbeat later, narrowly sparing the blue-haired man from death. A system alert chimed. The rescue quest was complete. Ilshin's eyes lit up as he eagerly awaited the new talent reward, hoping it would finally improve his writing. Back in the prison area, one man smirked confidently in the foreground, while Ilshin stood shirtless behind the bars, wary as they sized each other up. Ilshin glared forward, dismissing the opponent's move as unimpressive. When one hesitantly admitted uncertainty, the other snapped in frustration. The shirtless man suddenly burst out in praise, shocked by how the blue-haired youth had defeated enemies using techniques he had never seen before. Ilshin stiffened under a harsh, judging stare. Two survivors stood over their collapsed allies, urgently deciding it was time to leave and go home. As they moved, a surprised man discovered a thin, shirtless prisoner standing defensively inside a cell. One character acknowledged Ilshin's strength with calm respect, leaving their companion stunned. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward and introduced himself with chilling confidence. A worried ally whispered a warning for Ilshin to be careful as he passed the cell. Then a powerful presence arrived. The truth behind the chaos was revealed. A portrait appeared, introducing a male priest responsible for sacrificial rituals to the god of destruction. Embarrassment exploded as one man covered his face while the others stared in shock at the awkward accusation. A fierce challenger suddenly stormed forward, loudly demanding a fight with Ilshin. Someone realized in disbelief that they had just encountered a pervert. Tension broke when a young man clapped in applause, praising the confrontation. A sinister figure emerged from the darkness with a fang-like grin. The shirtless ally urgently warned Ilshin. Purple smoke rolled across the floor as a muscular man stepped out confidently, declaring that the author was behind everything. Another ominous introduction followed. A mysterious apostle, a living sacrificial offering. Dark energy surged violently as Ilshin realized a ritual was already underway. Crouched low, both fighters scanned the corridor, senses stretched tight. Then suddenly, a naked, unstable man charged straight at them, eyes wild, leaving everyone frozen in shock as the next battle exploded into motion. A long-haired figure stepped forward, eyes gleaming with excitement as he confronted the stunned pair, thrilled to finally meet another apostle. Before anyone could react, the long-haired man was suddenly slammed to the ground, pinned helplessly as shock flashed across his face. A tense voice warned sharply not to approach the sword god, irritation clearly rising on the other's expression. With terrifying ease, a muscular man crushed his opponent's resistance in a single hand and hurled another body through the air as the rest watched in disbelief. A devastating wave of energy exploded outward, blasting two figures backward and tearing the ground apart. The muscular giant turned toward a shaken man and demanded to know which god he served. After witnessing a shocking defeat, another powerful figure echoed the same question, his voice filled with suspicion. A frightened girl suddenly shouted, asking which god they were talking about, startling the young man beside her in the dim room. Ilshin roared and drove his fist forward, blue energy erupting from his body. Power flared in his eye as he activated skill sharing, and lightning burst from his hands in a violent surge. A woman was overwhelmed, as crackling blue energy swallowed her whole. Down the shadowy corridor, the horned figure slipped away, leaving behind a quiet, regretful farewell. High above, a winged warrior launched from the temple, soaring into the sky with fierce resolve to confront the followers of the evil god. It was revealed that the enemy weakened as believers dwindled, and deep within the forest, a massive fortress rose into view, signaling a looming conflict. Elsewhere, an adult warned two children not to venture deeper into the woods, though they ran ahead laughing. In the desert, three figures stared in horror as a colossal creature emerged from the sand. A bearded man trembled in disbelief as realization struck him. At the Black Tribe village, a monstrous being infused with green energy arrived, radiating pure menace. Red eyes flared as dark power crackled into existence. Above them, the winged figure released a poisonous cloud that blanketed the village. A glowing moth-like entity descended, weakening the evil god's power as two figures below screamed in agony. Furious, Ilshin unleashed a massive lightning strike at his desperate opponent. Blue electricity tore through flesh as the enemy writhed in pain. With another violent surge, Ilshin slammed him into the ground and stood over the fallen body, confirming that striking first had secured victory. Then dirty, steaming feet crashed down in front of him. A muscular figure screamed as lightning surged violently through his body. Ilshin hurled another crackling energy blast in a desperate attempt to destroy the monstrous foe. Smoke filled the air as one fighter struggled to rise while another collapsed. Yet the enemy remained unharmed. Horror washed over Ilshin as he realized the Lightning Empress's skill had no effect. Under harsh light, the monstrous figure crouched as someone muttered if their opponent was an immortal pervert. Laughing through blood, the battered man taunted that no attack could kill him because he always resurrected. Ilshin felt his heart sink as he realized his strongest skills were unavailable. A mysterious woman confirmed it coldly. Using her power was pointless. The enemy would simply revive again and again. Cornered and sweating, Ilshin challenged the unseen foe, while desperately questioning how he could survive. The muscular monster demanded more entertainment, clearly bored. Ilshin's mind raced for a plan inside the cell. Suddenly, danger surged. He activated the multiplying thumb of God, slamming his glowing thumb against his forehead. Dark energy erupted, forcing others to recoil in shock. One ally nervously asked whether his teammate might attack him despite the enemy nearby. Another stood ready, eyes locked on the threat. The long-haired man smirked and confidently revealed his alter ego, leaving the younger pair stunned in awe. Two students froze as a terrifying presence appeared behind them. Ilshin stayed silent, fear gripping his chest as he tried not to provoke the intimidating figure in the prison-like room. Debris swirled as three voices urgently argued about the tribe's danger and the risk of losing all divine power if the believers died. Wrapped in purple smoke, a menacing figure glared upward and issued a chilling command. A furious roar followed as dark energy exploded outward. A massive attack slammed into a defender who barely managed to block it. One body crashed violently while another sprinted forward through the chaos. A wounded young man collapsed, clutching his chest, gasping as he questioned whether his power meant anything at all. Ilshin shouted desperately for someone's attention. An order rang out to finish the weakened opponent. Shock spread across the smoky cell as a phone on the floor suddenly burst with violent red energy, and an unseen voice demanded if Ilshin was done with his tricks. In the next instant, someone vanished without a trace. A muscular figure released a surge of crackling purple power, his face twisted in agony. Ilshin crouched tensely by the bars, shaken by the threat of being burned alive. With fierce resolve, Ilshin unleashed a burst of fire and pointed upward in defiance at the shadowed figure. Electricity surged as he raised his glowing hand, determined to prove his strength. Dark energy roared back in response. Ilshin thrust his glowing middle finger forward, channeling power through the gesture. A woman froze in horror as realization hit. Ilshin shouted as energy surged skyward. Flames swallowed a figure in an instant. Inside the cell, a man's finger glowed with strange light as the woman nearby watched warily. Ilshin grimaced and conjured a small flame on his own fingertip, testing his growing power. Suspicion burned in the woman's eyes as she asked if that was his final trick. Suddenly, purple energy erupted from the dark-haired enemy, leaving Ilshin shaken and afraid. Steeling himself, Ilshin summoned another magical flame and ignited a mysterious spark between his fingers. Then everything exploded. A massive inferno roared outward as he unleashed his signature attack. The woman stared in shock at the sudden reversal, but the muscular enemy stood unfazed amid swirling fireballs, mocking him. The tension snapped as a warning rang out that the game was over. Above Ilshin, his monstrous alter ego unleashed a surge of purple lightning. Power crashed down. Ilshin collapsed, defeated, groaning that his downfall had come at the hands of a wild pervert. Nearby, the long-haired muscular man was consumed by twisting purple energy, screaming in agony. The wounded foe clutched his bleeding chest in horror as his regeneration failed for the first time. And in that instant, Ilshin realized he had triggered a dangerous skill far beyond his control. A towering, muscular figure wreathed in swirling smoke appeared before Ilshin, its glowing eyes burning with inhuman intensity. Ilshin froze, terror locking his body in place. A crushing aura slammed into him, and he struggled desperately as an overwhelming skill crushed down on his senses. Above him, purple energy erupted violently. Wrapped in crackling power, Ilshin screamed as a massive surge burst from his body. Dark energy twisted around him like living shadows, tearing through his muscles in waves of agony. Far away, a deadly cloud of poisonous force swallowed the Black Tribe. As the devastation spread, a radiant insect-like entity descended, unleashing overwhelming power. Two panicked enemies below screamed that the evil god's strength was weakening. Lightning flared as a furious warrior condemned his foe for serving an evil god. Nearby, a horned figure roared and released dark energy as the gemstone embedded in his chest glowed ominously. A startled woman spun around, sensing a sudden presence. A man charged forward in a blur, spiraling energy wrapping around his body as he launched a high-speed strike. Fighters rushed headlong toward the evil god of the ant tribe, unleashing everything they had in defiant challenge. A massive explosion of power tore through the battlefield. A glowing force slammed into Auntie without warning, sending her flying. Another survivor barely raised a shield as a blast detonated nearby. Ilshin stood beneath the sky as yellow lightning cracked overhead. Smoke drifted across fallen bodies while a cautious figure crept closer, checking for survivors. One person lay injured and barely moving as another watched silently from the rubble. A system alert flashed urgently, warning that the rapid loss of believers was causing a severe drop in power. The Godmaker alarm blared loudly. A glowing prompt appeared, demanding a costly choice to restore the believers. Lying on the ground in pain, Ilshin suddenly realized he could use healing on himself. A terrifying thought followed. If he could heal endlessly, he could become unstoppable. Gritting his teeth, he activated the healing technique as a wary man observed from afar. Green energy gathered in thick waves around his body. The pain faded, but shock flooded his face when he saw the cost. 10 million coins, far more than he had imagined. Heart-pounding, Ilshin still chose to use God's healing ring finger to save the ant tribe. Light burst outward across the battlefield. A reward notification exploded across his vision. Over 5 million white god coins gained. Ilshin gasped in disbelief and excitement. Nearby, a stunned figure watched as the kneeling man activated another glowing power. A desperate enemy hurled a last burst of purple energy. In front of the barred gate, Ilshin erupted with dark power, then instantly followed with a surge of lightning as he activated skill sharing. Charging forward, he struck with crackling energy. A furious foe taunted him, raising an electrified hand. Ilshin answered by thrusting his blazing, glowing middle finger forward. The impact blasted his opponent straight into the wall. Flames swallowed the defeated body as another watched helplessly from behind prison bars. Laughter rang out. A long-haired man mocked the scene, praising his disciple for exceeding expectations. Another warrior with a blazing hand roared that he would unleash his ultimate attack. Then he froze. A fiery, glowing object hovered near his chest. A man with long purple hair pointed forward, declaring triumphantly that someone would become his final and most powerful offering. Horror struck Ilshin as he realized the truth. The kidnappings, the sacrifices, they were all to bring down the god of destruction. The red-haired man laughed in victory, lifting the glowing stone toward his weakened captive. Suddenly, a massive beam of red energy smashed through the cracked ceiling. The magical barrier shattered in a blinding flash. Debris rained down as a crackling red rift tore open in the air. Two figures stood frozen before it. A terrified man recoiled as a long-haired monster grinned up at him. Ilshin roared and unleashed a devastating glowing attack, trying to stop everything. But a warning message blocked his authority. His power failed. Shock ripped through him. Nearby, a muscular man staggered, clutching his stomach as blood spilled from his mouth. The red-haired youth watched coldly. The injured man accused him of breaking a promise before collapsing. One figure remained standing as the other fell amid swirling energy. Desperate, Ilshin released a violent surge of dark explosive power. Tears burned in his eyes as despair crushed him. Was this really the end? The world twisted. A boy floated upside down among clouds, remembering a dream. A surreal landscape spread endlessly as a voice wondered if it had all been an illusion. Then a determined warrior tore through the sky, unleashing the true power of a legendary blade. Crimson energy spiraled violently, forming a colossal red beast. The abyss had awakened. With the maiden's death came devastation across the world. A monstrous shadow roared beneath a blood-red sky. Yet in the chaos, a lone figure stood beneath a beam of light, his peaceful nature shining through. Bilshan steadied his breathing. Change had come. Calm yet burning with resolve, he embraced the path of revenge. Before him stood a colossal stone sword as wild energy surged around it. The darkness cracked with tension as Bilshan looked up, answering the overwhelming call for vengeance. In the distance, a massive tower activated, sending shockwaves through the land. Bilshan's eyes hardened with determination. A massive eye burst open, unleashing sinister power and crackling red lightning. Another monstrous yellow eye opened within swirling darkness, pink lightning tearing the sky apart. Frozen in fear, someone realized they could not move to protect the calm figure ahead. Ilshan turned sharply. The sword demon stood there. One man boldly declared his plan to kill the enemy's god as another watched in awe. Suddenly, a woman screamed for help inside the smoke-filled ruins. Dark tendrils wrapped around her struggling body while a horrified man stared helplessly. And the true battle for divinity had only just begun. A trembling subordinate dropped to her knees, begging for mercy as a monstrous demon leaned in to devour her. Debris exploded through the air as another figure shielded a startled companion from the impact. Nearby, a wounded man screamed as spectral snakes tightened around his body, dark energy flooding his veins. Defiance flared as someone taunted the demon, staring straight into a massive fiery eye that glared back with murderous intent. A young man snapped, demanding to know why he was being stared at, just as the monstrous eye wrapped in writhing tentacles loomed overhead, freezing two people in pure terror. A woman gasped in disbelief as the man remained calm, pressing his palm against a cracked wall as if nothing could touch him. In a flash of light, a glowing sword tore through the air, forcing her to recoil in shock. She urgently pointed as a serpent lunged toward an older man. Suddenly, another colossal glowing eye burst open, releasing crackling energy across the battlefield. Ilshan activated his sword mastery, gripping his radiant blade with fierce resolve. Wielding the all-slashing heavenly sword, he unleashed a massive surge into the sky. The narration explained that the sword's authority fused weapon and wielder as one, unlocking their full destructive potential. More monstrous eyes tore open through waves of chaotic power. A demonic face erupted from the darkness, flooding the scene with terrifying energy. A muscular warrior charged and slammed an electrified weapon straight into a colossal glowing eye. Ilshan followed with a devastating downward slash that split the air itself. Another fighter descended from above with a massive glowing blade as crackling purple spikes converged around him. A furious blast exploded, sending a searing beam ripping through the chaos and forcing the enemy back. The scene shifted to Ween City's District 12. Ruined buildings and shattered streets revealed the aftermath of unimaginable destruction. Soldiers swept through the wreckage while two civilians stood nearby, stunned. Two officials grimly discussed the catastrophic appearance of an SSS-grade rift. A man in a trench coat surveyed the devastation as troops combed the area. The director of the Hunter Association made the immediate decision to launch a critical project. Moments later, soldiers rushed in, reporting they had found a survivor in the rubble. Amid the ruins, a lone figure stood silently, realizing he had somehow lived. A towering presence suddenly demanded answers from a smirking man among the broken remains. Nearby, a man in sunglasses quietly studied someone's condition while an older official barked orders for emergency medical care. Elsewhere, a smaller figure bravely approached a monstrous glowing entity while a vast presence loomed overhead. A white-haired man trapped by writhing tentacles screamed in defiance as another recoiled in horror behind iron bars. Above them, a fiery explosion tore through the air as a dragon-like beast and a red-haired warrior braced themselves. Flames roared as a massive stone slab crashed down, pinning a gasping opponent beneath the towering aggressor. A young man gathered overwhelming power, fire blazing behind him. Moments later, a blue-lit figure stood triumphantly atop the slain dragon's head. A group of onlookers stared in awe, unable to comprehend how such terrifying mind control had slaughtered a dragon so effortlessly. Someone whispered in disbelief, questioning whether she was truly S-rank, especially since the beast was known to resist psychic powers. In a tense standoff, a fighter demanded the teleportation stone, while another hesitated in confusion. An armored man brushed it off with a teasing remark as icy projectiles crashed nearby. A woman angrily questioned why such an expensive stone was being wasted, only to be told sharply to stay out of it. Clutching the glowing stone, she complained bitterly while the armored warrior calmly observed. Later, he reflected on surviving the S-class dungeon, joking about his teammates' explosive temper and how lucky they all were to be alive. High above the city, two people carefully adjusted a device atop a modern building, one giving precise instructions. Below, a boy gently placed patches on an older man's aching back, teasing him about sounding ancient. A young man shot back defensively when a girl teased him about his age and marriage. Another girl expressed concern as a companion listened closely. A worried child suddenly pointed out a suspicious figure nearby, startling the young man. An ominous aura thickened around the sword demon as someone nervously called his name. Without warning, a fervent devotee threw himself to the floor, bowing dramatically and startling two people sitting on the bed. Another asked if they were going home, noting that he had secretly fixed the broken bathroom door. The fanatic suddenly proclaimed his undying loyalty to the sword demon, raging about the ruined house. Ilshin stiffened, instantly realizing the man was a fanatic. While Enti stayed close behind him, another companion scolded him for ignoring instructions and wasting time instead of focusing on his mission. Nearby, an injured man questioned why the robed figure refused to wipe out the remaining members of the Luminous Guild. Sensing something wrong, the special task force moved swiftly, dismantling the Korean black market as their leader crushed the criminals without mercy. Ilshin blinked in surprise upon learning that the woman mentioned was a famous model from television ads. Comparing two girls' names and faces, he realized they looked far too different to be sisters. After checking on Miri's condition, the group prepared to visit Sean's mother. Just as Ilshin planned to head to the hospital to heal someone, a sudden notification interrupted him. His godly achievements were being calculated. Ilshin stared in disbelief as his karma skyrocketed after stopping some of the clones from reaching Earth. Then horror followed, as Ilshin realized the monstrous eye they had fought was only one of 100 clones. A dreadful memory flashed through his mind as an enormous abyssal eye opened before him, far larger than anything before. The dragon itself had to be unimaginably massive. His phone buzzed again. A new notification announced that he was now eligible for a promotion quest. A glowing interface appeared, offering two god promotion paths, one of good and one of evil. Ilshin's breath hitched as he realized he was expected to handle both. Panic surged. Each quest demanded the impossible. One required gathering an immense number of believers. The other demanded killing just as many. Overwhelmed, Ilshin stared at the screen in horror. Then realization struck. He could accept both. His companion gasped as Ilshin explained his plan to turn his opposing pursuers against each other. Elsewhere, a tall man taunted a nervous girl, waving his phone and enjoying her discomfort. The scene shifted to room 5005. A patient in a wheelchair was pushed down the hospital hallway by a man in a suit. Ilshin approached the door, alarmed by the harsh breathing inside. After knocking, a tense voice told him to enter. He listened cautiously before stepping inside. Instead of a dying patient, he found a girl fiercely doing push-ups, sweat pouring down her face. A woman spun in shock as the tracksuit-clad young man walked in. Suddenly, a cheerful girl with animal ears rushed over, excitedly greeting him and asking why someone injured was training so hard. Another woman stretched confidently after resting while a companion checked on her condition. The girl proudly showed her healed wounds, leaving Ilshin speechless. Laughing, she even lifted her bandages to reveal her perfectly healed torso, startling the boy beside her. Just as tension flared between Ilshin and the ponytailed girl, another voice shouted from behind, breaking the moment completely. A hand shot skyward, releasing a violent surge of energy that ripped through the air. In the chaos, a man in a cap and glasses ambushed a woman from behind, while the blue tracksuited young man froze in shock. Ilshin staggered back in pain, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the woman. Before he could recover, she casually began removing her bandages in front of the stunned men. One of them shouted in embarrassment, turning away as his face burned. The mood shifted instantly. A hostile figure cloaked in red energy stepped forward, glaring at Ilshin and demanding his identity. Tension exploded when a furious woman seized Ilshin by the collar, shouting to know what his relationship was with her younger sister. Another girl gasped in disbelief. The woman threatened violence if her sister had been toyed with, while someone desperately tried to calm her down. Suddenly, she spun and defended her teacher, as a long-haired man grabbed him by the collar and mocked his appearance. Shock rippled through the group when it was revealed that the man was an instructor at the Hunter Academy. Voices overlapped in panic as one person nervously tried to explain himself while another tightened their grip on his collar. A third watched in stunned silence. A woman abruptly interrupted, trying to stop a secret from being exposed as the tension grew unbearable. The man insisted he was only a PE teacher, while suspicion burned in the other's eyes. Insults were thrown. Tempers flared. One woman grabbed Ilshin's arm just as another angrily declared she had claimed the teacher first. Amid the shouting, Ilshin stood alone, underestimated by everyone despite the hidden power within him. A young woman urgently warned not to underestimate the opponent, while a silent figure listened closely behind her. A long-haired man lifted a hat and confronted the pair with a sharp, skeptical question. Shock spread as another person stepped forward, pushing the confrontation further. Then the truth dropped like thunder. The famous celebrity hunter was the older sister. Everyone froze. Another argument erupted over attitude after advancing in rank, while confusion spread across one face. Electricity suddenly crackled through the air. A powerful mind control ability activated. Invisible pressure slammed down, forcing one woman towards submission. A blue-haired fighter grabbed another girl's head harshly, scolding her for being weak as a stunned boy watched. A figure radiating blue energy unleashed overwhelming power, forcing everyone to their knees. Nearby, a wounded woman trembled as dark energy surged through her sword. Another glowing warrior pressed down on a kneeling opponent, forcing surrender while onlookers stared in shock. Reluctantly, someone gave in under pressure as rivals glared at each other in a charged standoff. Ilshin stepped between them urgently, warning that the child could be hurt if things escalated. Too late. A furious attacker launched a powerful strike, sending someone flying backward. One man covered his ears in panic while another stood firm, refusing to move aside as a bystander trembled. Mind control erupted again, threatening to crush the unmoving target. Ilshin gasped in shock. Then it failed. The ability shattered uselessly, and someone awkwardly suggested settling things with words instead. Nervous laughter followed, as another praised Ilshin for resisting mind control. Embarrassed, Ilshin admitted his rank was low, making a woman freeze as realization dawned. Suddenly, she bowed deeply and asked him to look after the younger girl. Ilshin stared in surprise. Later, the woman firmly ordered the girl to eat her hospital porridge while someone quietly remarked on her caring nature. A profile window appeared. The girl was cursed by a destructive force known as the Abyss. Ilshin hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. When he gently asked if she was hurt or cursed, she looked at him in confusion. A hooded figure stepped forward, warning everyone about the terrifying curse of the Abyss. That night, Ilshin opened his door to find a mysterious girl in a cap standing silently outside. Tension filled the hallway. A sharp voice demanded to know how the secret had been discovered. Ilshin nervously admitted he had a detection skill, though he wasn't sure it was accurate. The man in sunglasses calmly denied everything, while Ilshin's unease grew. Soon after, one figure said goodbye to the stunned teacher, as another woman quietly watched from the couch. One left confidently, while Ilshin remained behind, weighed down by the pressure of an S-rank hunter's presence. Later, Ilshin sat in frustrated silence, his mission heavy on his mind, until Auntie cheerfully interrupted him. They decided to stick to the original plan and head to the rooftop together. A young woman beamed with excitement. Then lightning tore through the darkness. A massive glowing chain tiger materialized in a storm of crackling electricity, making Ilshin recoil in shock. He tried again to break the glowing restraints. Failed. Roaring with frustration, a gigantic electrified finger descended from the sky as divine power crashed down in a devastating strike. Golden energy exploded across the chains as a shadowy figure poured everything into the attack. Breathing hard, Ilshin strained against the bindings, muscles shaking as the magical chains refused to break. Even with his newfound strength, it was useless. Exhausted, one person collapsed onto a bench at sunset, while another stood nearby watching quietly. Nervously, they suggested moving somewhere else to figure out what was wrong. A profile scan appeared. The woman was an S-rank hunter with sealed abilities. Ilshin stared in disbelief as the scan displayed her age, rank, and emotional state. Her powers were still partially sealed. Focusing every ounce of willpower, Ilshin strained against the invisible mental lock. Sweat poured down his face. The panel confirmed it. Only part of the seal had been broken. Confusion erupted as someone demanded an explanation. Back in the hospital, a woman in patient clothes jumped when asked about her sister's whereabouts. Ilshin smiled with quiet confidence. He had made his decision. He would confront Mary's parents. Standing beneath the sunset sky, he steadied himself for what was coming. Far away, massive waves smashed violently against a rocky cliff as a storm battered a dark fortress. Rain lashed the walls. Inside, guards patrolled the dim prison corridors. In a lonely cell, a kneeling prisoner remembered hearing a miraculous voice at his lowest moment. Now, trembling in his uniform, he realized that hope had been a lie. He broke down, crushed by the truth that his devotion to a god had been in vain. A monstrous eye slowly opened, flooding the air with ominous energy. A man stood defiantly beneath its gaze, tension suffocating the space. Behind iron bars, another prisoner collapsed to his knees in terror as he realized a demon had appeared against his will. And the nightmare was only beginning. The older man recoiled in pure terror, eyes wide and mouth hanging open as fiery energy began swirling around him. He clenched his fists and focused, gathering power with unwavering determination. From the shadows, a dark figure erupted with overwhelming force, flames and energy spiraling violently around his body. Behind cold iron bars, a desperate voice cried out for help, fingers gripping the window as rain poured outside. A white-haired man collapsed to his knees, bowing repeatedly as he begged for forgiveness. Another man followed, lowering his head in shame as he pleaded just as desperately. Then he straightened. Resolve burned in his eyes as he prepared for the confrontation ahead. A trembling devotee raised both hands in reverence, tears streaming down their face as new faith in Yu Ilshin was born. Overcome with emotion, the older man dropped to his knees again, sobbing in gratitude for being accepted. Smoke curled through the air as a shadowy figure stepped forward, calling the distressed man by name. Red energy thickened around him as he demanded to know the truth about Yu Ilshin, his presence suffocating. In the rain-soaked prison cell, a terrified prisoner crawled backward as a masked intruder with glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. The older man steadied himself and confronted the visitor, suspecting the Hunter Association had finally come to silence him. Another wary figure shifted into a defensive stance, ready for violence. The man in the prison uniform confessed to killing countless people, bitterly questioning whether public opinion would now decide his fate as the hooded figure listened without a word. Suddenly, the older man glared with murderous intent and declared that even if he was no longer an apostle of evil, he could still kill. The masked figure turned sharply, interrogating a bewildered girl about the abyss. Dark energy radiated from her as she swore she would never forgive the attack on her younger sister. Without warning, a massive, ominous heart manifested, releasing crushing power that sent the older man collapsing in agony. A violent surge of dark energy followed, striking another helpless figure as a piercing scream tore through the stormy night. Far away, Ilshin sat by his window, sighing softly, as he wondered why he still could not meet Mina. Someone nearby reflected on how difficult it was to ever meet someone as famous as a top celebrity. In another place, a long-haired man knelt and wrote a farewell letter, hands trembling as he prepared to leave his post. Later, a crumpled letter was held up in shaking fingers while another person broke down in tears at its harsh words. Ilshin's phone buzzed. He stared at the screen in surprise as a digital notice board announced that a human named Yoan had become a fanatic follower of Yu Ilshin. Nearby, someone gasped in shock. A quest progress window appeared, displaying the remaining number of ordinary and high-ranking believers needed for advancement. Ilshin's breath caught when he saw that one believer was marked as S-Class. He sank back in disbelief, struggling to understand how everything was changing so fast. Another notification appeared. His eyes widened in horror. The crucial S-Class believer had suddenly died. Before he could process it, a system message revealed that offerings from a fanatic could be absorbed even after their death. Confusion washed over him. Then a warning flashed violently across the screen. Absorbing an apostle's offerings could cause unbearable, body-crushing pain. Ilshin barely had time to react before his phone surged with mysterious energy. Red lightning exploded around him as agony tore through his body. Pink lightning lit up the rain-soaked night as a supernatural force erupted through the building. Gasping, he stared at the red energy crackling around his fists. He had absorbed something new. Frustration mixed with shock as realization dawned. He could absorb the abilities of fanatic believers when they died. Clutching his phone, Ilshin lay back on the bed, heart racing as he questioned how Yoan could have died so suddenly. Scrolling through the news, he discovered the truth. The black market leader, an awakener, had died in prison from heart failure. Silence filled the room. Ilshin reviewed both god promotion quests and confirmed it. A new ability had been gained. He stared at the ceiling, confused by Yoan's sudden loyalty and even more unsettled by his death. Part of him wondered if he should feel relieved. Frustration boiled over. He thrashed across the bed, yelling about the villain's twisted behavior. Slowly, he forced himself to calm down and think about what to do next. Becoming a hunter could bring money and fame, but deep down, he knew that was not what he truly wanted. Sitting alone in the dim room, Ilshin reflected on his failed writing career and the broken contract that had followed. He clenched his fists and muttered that writing should happen whenever inspiration struck. Fueled by sudden resolve, he uploaded 10 chapters at once. Exhausted, he slumped at his desk and waited for readers to respond. Heart pounding, he opened the comment section. Then he froze. A brutal message stared back at him, mocking his spelling and tearing apart his story. More comments followed, criticizing the plot and venting their frustration. Ilshin forced out a hollow laugh as he slumped over his laptop. Finally, the weight of it all crushed him. He decided to quit writing and look for a new job. Just as he stood up, a sudden knock echoed through the room. His breath caught as he slowly turned toward the door, bracing himself for whoever stood on the other side. The young man storms through the kitchen, furious that someone has returned sooner than expected, and in the next instant, he bursts through the door, ready to attack. Before anything can happen, a panicked girl rushes in and startles the teacher, only to suddenly collapse in front of him. Shaken and confused, he catches her as she urgently begs for a difficult favor. With sparkling eyes and trembling hands, she pleads so sincerely that he finds himself unable to refuse. Moved by her hopeful gaze, he silently agrees, giving a confident thumbs up as she cheers beside him. Almost immediately, he is stunned when a notification appears, informing him that someone's faith in him has increased by 10 points, simply because he agreed to help. Watching the girl praise him with overflowing excitement, unease slowly creeps into his chest as he wonders what she might want in return. The next morning, students flood into the academy as the day begins. Reluctantly, the young man takes on the role of guardian for the cheerful girl after her sister is suspended for excessive absences. When a looming presence suddenly appears before him, he freezes in shock, trying to understand what is happening as the girl confidently steps forward. Remembering the sudden rise in her faith, he watches her approach energetically in the courtyard. As they walk together, she enthusiastically compliments his suit and casually offers to buy him more since she has plenty of money. She even insists on purchasing a high-end tracksuit as a gift. Startled by her boldness, he spins around with an uneasy expression, finally realizing that everyone around him seems to share an intense, almost fanatical devotion. The realization leaves him feeling uncomfortable and strangely guilty. Meanwhile, two people rush up the stairs, worried about being late for their consultation. In the hallway, a man suddenly confronts them, demanding to know how they are connected to Miri. The girl loudly claims the boy is her older cousin, but a muscular man studies them closely, clearly unconvinced. Flustered, she fiercely defends her story while a suited man tries to calm the situation, and another observer watches in growing confusion. Accusations fly as tempers rise. A clinical profile appears, highlighting a stern man's age and remarkable physical strength. Moments later, the girl confronts him, demanding he retract his comment about her brother's appearance, while he nervously insists he never said anything offensive. An awkward introduction unfolds near the elevator when someone apologizes for expecting a different person entirely, deepening the confusion. When questioned about his connection to a powerful hunter, one man quickly denies having any special abilities. Suddenly, a schoolgirl bursts into the elevator with urgent news. At the same time, someone arrives at the principal's office, where a mounted horn relic hangs proudly on the wall. A man stands in silence, staring at it as an older figure reflects on the long years that have passed. Without warning, a massive portal tears open above the city, directly over an elementary school. Soldiers below stare in horror as a colossal devil ogre emerges, unleashing a thunderous roar and threatening to wipe out Korea. Tension explodes across the streets at sunset as a furious soldier demands the hunters take action. Some stumble back in terror as the monstrous presence advances. A panicked warning echoes through the ranks as a beast roars again, only to be met by a determined man surrounded by swirling blue energy. He surges forward and drives a devastating punch into the monster. The creature transforms in fury, lightning crackling around its body before a violent blast smashes into the ground, sending people flying. The giant lunges at a terrified soldier, but another powerful udar shakes the streets as a muscular man slams his fist down, unleashing a massive shockwave. When the dust settles, the crowd stares in disbelief. One man stands alone, having single-handedly defeated the S-Class Devil Ogre. Realizing the truth, a witness understands that the unfamiliar hunter must also be S-Class. Later, the muscular warrior reflects quietly by a window, remembering how he earned his infamous nickname after being dragged out of a peaceful life. Elsewhere, an elderly man stands in the sunlight, accepting his duty to guide the next generation at the academy. Inside, the top student encounters unexpected trouble during a magical demonstration. Outside, the old man reflects again, knowing a rapidly evolving individual must be closely guided, even if only the association's elites know his true identity. A determined man prepares to confront a colleague and assert his authority during an upcoming meeting. As they walk down the hallway, someone casually reveals he is writing a novel about ants on his phone, sparking curiosity. Suddenly, a muscular man reacts in shock after sensing hidden strength, while a calm young man silently confirms his suspicions. Soon after, the muscular man leads two students to the principal's office. A staff member knocks and announces the arrival of a student and her guardian. Both stand nervously, one adjusting his tie before entering. Inside, the guardian formally introduces himself, and the young man bows in apology as tension thickens the air. Without warning, the older man shouts for everything to stop. The younger man freezes in shock as he recognizes the burly figure drinking in front of him as the same homeless person he once knew. The suited man begins sweating as the horrifying truth hits him. That man is the infamous S-Class hunter known as Cleaner. Nearby, A woman watches in confusion as another man realizes the monstrous threat from the past stands right before them again. Trying to calm himself, one man insists his suspicions must be wrong, even as fear tightens his chest. The other backs away, warning him not to come any closer. Sensing danger, two people prepare to intervene as the principal starts behaving strangely. A stern warning rings out about the lethal threat before them, leaving everyone stunned. A student boldly confronts the principal's outburst as another man trembles, insisting a monster could appear at any moment. Gangan silently wonders why the principal is so terrified of Mir's cousin. Suddenly, the older man explodes in rage, shouting about an unpaid debt of 5,000. As others watch in shock, he lunges forward wildly. Energy erupts around the young man in the suit as he recoils, and in a furious burst of power he rejects the money outright. In the chaos, a figure crashes through a high window. Someone plummets from above and slams into the ground as three people stare in horror. Glass shatters again as a shadowy form appears inside the office. Moments later, a muscular man smashes through the door, filling the room with smoke and shock. The enraged older man storms outside, screaming at the top of his lungs. The muscular man quickly apologizes to the stunned students for the chaos, surprising them with how fast the principal had arrived. As silence slowly returns, one man mutters his concern about another's mental stability after a past rescue, while his companion listens uneasily, knowing that nothing at the academy will ever feel normal again. The muscular man spins away from the city sidewalk, vanishing into a thick cloud of dust. Inside the room, a stern older man breaks the silence by clearing his throat loudly. Everyone sits stiffly around the table, the tension so heavy it feels impossible to breathe. Suddenly, a girl in a school uniform jumps in shock beside a startled young man in the sunlit room. Blushing deeply, she hurriedly pulls out a container of cookies and insists that someone try them. With a bright smile, she urges the hesitant boy to take a bite, while the older man watches quietly from the background. One man remains rigid in his seat, feeling uneasy beneath an intense stare. Ilshin cautiously accepts the offered snack and eats it, surprised, while the girl nervously wonders if the tribute will be considered worthy. Across the table, a man glares with burning intensity as blue energy swirls around him, making others question why he is being stared at so fiercely. A suited man suggests speaking privately with a nervous white-haired man, but he quickly refuses as the girl looks on anxiously. Another man firmly orders everyone to sit, signaling that it is time to talk. In the office, a distressed student struggles to explain herself while a concerned man listens closely. A stern figure formally addresses Mary's repeated absences from class. A teacher recommends closer supervision, and the tense guardian promises to care for her better. The two men finish their serious discussion about arranging her future. Just as someone stands to leave, a desperate voice shouts for them to stop. An injured man blocks the exit, refusing to let anyone escape. Shock spreads across their faces as he confronts a woman, demanding to know if she understands how long he has searched for her. The older man lunges forward, ranting about destiny, while the younger man tries to make sense of it all. Elsewhere, a muscular man proudly brags about the academy's advanced equipment, while another listens silently. A stern authority figure orders the shocked girl to follow him for testing. Nearby, an older man clasps his fists and begs desperately for help. Ilshin refuses a demand, stunned and defensive, as laughter echoes behind him. A desperate plea follows as a man begs the principal in front of the students, promising anything in exchange for the test. A firm deal is made. All of Mary's absences will be forgiven, and she will be excused from training if they cooperate. The principal silences objections, declaring this the perfect opportunity. A voice announces the start, as the empty academy buildings stand ready. In a high-tech laboratory, two researchers watch a nervous man inside a containment chamber. One questions the ethics of testing an ordinary human, while the other insists it is necessary, even if the subject is only G rank. Suddenly, a monstrous presence appears, freezing them in terror. An information display explains the Orb of the Selector, a powerful artifact used by the Academy to measure human potential and separate followers from sacrifices. Ilshin recognizes its immense value at once and senses danger in the air. Slowly, he steps forward and places his hand on the glowing orb as the adults watch from behind the glass. The orb flares violently with golden light, energy surging through his body. He stands frozen, overwhelmed by the revelation. Another burst of crackling power signals the test's end. Relief spreads among the students as scientists stare at astonishing data. One young man beams with excitement, convinced he has finally proven his greatness. He eagerly asks what rank he received while another girl watches quietly. A stern woman delivers the results bluntly, and shock ripples through the room. A battered youth stares at the devastation around him in horror. Doubts rise about the machine's accuracy, but the scientist assures them the margin of error is minimal. Confusion follows as someone wonders about the closeness of two individuals they observed earlier. A profile reveals Kroy Yunai as the medical team leader of the academy and a relative of Cho Kong. Back in the office, one person insists on being called manager, another awkwardly agrees, and someone else questions whether two people truly resemble each other. Ilshin scoffs at the machine's ability to measure divine power and decides to leave. Meanwhile, an older man furiously questions a lab-coated woman about the shocking G-rank result. She stands firm, defending her report. Troubled, the man recalls the strange rooftop incident and suddenly realizes a crucial detail about someone who passed out. Elsewhere, a monstrous plant radiates dark energy as an older man watches with a confident grin, preparing to put his opponent to sleep. Two people walk together discussing food plans when the older man suddenly charges at them, startling them both. The white-haired man abruptly demands a sparring match, shocking the young man and the girl. A muscular fighter angrily dismisses the machine's usefulness, while the trembling scientist watches helplessly. The fighter refuses to cooperate, annoyed, realizing that everyone who fights him becomes strangely obsessed. Determined, another warrior prepares to challenge the older man, believing victory will earn him the S-rank follower he needs. With a confident grin, he readies himself as tension fills the air. A sudden threat makes three figures stiffen in alarm. The older man excitedly leads everyone toward the sparring room. A muscular man steps forward and boldly declares he will fight, stunning the group. Someone challenges the principal's involvement, but the decision stands. Inside the MMA cage, a fighter waits as onlookers gather. A hand grips the fence, signaling the start. One observer tests the barrier, wondering if it can contain the energy of the clash. Nearby, two men debate wearing protective armor, but the seasoned fighter confidently refuses, taunting his opponent's lack of experience. Standing tall, he reassures everyone with a confident smile, then glares fiercely, warning that regret will follow. A stern mentor snaps at a distracted trainee to stay focused during practice. As a concerned bystander listens, others discuss the legendary combat skill and real-world experience of a top-ranked fighter, leaving one listener stunned by the truth. The girl cheers wildly, shouting for the fighter to end the match with a single blow. Beside her, the older man watches calmly, while Ilshin stands drenched in sweat, bracing himself as a powerful opponent blocks his path, dark energy rolling off his body. Around them, students flood into the gym as a sparring recruitment test for a new teacher is announced. A worried man protests as the crowd pours in, only to fall silent when a massive boxer clears his throat and fixes him with a cold stare. Urged to hurry, Ilshin steadies his breathing as the tension thickens. Two men step into the ring, one mocking the other to strike first. As the duel begins, a frustrated student complains about someone's careless attitude toward rankings, while elsewhere a determined fighter steels himself, ready to prove his worth as a hunter. In the ring, the red-haired man launches a brutal punch straight at his opponent's face. The blow lands with a crack, sending the student flying backward in agony. The masked fighter reels as his attack is dodged, while a terrified student remembers the moment two enemies charged him, ending his lucky streak. Eyes glowing with fury, a muscular warrior drives a crushing punch toward a stunned opponent. Another fighter surges forward, red energy building wildly as he unleashes a finishing strike. Ilshin staggers as burning power erupts from his chest. An electrified blast slams into his opponent, shockwaves ripping across the arena. The students erupt in cheers, stunned by the overwhelming display of strength. Without warning, a surprise blow lands, forcing a man to recoil. A determined youth extends his finger and releases a surge of crackling energy, lightning dancing around him. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a violent burst explodes forward. A man convulses as electricity tears through his forehead, blood spraying from his nose as he collapses in disbelief. The lower-ranked fighter stands victorious, while his higher-ranked opponent crumples to the floor. Another older warrior remains standing in triumph as his foe drops, the crowd frozen in awe. After the match, Ilshin scratches his head in confusion while the girl cheers loudly, and the defeated fighter lies motionless. Nearby, a muscular man groans on the ground, still suffering from the brutal attack. A stunned onlooker watches staff rush in, shocked by how quickly the PE teacher was defeated, quietly wondering if Ilshin is truly just an ordinary person. An unconscious body is wheeled out of the cage as gasps ripple through the crowd. A young man grips the fence anxiously, peering through in fear for what might happen next. Suddenly, an older man aggressively challenges a younger fighter, catching him completely off guard. The young man recoils as he watches someone get slammed into the ground by a barefoot opponent. The battle-hardened warrior clenches his fists, preparing himself. A data profile flashes on screen, revealing a stern portrait and highlighting remarkable muscular potential. Inside the arena, a fighter hesitates before the towering opponent, considering whether persuasion might work better than combat. The blue-eyed man leans in with a cruel grin, taunting him as irritation flickers across his face. A shaken student reflects on witnessing his teacher's brutal defeat. Elsewhere, an older man faces a monstrous presence, remembering he has seen even greater power before. The tension spikes as one fighter prepares for a knockout, while another body lies still nearby. The standoff is suddenly broken when someone proposes a bet. With bold confidence, he declares that the loser must fulfill a single request from the winner. The older man agrees, stating firmly that nothing illegal will be involved. A student echoes the challenge, accepting the terms without hesitation. From the sidelines, a stern man glares, doubting the challenger's confidence while preparing a special keyword he once used to turn the tide. As the fighters square up, Ilshin suddenly notices something strange in the courtyard beyond. The muscular warrior declares that if he wins, the seated young man must grant him a favor. The challenge is accepted instantly, both sides certain of victory. Lightning explodes around the fighter as he roars, power surging violently. Ilshin is struck suddenly and stumbles back, barely managing to block the next crushing blow. The force rattles his entire body. With a furious scream, the warrior gathers every ounce of strength, lightning tearing through the air. Ilshin spins in shock as something unexpected happens, and both fighters unleash their abilities at once, energy colliding before the stunned crowd. An older man points sharply, demanding to know if the legendary S-rank hunter was the source of this knowledge. Another recalls an ancient prophecy about a figure both brutally fearsome and deeply honorable. The realization dawns that the prophecy may be referring to someone standing there now. When the academy is mentioned, Ilshin's expression sharpens instantly. A man yawns casually, brushing off an attack and complaining about his busy schedule. Suddenly, a massive shadow plunges down at terrifying speed. An older muscular warrior slams a devastating punch into a younger opponent, sending him flying across the cage. Another crushing blow follows as the crowd watches in stunned silence. Two women freeze in terror as a new threat radiates overwhelming energy. The older fighter clenches his fists, ready to strike again. The opponents lock eyes in an electrified standoff, power crackling between them. With fierce determination, Ilshin drives his fist forward, unleashing a powerful final attack that shakes the entire arena. The white-haired older man launches a devastating punch with fierce determination, his fist cutting through the air as it connects. Another heavy blow lands in the chaos of battle, sending an opponent stumbling back. A battered young man clutches his neck as raw energy surges through his body, pain ripping across his face. The older fighter is suddenly hurled backward by an overwhelming strike, crashing away as the crowd looks up in horror at what unfolds above them. Teeth clenched and eyes blazing, one warrior braces himself for the decisive moment. A brutal punch slams into the older man's face, snapping his head sideways. A crushing kick follows, smashing into a torso and sending shockwaves through the cage. A wounded fighter collapses to the ground, glaring upward as he struggles to rise through the pain. Inside the arena, the muscular white-haired man delivers another devastating kick to his brown-haired opponent. A sharp strike across the face sends blood spraying as a crushing punch launches a body across the cage. Even battered, the bandaged fighter raises his fists defiantly. Ilshin steadies himself, breathing hard, insisting he still has more power left. The two muscular men square off inside the cage, as one challenges the other for academy entry. The older fighter clenches his fist, gathering his full strength, while the younger man refuses to back down and prepares to fight. With a roar, the challenger charges forward. Ilshin plants his feet and faces him head-on. Golden energy suddenly erupts from the principal as glowing symbols swirl through the air. 3 students stare in disbelief while 2 bystanders panic, wondering why no one is stopping this. A furious punch is thrown, blood flying from the impact. One student shouts that even teacher Ilshin cannot handle this level of power and begs for intervention. Ilshin rushes forward, slamming into a glowing magical barrier. Lightning explodes as a woman's punch sends a boxer reeling. Eyes widen in shock as energy crackles everywhere. A notification flashes. The first apostle clears the Trial of Flowers on the 11th floor of the Tower of Warriors. Another message announces an offering request from a faithful believer. Back in the cage, 2 fighters charge at each other once more. After pushing past his limits, Ilshin channels overwhelming power, fists blazing as he attacks. Despite his injuries, he lunges forward again, refusing to fall. Their fists collide midair, energy detonating outward as their bodies crash together in a violent explosion of light. Suddenly, a glowing bouquet of roses materializes in front of Ilshin. He recoils in shock as ominous energy radiates from the flowers. The bouquet is hurled at a muscular man, then shoved into the older man's face, leaving everyone frozen in disbelief. A mysterious glowing flower pulses in the air. Without warning, a massive shadow looms. Terror explodes across the gym as one man bolts from the cage, smashing through glass and fleeing into the crowd. Smoke rises from the smoldering roses on the floor. Ilshin anxiously waits for his phone to confirm a new follower, wondering if victory has finally paid off. Inside the cage, the muscular man pauses mid-training as a message summons him. A massive prompt appears, asking whether to accept millions of non-believers into the city. Ilshin grins wildly as his follower count skyrockets. Orders are issued to expand the city walls. He rushes forward, reviewing progress as believers surpass 10 million. But excitement fades into desperation when he realizes how far 1 billion truly is. Mocking voices echo from afar. Someone proclaims a divine revelation while another blushes in embarrassment. Ant-like followers raise their arms and chant in perfect unison. Frustrated, Ilshin grips his phone at sunset, anger boiling over. He storms through the hallway, searching for the missing principal as more shocking messages appear. Deep in the forest, a long-haired figure staggers through thick foliage. A sudden grab on the shoulder sparks a tense confrontation. A critical prompt flashes, urging a decision to save a fanatic believer from suicide. Ilshin bursts forward just as a man raises a dagger to his chest. Morning sunlight pours across the forest as a body collapses beneath a wooden structure. A glowing portal rips open, and Ilshin steps through to find a trembling man clutching a cursed dagger. Shock fills his eyes as he recognizes the scene. A crushing presence approaches. The desperate man clutches his head, begging for help. A wrist is seized mid-strike as purple energy crackles violently. A hooked sword crashes into the dirt. A brutal kick sends bodies sprawling as weapons scatter. Anger erupts as one man demands to know why the other is trying to destroy himself. The threat in the air thickens. A masked figure with glowing red eyes emerges silently from the fog. Another appears behind Ilshin without warning. A frantic warning rings out about a hidden enemy, using a strange technique. Suddenly, someone shouts an accusation, calling the hooded figure a pervert. Silence crashes over the forest as everyone stares in stunned disbelief, realizing this chaos is far from over. Ilshin suddenly looks up, eyes wide, completely caught off guard by something he never expected to see. A shocking claim echoes through the forest, leaving one man frozen in disbelief. Moments later, a furious voice breaks the silence as a man confronts a startled woman among the trees, demanding to know why she is there. Nearby, a hooded figure senses danger and snaps into alert. The long-haired swordsman grips his blade tightly, struggling to understand why Songmina would betray him. A profile flashes in his mind, revealing the horrifying truth. She has been touched by the curse of the abyss and is bound to the god of destruction. A masked figure suddenly bursts into a dim room, aggressively challenging someone inside. Back in the forest, one man calmly explains his sensing abilities, while the others stare in shock. The swordsman admits that those who crossed paths with the sword god were truly extraordinary. A plague doctor mask clatters to the ground as a towering figure stands above it. Flames roar behind the long-haired man as he pulls on his coat, bracing himself for what comes next. One person remains calm, while another stares in stunned silence. In the tension, someone blurts out a flustered compliment toward the cloaked woman, drawing awkward glances from the others. A blinding beam of light erupts, but a man resists it, refusing to fall for the trick. He scoffs, claiming the fallen mask is protected by powerful A-class concealment magic. Suddenly, a violent energy blast shatters through a defensive item. Shock floods every face as overwhelming power crashes outward. One man steps forward, demanding answers while another watches closely. A warrior silently steels himself, ready to act. With a furious roar, a man charges forward, declaring his intent to kill. Two fighters spin in shock as someone accuses them of murdering the sword phantom. One of them breaks down, admitting he cannot defeat 10 terrifying enemies. From the shadows, a female figure with glowing eyes emerges, radiating a chilling presence. Someone boldly mocks the sword phantom as weak, drawing gasps from the group. Ilshin quickly steps in, urging everyone to forgive instead of spilling more blood. Another man reassures them of the truth, revealing the shocked newcomer to be the sword god himself. Electricity crackles around the long-haired warrior as he remembers a sudden and impossible moment from before. Power surges again as a furious woman refuses to back down after her sibling is threatened. A young man desperately begs for mercy, arguing that now the truth is known, killing is pointless. Another offers to surrender and take responsibility. A bold interruption cuts through the chaos, confusing some while others watch in silence. Suddenly, a trembling youth is accused as the next target. Fear floods his face as Ilshin confronts the mastermind, accusing them of orchestrating everything. A woman lashes out at Ilshin about Mary, only to recoil when her secret is exposed. The ceiling of her brother's abilities finally revealed. Realizing the danger of facing someone with advanced sensing powers, Ilshin tightens his resolve. Sweat pours down as he prepares to kill if necessary. Nearby, a blood seal curse eats away at a girl's life, while she risks everything to contain it. A powerful magical prison holds a shadowy beast captive, impossible to break by skill alone. Blue energy spirals around a warrior's eyes as he locks onto his target. Another questions why anyone would sacrifice so much for the seal, as floating rubble trembles around them. Lightning explodes as a furious woman accuses someone of jealousy and unleashes a devastating strike. A boot slams into the dirt in front of Ilshin, jolting him back into reality. Swords clash violently. A dark-armored fighter slashes through the forest as alarms ring out. A white-haired warrior counters with a savage downward strike. Energy gathers in glowing hands as magic attacks fire in rapid succession. Red power erupts forward, tearing into a bloodied body that screams in agony. Blue energy answers back, shattering the ground beneath their feet. A battered man crashes against a tree, coughing violently as his sword burns on the scorched earth. In the clearing, weapons are aimed as a deadly standoff forms. A hooded presence radiates crushing power, making knees tremble. With a casual flick of glowing fingers, a woman sends a fighter flying. Someone rushes to check on a wounded ally slumped against a tree. Gasping for breath, the injured man reveals a terrifying rumor. Songmina may not be S-class at all. She may be SS class. Lightning tears through the air as a blue-haired woman attacks, the stunned opponent finally realizing the massive gap in their power. The assault halts as a glowing energy sphere forms in her palm. A long-haired fighter calmly blocks a lightning punch with ease, confidence pouring off him. Suddenly, a massive glowing heart materializes, leaving Ilshin frozen in shock. Red energy explodes around a terrified man as darkness surges again. A sinister figure smirks, releasing crackling black lightning from his fingertip. A red-haired warrior fires dark power straight into the blue-haired woman's chest. The forest burns as someone recognizes the overwhelming presence of the sword god. A young man staggers as violent energy bursts from his body, triggering a terrifying transformation. Blue eyes glow as two fingers touch a temple, activating a hidden power. Without warning, a mysterious hand grips Ilshin's throat, crushing the air from his lungs. Someone screams for the sword god to survive, as the wounded fighter collapses against the tree. Angry shouts echo through the forest while another figure silently watches from the shadows, knowing the battle has only just begun. Ilshin grits his teeth and endures the supernatural assault without showing even a hint of weakness. Another fighter staggers backward in shock, finally realizing the terrifying truth behind what just happened. Ilshin releases a long breath, his body finally loosening after surviving the ordeal. Across the clearing, a warrior stares in disbelief as his strongest attack fails completely, while his opponent remains calm and untouched. A woman acknowledges the unexpected skill before her, eyes sharp with respect. Clutching his side, a man admits his powers go far beyond mental manipulation, leaving the others stunned. Blue energy erupts into the air like a raging storm. A sword is raised in panic as realization crashes down on both fighters at once. Crackling power gathers between trembling hands, warning of an incoming catastrophe. Someone shouts that facing an SS-class opponent means certain death. High above, a terrifying apparition radiates overwhelming pressure, and Ilshin finally understands that there may be something beyond S-class hunters. His opponent's strength dwarfs anything he has ever known. Power explodes without warning. A swirling force rips through the space between them, and a horned figure descends from the sky, unleashing a massive wave of fire. Flames swallow the battlefield, followed by a thunderous explosion that shakes the earth itself. Dark energy creeps up Ilshin's arm as smoke clears around a massive crater. Two figures stand at its edge, staring in silence at the destruction. From above, a woman rains down a devastating attack, then follows with a surge of crackling electricity that leaves everyone frozen in fear. Another figure hovers, forming a massive energy sphere before hurling it downward. Suddenly, ice bursts outward, trapping limbs in frozen chains. A massive blue blast slams into the ground, triggering another violent explosion. Ilshin stares in disbelief, then panics as his ankles freeze solid. Watching the effortless use of attack skills, someone wonders in horror if she is a mind hunter. Power surges violently as a hidden force awakens within a fighter. Ilshin braces himself while another shouts that everything around them is an illusion. A ghostly swordsman stands silent as shadowy tendrils lash out, trapping two fighters while one desperately swings a blade. The truth is revealed. The battlefield itself is a mental illusion. Rocks begin to levitate, glowing with blue energy as reality bends. A violent blast sends a long-haired warrior smashing through a wall. Stone-like projectiles shoot through the air, narrowly dodged. With one hand, a colossal chunk of earth rises from the ground, lifted higher and higher by overwhelming force. A warning rings out that if the illusion is fully imprinted onto their bodies, it will kill them. Hovering above, A woman raises a massive, electrified boulder and threatens the man trapped beneath it, demanding to know who he truly is. Hesitating, he finally admits the truth. He has no talent. The revelation stuns everyone. Even ants, he explains, can become gods. Ilshin admits he has only been focused on helping Miri reach S rank and has no idea how deep this situation truly goes. A desperate plea follows for Mir's release as dark energy swirls violently. A furious figure gathers an enormous attack. The ground trembles, energy erupts. A gigantic electrified sword slams into the earth, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave. A swordsman grips his weapon in horror as he recognizes the sword god. The battlefield explodes once more as debris rains down. The horned figure crashes into the ground, glaring with open contempt. Shock spreads as the concept of skill sharing is revealed. A glowing fist surges with physical power. Golden lightning erupts from a muscular man, shattering the earth. Radiant energy engulfs another as a shared skill activates. Electric transformations ignite. A fighter bursts upward through stone, smashing barriers apart with thunderous force. Lightning detonates violently, blasting bodies backward. A woman screams in pain as electricity tears through her. Yet the muscular warrior endures it all through sheer strength, leaving everyone speechless. Embers drift through the air as chaos settles briefly. A shirtless man smirks confidently while another praises his sword skills in awe. Suddenly, the illusion is stripped away again. A blue-haired figure releases overwhelming power, shattering the ground. A fighter silences an opponent with a crushing sword strike, while a glowing presence watches from above. Ignoring desperate pleas, a warrior strides forward through the rubble. A long-haired fighter screams as energy explodes around him. Someone shouts urgently to the blue-haired woman. Speed blurs reality as she lunges suddenly, striking the shirtless man before he can react. A temple is touched, activating another powerful skill. A frustrated voice interrupts the chaos, demanding to be heard. A magical barrier flares into existence, runes spinning wildly as a levitating woman releases a surge of violent purple energy. A blast rips through the forest, sending a young man flying as power erupts from his chest. Ilshin freezes, sweat sliding down his face. Darkness closes in. When he wakes, everything feels wrong. A lone man walks through shallow water into an endless empty space. Bare feet step forward into swirling energy as strength floods back into his body. The silence hums with unseen life. He presses onward, ripples spreading beneath each step, and declares that limitless power surges within him. Suddenly, he senses a presence. The world shifts. He now stands beneath a glowing sky filled with endless stars. As he stares in awe, a furious voice shouts from behind. Lightning explodes. Ilshin flinches as blinding light floods his vision, and a woman unleashes another violent surge of electric energy straight toward him. Startled, the young man suddenly snaps back to reality, remembering that he is still in the middle of a brutal fight. A long-haired warrior draws glowing energy into his clenched fist, power surging as he prepares to strike. Without warning, Ilshin is dragged into a swirling magical swamp while two figures watch coldly from below. A dominant presence crashes down on the terrified youth, pressing him into the ground. Dark energy radiates from the towering figure as defeat is calmly declared. A massive glowing finger pins Ilshin to the earth, crushing the breath from his lungs. Water-like tendrils wrap around his face as he thrashes wildly, gasping for air. Realizing his skills are useless, he reaches out desperately while the woman above him remains disturbingly calm. Suddenly, he bursts out of the water beneath a star-filled sky, collapsing at someone's feet. A serious voice warns that being pulled into the swirling light would trap the body forever in a vegetative state. Ilshin sucks in air desperately as the water churns around him. Sweat pours down his face as a massive foot looms overhead. A girl flares with magical power and issues a final warning while the frightened boy begs her to calm down. In the shadows, a long-haired man demands a confession with burning fury. Pinned beneath a woman's boot, Ilshin stammers in terror as she demands his identity and motives. She leans closer, revealing that she can see something hidden within him. The tension abruptly breaks when a long-haired man freezes in embarrassment after accidentally glimpsing her white underwear. Before he can react, the woman launches herself from above. He sarcastically comments on her reckless move just as she unleashes a lethal energy strike. A crushing surge of water slams into Ilshin, followed by a splash to the face that leaves him dazed. From the swirling vortex above, a powerful figure emerges under the glowing star-street sky, commanding absolute attention. Silence follows as everyone processes what they are witnessing. Ilshin drifts into a strange, dreamlike darkness, suspended underwater. Fighting exhaustion, he reflects on the unresolved reason behind the seal placed on Miss Miri. As his strength fades, a condition is fulfilled. The night blooming rose activates. Elsewhere, A woman senses a disturbance and turns sharply. Another spins in surprise as a monstrous force erupts nearby. A lone fighter braces as a swirling blast tears through the air. In the glowing calm, someone thinks it feels like a peaceful dream, even as chaos rages elsewhere. A furious man shouts threats at an opponent struggling to stay afloat in churning water. Ilshin cries out again as the vortex traps him once more at the feet of a mysterious presence. A solitary figure steps forward as cosmic light spirals behind him. He silently analyzes everything, wondering if this realm connects to the Nether Dragon. Though the threat is gone, he decides it is time to leave the void and return to reality. Back in the world, a long-haired woman senses danger and rushes toward it. Another arrives glowing with supernatural energy. A lone warrior confronts a towering armored monster without fear. The creature roars, shaking the land. A massive golden limb smashes through smoke and energy, launching a body across the battlefield. A stunned woman stares upward as sweat pours down her face. Jagged fangs snap inches from a fighter as clawed limbs crash down with crushing force. A determined warrior rockets forward to counterattack, scanning the darkness as new threats emerge. Inside what was thought to be an impenetrable mental space, a monstrous plant suddenly appears, spreading confusion and alarm. A woman gasps as she recognizes a grinning man mocking her with a heart-shaped gesture. A beast lunges toward a lone floating figure. Terror freezes one man in place as sweat streams down his face. Deep underwater, Ilshin is trapped inside a giant rose wrapped in thick, thorny vines. He sleeps peacefully as energy swirls around him. The vines tighten as exhaustion drags him deeper into unconsciousness. Elsewhere, a battered fighter stands firm before a monstrous creature, breathing heavily while clutching his injured arm. Shadowy tendrils surround him in the rain, and the horrifying gap in power becomes clear. Helplessness crashes over him. A new armored monster rises from the ruins, spreading terror. The lone fighter refuses its demand. Thorny vines lash out and bind him tightly, sending panic through his body. Another victim screams as a serpent-like plant coils around her, squeezing mercilessly. The plant monster looms closer. Desperate pleas for mercy echo as jaws close in. Yet fueled by hatred for the Nether Dragon, the young man clings to life. Tears stream down his face as he vows revenge. Suddenly, a powerful blow slams into the monstrous plant. Someone steps forward across the cracked ground with unshakable resolve. In a ruined city, Ilshin appears, staring around in confusion. His vision blurs as he wakes inside a fragmented space, struggling to remember how he arrived there. Then glowing golden panels light up the dark wall around him. Frozen in shock, he realizes something far bigger has just begun. The young man walks alone through a cracked corridor that flickers and glitches like a broken dream. Suddenly, power surges through the chamber, bathing everything in blinding light as he freezes in shock. A stunned observer stands rigid before a glowing projector as Mina's sealed nightmare begins to unfold. The vision drags them 15 years into the past. The city erupts into chaos as the Nether Dragon descends from the sky, its massive form devouring hundreds in seconds. Screams echo as people scatter in terror. A desperate woman shields a young girl while buildings collapse around them. Two sisters cling together in horror as they learn their parents have been killed. A sinister force descends. Red energy brands the kneeling sisters as the dragon marks them as future sacrifices. While others flee, the curse is sealed into their bodies. Because of that seal, one sister gains S-Class hunter abilities. And after becoming S-Class, she dedicates every ounce of her strength to vengeance. Lightning tears through the sky as she strikes the Nether Dragon with overwhelming power, finally bringing it down. Yet she never believes it is truly gone. The curse continues to rot her from within. Blood stains the sink as her strength grows faster than her body can endure. Her life shortens rapidly. Eventually, she collapses, barely alive. Through tears, she confesses that the curse gave her power at the cost of her lifespan, begging for someone to understand her choices. Another woman bursts in, revealing she carries the same curse and is ready to avenge their parents as well. But when she tries to remove the branding, she fails. Desperate, she sacrifices even more of her own life to seal her sister's ability, preventing her from reaching S-Class and killing herself faster. Lightning crashes down onto the screaming sister as the seal is forced into place. Behind them, a chained beast wreathed in electricity looms like death itself. The vision shifts. A shirtless young man stands before a strange mechanical device, bracing himself. Then reality crashes back in as Ilshin falls to his knees in tears, overwhelmed by the truth of Songmina's broken mind. The mental space imprisoning him begins to collapse. Voices rush in. Someone checks frantically on the sword god. A worried woman confronts Ilshin for ignoring her earlier. Another congratulates him on defeating Songmina and eagerly asks what he will do next. Suddenly, a defiant woman demands to know if they plan to sell Mina to the Hunter Association. Panic erupts. Ilshin drops beside Mina's unconscious body, shaking her desperately. He checks her breathing and nearly collapses with relief when he feels it. Others rush to examine her wounds. A realization strikes, freezing him in place. A frail figure runs forward and clings tightly to him. Moments later, everything changes. The scene shifts to peaceful mountains and lush green forests. A small, secluded house rests quietly in a sunlit clearing. Mina stirs in bed, groaning in frustration as she wakes. Ilshin anxiously tries healing her, but nothing works. Desperate, he searches online for solutions. He rejects suggestion after suggestion in irritation. When the sword demands sacrifice, he snaps at it to go away. When the system insists he must reach higher god status, he angrily rejects the quest. Later, he wakes beside a glowing bed, disoriented. A luminous rose blooms in the darkness as a new ability unlocks. Elsewhere, a man writhes in black liquid while underwater. A massive rose cocoon protects an unconscious figure who slowly begins to awaken. Ilshin stares at a glowing device, stunned by what he has become. A message appears. Ilshin mocks the nightmare. Another urgent notification follows, making Ilshin's heart race with hope. Then the truth hits him. The only solution is sleeping with her. His face explodes with disbelief as even the creature confirms it. Morning sunlight spills across the room. Ilshin jolts awake. He sits quietly beside Mina, watching her sleep peacefully. He gently tucks her in and tells her he will make breakfast. She lights up, talking excitedly about food. He realizes something incredible. Sharing dreams with her is actually healing her. He softly asks her name and what she loves most. She smiles and answers, "My sister." Suddenly, fear grips her as monstrous flowers appear in her memories. She admits she is terrified of blooms as Ilshin reaches out gently. Exhaustion finally overtakes him, and he decides to sleep again. Then panic strikes. He realizes he may have technically kidnapped an S-rank hunter. News spreads fast. The Hunter Association launches a massive search for the missing S-rank. Ilshin retreats to a remote cabin, determined to stay hidden until Mina recovers. Elsewhere, someone rushes toward the house to inform Mary. In the forest, a long-haired man gasps for breath as the sword god steps into the sunlight. A masked man kneels respectfully before Ilshin and asks about training. In response, Ilshin hands him a legendary swordsmanship book. Ilshin stares in shock when he learns the heavenly demonic sword has been acquired. What once seemed impossible now feels achievable. Ilshin clutches his head in frustration as the system announces 2 new high-level followers. He learns that Ilho and Anti have both reached S-rank. Hope ignites. If they can do it, Sword Phantom might too. Determined, Ilshin vows to push all his followers to S-rank, stunning his companion. Suddenly, a long-haired figure pauses mid-step, gripping a closed book as he looks up sharply. Something unexpected has just arrived. Ilshin stares at his phone in disbelief, realizing he has just spent 20 million god coins on a sword book, only to discover the sword itself was merely bundled in as a gimmick. After flipping through the swordsmanship techniques, frustration boils over as he understands he has been scammed with non-refundable items. In the clearing, one trainee charges forward with renewed fire, while another watches with clear disappointment. Determined to speed up their growth, Ilshin prepares powerful potions he knows work without fail. A companion approaches and offers a drink to the exhausted trainee, who bows dramatically in gratitude while Ilshin heads off to make breakfast and orders him to keep training. One figure drops to his knees in desperation, begging for a different path, but Ilshin turns away, insisting on his own plan to make them both stronger. Beneath a massive glowing sword, the kneeling man swears to live up to the Sword Saint's expectations. Later, Ilshin scrolls through breakfast recipes while someone recovers behind him. A breaking news alert flashes across his phone, followed by a direct threat from an S-rank hunter. An explosion rocks the room, yet Ilshin calmly continues checking his screen as debris swirls around him. A sharp voice cuts through the chaos as an armored figure storms in through the smoke, demanding to know where Mina is. The man is introduced as a legendary human who has wielded flames for 26 years, hinting that his power surpasses ordinary limits. Recognition strikes, and someone suddenly realizes who he truly is. A black-clad warrior explodes in rage at the red-armored fighter, demanding the identity of the silent figure nearby. Then the truth drops like thunder. Ilshin is revealed as the legendary Sword Saint. Shock ripples through the group. To break the awkward tension, someone mocks the childish scene of floating rubber ducks surrounding the sword, begging for it to end. The humor dies quickly when a menacing voice warns that Mina may already be dead. A woman coldly exposes another man's dependence on the Sword Saint, leaving him visibly shaken. Rage ignites in a red-eyed fighter who swears that everyone will die if his suspicions are correct. A confident warrior taunts his exhausted opponent, refusing to let him rest. The red-armored swordsman steps forward, challenging a powerful foe as the others hold their breath. Dark energy explodes as a massive glowing weapon swings forward. Blazing sword fire engulfs a shadowy enemy, who screams as flames consume them. With a crushing blow, the red-armored warrior destroys the foe while a stunned young man watches. Silence follows as two warriors lock eyes. Then one vanishes in a flash of blue energy. Shock spreads as teleportation shifts the battlefield. In the chaos, a furious woman swings a massive axe, demanding answers as fire storms around them. Panic hits when someone realizes Mina is gone. The sky darkens. A colossal red dragon materializes, radiating overwhelming danger. A stunned man shouts in disbelief as the monstrous creature fills the battlefield. An armored figure grabs a young man by the throat, demanding an explanation. Flames roar as Ilshin pushes forward with a blazing sword, preparing to strike. A glowing finger rises, ready to unleash a special attack. Allies brace beside him as tempers flare in the fiery standoff. Fear freezes a red-haired fighter. Another armored warrior stands paralyzed as the dragon's massive eye snaps open. With a single command, the dragon vanishes. Shock follows instantly. Ilshin channels overwhelming energy into his hand as molten fire reshapes the battlefield. A lava-fueled dragon reappears, towering above them as blades ignite once more. The red-armored warrior shields her companion as flames erupt violently. Someone watches in disbelief as Ilshin's calm strength overwhelms everything. His sword crackles and begins transforming before their eyes. Accusations explode. A man is grabbed by the collar and shaken for answers. Realization slams into a red-haired fighter, leaving her trembling. Ilshin casually jokes about overheating from all the flames, adjusting his collar as if nothing happened. Anger returns. A wounded armored warrior collapses to one knee, bleeding heavily. Nearby, someone stares in shock, struggling to process how Becky Hin was defeated so easily. Another powerful skill is about to be unleashed when a furious scream cuts through the tension, silencing everyone. Inside the house, Mina shouts in frustration about the noise keeping her awake. Relief floods the clearing as a red-haired woman rushes forward and hugs Mina tightly, tears streaming down her face. Shock follows as urgent news is whispered. Emotion spills over as the embrace tightens. A girl in pajamas storms in, accusing the stunned adults of being terrible people. Someone cries out through tears while another comforts them. Suddenly, eyes glow. Energy erupts violently as a devastating attack crashes into an opponent. Lightning follows, blasting a red-armored figure through the air. A young man leaps in front of a girl just as a massive explosion tears through the ground. The armored warrior crashes down, blood pouring from a fresh wound as consciousness fades. Shock grips the survivors. One trembles on the ground while another stands silently beside them. Outside, a young man spins around when someone calls out. A worried woman rushes to check if he is hurt, her face pale with fear as the chaos finally begins to settle. The red-haired man in armor stumbles back in disbelief, struggling to process the revelation that has just shattered everything he thought he knew. Nearby, the woman in pajamas grips the nervous young man by the shoulders in the forest, offering gentle reassurance until he finally nods and steadies himself. Suddenly, a girl throws her arms around a startled boy, shielding him instinctively as the wounded armored warrior kneels behind them. The red-haired fighter calls out shakily, his voice trembling with worry. A woman affectionately pinches another's cheeks, warning her not to get hurt again, and the girl obediently agrees. One person nearly lets a secret slip in panic, and another catches it instantly, watching with sharp suspicion. Two figures stand side by side as someone in front of them stares in open shock. A woman gasps while the man beneath her flushes nervously as rumors about them dating begin spreading. Seeing all of this, Ilshin feels a deep ache in his chest, reflecting on how painful it must be to lose someone you love to fading memories. Suddenly, radiant energy bursts outward. A powerful healing ability activates, bathing the injured warrior in glowing light. His eyes widen in disbelief as every wound closes completely. An analytical assessment flashes through the group, explaining the miraculous cause and effect of the recovery. Then another revelation strikes. Despite his low rank, one individual holds the potential to transcend beyond normal limits. Shock ripples through the clearing. Purple energy orbs swirl violently as someone reacts anxiously to the staggering cost of such power, while others observe in silence. Ilshin's gaze sharpens as he realizes this is the perfect chance to gain elite followers. The red-haired armored warrior studies him with newfound admiration. Impressed by his sincerity, one character quietly plans how to secure a powerful follower, while the recently healed fighter still struggles to believe what just happened. On the barren field bathed in sunlight, the red-haired warrior stares at the healing power flowing through his hands, awed by its warmth. He resolves to build a strong bond with Ilshin as part of his strategy. A man steps forward to calm the tension, promising to explain everything properly. But suddenly, everyone stiffens. The sound of rotors fills the air. 3 helicopters descend toward the clearing. Realizing they are no longer alone, one person stands alert while another clings nervously to Ilshin's arm. Ilshin questions the red-armored warrior about bringing others, but he calmly insists he came alone. The helicopters land. Unidentified figures begin approaching. Sensing danger, Ilshin steps protectively in front of those behind him, while scanning the forest for hidden threats. His fists clench as more helicopters descend and armed troops pour out. Then something strange happens near the sword rack. Above, a helicopter speeds past as a determined figure leans from its open door, surveying the ground. Suddenly, the principal appears in a doorway with a stern expression, startling everyone. A powerful man bursts into the room moments later, shocking the frightened girl hiding inside. Elsewhere, a surprised young man and an energetic girl run together when she spots someone familiar. As helicopters lower toward the crowd, one woman raises her hands while another anxiously tries to understand what is happening. The chaos slowly fades. The scene shifts to a peaceful porch glowing under sunset light. The events are quietly recounted, including the moment when one sister sealed the other's abilities to save her life. A spectral tiger bound in chains roars as one woman lifts her hand while another casts a glowing spell to restrain it. At last, the truth sinks in. Tears stream as one sister thanks the other for risking her life. As the sun dips below the horizon, the 2 sisters embrace tightly while guards stand nearby, giving them space. Later, a stern older man and a woman in a lab coat present an important item to Ilshin. Under the fading sky, he receives a B-class awakened license and stares in disbelief, questioning why he is being promoted despite his low stats. Suddenly, panic spreads as someone spots a terrifying flower. A composed woman explains that his bizarre monster summoning talent earned him the license. Ilshin examines the monstrous bloom and recognizes it as the night blooming rose. An offer follows. He is invited to teach at the academy. At first he hesitates, mentioning his responsibilities and writing career. But a confident man presents a massive salary deal. The number leaves him speechless. Without hesitation, Ilshin accepts. The next scene opens on a modern academy building under a clear sky. A girl in uniform beams with excitement, announcing that someone very special is coming to class. The room falls silent as a nervous newcomer pauses in the doorway. Smoke still lingers from earlier chaos as Ilshin struggles to catch his breath. At the podium, a trembling student begins an introduction while whispers ripple across the room. Then a massive presence appears silently behind him. The substitute teacher steps forward and announces he will replace Mr. Gunwick during his sick leave. Gasps echo. A stern figure slams a sword staff into the floor, demanding silence. As the teaching assistant, Sword Demon sneers, declaring it an honor to receive the Sword God's instruction. The teacher announces the first class. Confusion spreads. Then he declares self-study instead. Groans fill the room. An exhausted student slumps over his desk, complaining about no sleep. Another is already fast asleep, drawing shocked stares. A towering guard with a massive sword warns that anyone who disturbs the Sword God will face Yong's wrath. The overwhelming aura silences the room. Days pass. Rain pours over the city as self-study continues. Clear skies follow, yet still no lessons. Students grumble about 4 days of being ignored while the instructor remains motionless at the front. Meanwhile, one young man casually plays a mobile game at his desk, completely unfazed by the chaos, earning sharp criticism for his shameless lack of professionalism. The girl with twin buns jolts upright in shock, nearly dropping her spoon as her eyes widen. In the cafeteria, 3 students eat together while one loudly complains about how bland the free food is. A smug boy mocks his friend for barely eating despite it costing nothing, while 2 others tease their quiet classmate, laughing as he keeps his head down and continues chewing. Someone scoffs about how pointless an authority figure must be if all they do is enforce self-study while dressing sloppily. Moments later, 2 students spot their teacher walking along the city sidewalk and shout out in surprise. One schoolgirl immediately teases her friend about the teacher's charm, leaving the other flustered and speechless. A girl checks her phone and suddenly realizes she has somewhere to be. Her friend stares at her in confusion as she waves energetically and rushes across the crosswalk. The other calls after her, demanding to know her plans for after school. But the cheerful girl disappears into the crowd. Outside the school, 2 girls stride forward with determination, one of them fully resolved to save their troubled friend from whatever is clouding her heart. Back at the academy, instructors announce a change. Instead of self-study, students will pair up for sparring exercises in the arena. Excitement ripples through the room. Ilshin straightens, preparing to finally unleash his abilities against his rival. One person backs away from the responsibility while another steps up to take control. A frustrated student storms forward, scolding the instructor for sleeping during class. Suddenly, someone spots something interesting and urgently calls for the teacher to wait. A girl shoots her hand into the air, startling everyone. The pink-haired girl stands boldly and announces she does not have a partner. Realizing he forgot to account for all 21 students, a tired boy reluctantly raises his hand. Then the pink-haired girl loudly asks to partner with the famous swordsman, triggering angry protests. She responds by lifting a massive hammer and taunting her opponent, stirring the crowd into chaos. A firm voice commands Sword Demon to be quiet. A determined young man steps forward and declares he will be her partner. Meanwhile, Bilshin pretends to look busy, terrified of getting punished for slacking off. A frustrated girl shouts at the teacher for mumbling too quietly. Flames seem to rage in the air as two opponents lock eyes. They step into the ring. Harsh threats fly from one side while the other remains calm and unshaken. The instructor hesitates when he realizes the angry girl glaring at him is Miri's best friend. Elsewhere, Ilshin sits at his desk, wondering why he keeps falling asleep in class. Morning comes, and he wakes clutching his aching head. He sits on the floor, having given up his bed so the two sisters can sleep together during treatment. Bilshin struggles to contain his anger, his glare sharp and burning. Someone complains loudly about losing sleep while everyone else rests peacefully. Ilshin surveys the messy room, unimpressed by the so-called elite hunters. A foot pokes the red-haired man in the face, telling him to go sleep at his own house. Ilshin clenches his fists when he realizes his opponent is still completely unfazed. Someone grumbles about freeloaders who have been eating and drinking at their place for a week. That night, 3 men gather on the street, celebrating one of them getting a new job. Drinks are raised, laughter fills the air. A nervous man grips his shot glass as someone slings an arm around him, making him stiff with discomfort. Later, 2 friends help a weakened man walk through the rain. Elsewhere, cheerful visitors arrive with beer in hand, surprising their friend. Soon, everyone is drinking together in a cozy room, teasing and laughing as the mood grows louder. A dazed young man is jolted awake by a tap on the shoulder. A woman in pajamas immediately demands food. The man beside her stiffens, sweat forming as he senses danger. A glowing red knife suddenly floats in the air, shocking them both. The woman casually offers to cook kimchi fried rice and a fried egg, while he desperately tries to pretend the floating knife is normal. Exhausted, he admits he has been drinking all week, while caring for someone and barely sleeping. Suddenly, something falls and crashes nearby. A phone vibrates between 2 exhausted men lying on the floor. A red-haired man slams his arm down beside a stunned older man as glowing news fills the screen. 2 S-class hunters are dead. Fear spreads instantly as rumors of a disaster-grade monster emerge. Adults huddle together in shock, staring at a revealing photo. In a dark bedroom, someone finds blood-smeared words on the wall. 2 men examine a phone displaying a cryptic African phrase, a sacrifice to God. They rush to leave as one activates a skill. Back in the kitchen, a cheerful girl suddenly teleports mid-cooking. Food flies everywhere as light bursts across the room. A glowing portal remains on the floor, and 2 people realize the others have vanished. Breakfast is hurriedly handed over with instructions to eat and prepare for school while an investigation begins. A cheerful woman explains she always leaves Mina with teacher Uni because Mina loves her most. Ilshin decides that is best. At school, the pink-haired girl confronts a seated boy on the court, accepting that she must act despite her earlier hesitation. A digital dossier appears, profiling Mungji and revealing her necromancer skills and years of experience. Ilshin considers the terrifying possibilities. With burning determination, the girl announces the start of a challenge and commands her subordinate to awaken. Someone whispers about Hades being the king of the underworld as another prepares to confront him. Standing inside a glowing magic circle, the girl raises her hands. A powerful spirit summoning skill activates, and the air itself begins to tremble. The girl with pigtails quickly forms a glowing magical seal, and behind her a massive spirit rises, towering like a guardian ready to strike. A colossal creature looms over 2 figures, and one of them steps forward without hesitation, placing himself between the threat and those behind him. The undead summon is revealed. It is giant zombie Hades, a fallen knight who once served the legendary mountain-crushing giant before being dragged into the underworld and reborn as a ranked undead warrior. Bilshin looks up with fierce resolve, excited by the challenge. The moment he realizes necromancy is being used to command the zombies, he explodes forward, driving his electrified fist straight into Hades' abdomen. Lightning detonates across the monster's body as energy crackles wildly around Bilshin's arm. Yet the towering undead slowly straightens, raising its massive arm in dominance before the building. A worried girl shouts for the shadowy figure above her to attack quickly. Suddenly, The monstrous summon bursts directly into the classroom. Students scream as chaos erupts. The enormous creature drops to one knee in awe while a much smaller girl desperately orders it to attack again. Her voice trembles as she wonders why her summoning command failed. Before anyone can react, Ilshin steps in. With effortless force, he subdues the massive undead in a single motion. Silence crashes over the room. The swordsman stands calmly as praise rains down on him, while the excited girl stares in admiration. Nearby, another girl struggles desperately to push the motionless monster, her face red with effort as someone watches helplessly. Ilshin briefly considers pretending the fight is harder than it is, already forming a new strategy. The masked figure suddenly senses a familiar, overwhelming aura and urgently begs him to retract his words. A name echoes in Ilshin's mind: mountain-crushing giant. His eyes widen as memories rush back. He recalls the ancient records. Hades was once a loyal knight who served that colossal being before dying and becoming a vengeful undead phantom that wandered the underworld for 1,000 years. A commanding presence places a glowing hand atop the kneeling warrior's head, bestowing a solemn blessing as divine energy swirls around them. Behind the summoner, a towering spectral knight manifests, radiant and imposing. Elsewhere, an armored warrior raises a massive shield just in time to block a roaring fire explosion, protecting a girl behind him. When the smoke clears, the shield lies shattered and blood-stained across scorched ground. The warrior collapses among the broken remains of his weapon. High above the devastation, a lone figure stands at the cliff's edge, silently witnessing the ruin. Ilshin's eyes fill with tears. Without hesitation, he selects yes on the succession system interface. He accepts the divine power of the mountain-crushing giant. At the same time, he agrees eagerly to a request over the phone. A system message appears. Giant zombie Hades has officially become the third believer of the Earth branch. Energy surges. Ilshin stares at his glowing hand in disbelief as the power begins evolving the undead. Swirling light explodes outward. Hades roars in agony as his body reshapes, muscles expanding, armor forming from dark and divine energy fused together. Lightning crackles violently across his frame as blinding light floods the gym. Students shield their eyes in terror and awe. When the brilliance fades, a monstrous armored being now stands in the ring. Dark energy rolls off him like smoke. A demonic aura pulses as glowing red eyes burn beneath his helm. The transformation continues until a colossal armored paladin towers before Ilshin, radiating overwhelming power. Everyone stares in stunned silence. A system panel reveals the truth. Hades is now classified as a dark paladin with the potential to transcend. The massive armored beast lowers himself, cracking the ground under his weight, and bows deeply. A fierce creature beside him also bows, swearing a soul-binding oath of loyalty. Another quest panel appears, showing 4 S-class and above believers with transcendence potential. Then something even more shocking happens. The transformed Hades speaks. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Ilshin suddenly staggers as dizziness crashes over him. He clutches his head, then breaks into a sprint across the pavement. People rush as a wounded man collapses in the courtyard. Back in the arena, the armored paladin steps forward, forcing students to brace themselves for battle. Ilshin collapses unconscious, pale as large black-clawed hands pin him to the ground, terrifying everyone. But the armored figure calmly reassures them. He is only asleep. He is unharmed. Later, a worried schoolgirl walks beside Ilshin as he struggles with exhaustion. The armored guardian remains close, ready to protect him from any approaching danger. A system message appears. Divine power must be consumed for believers to evolve. Ilshin exhales slowly, acknowledging how drained he feels after using so much power. The chaos finally fades. A peaceful wheat field stretches endlessly beneath a clear blue sky. Silence replaces battle, and Ilshin suddenly realizes the truth. He is inside a dream. Under the warm sunlight, Ilshin rests peacefully with his head on Auntie's lap, the two of them sharing a rare moment of calm. In another room, a young man lies in bed smiling as gentle fingers pat his hair, easing his exhaustion. With newly awakened power, a girl prepares herself to confront the stalkers she once could only see through floating status windows. A serene woman softly urges Ilshin to rest, reminding him how much divine energy he has already burned through. Healing light flows from her hands into a boy lying beneath a tree in a glowing field. He relaxes completely, overwhelmed by comfort as a warm hand smooths across his forehead. Yet beneath the peace, a troubling realization begins to form. Something dark is approaching. Sunlight pours through a window where one person works quietly at a desk while another lounges nearby, lazily sucking on a lollipop. Sitting on the counter, the girl grows restless, waiting for class to end so she can go play. Suddenly, excitement flashes across her face as an idea strikes. She unzips her jacket playfully while holding the candy, then grins and pulls a hidden paddle from her bag. With mischief in her eyes, she offers a lollipop through a doorway, only to smugly refuse to share it moments later, leaving the other person fuming. At her desk, a woman sighs in frustration, reflecting on how much someone has changed. Nearby, a woman with glasses anxiously thinks back on their trip to Kongwandu and the danger it may have stirred. Elsewhere, a powerful fist crashes down in the middle of a brutal fight. A woman looks up from her desk as a trembling figure approaches, sweat dripping as fear overtakes him. In the hallway, a lab-coated woman gently reassures a panicked girl about the remaining candies, but the frightened girl clings to her, shaking uncontrollably. A heavy sense of doom settles over everything. In the distance, a hooded figure stands before a towering, ominous building. He reveals that 2 sacrificial targets planted by the abyssal dragon are still in hiding. Inside, a chained girl stands helpless, while the hooded man impatiently demands to know why preparations are not complete. Suspicion rises as the stranger enters the building. A stern guard grabs him by the head, warning him about entering dressed like that, while another demands identification. The hooded man glares but complies. Suddenly, a red slash of energy tears through the air. A muscular man staggers back in shock while guards freeze in terror. Dark power erupts. A masked figure's glowing red eye burns brighter as shadow surges outward. Armed men rush forward as monstrous hands burst from the ground. A caped warrior stands his ground, only to be blasted down the corridor in a wave of destructive force. The building trembles violently. From the smoke steps a beast-like silhouette. A man with glowing eyes declares that sacrifices must be made to God. Alarms blare as debris crashes down. Outside in the alley, another cloaked figure looks up calmly while chaos unfolds above. The hooded leader coldly states that only 2 sacrifices are meant for God. Armed fighters charge together in desperation. Energy lashes back, throwing bodies aside. The hooded figure winces as power rips through him. A single eye bursts open with radiant force as cracks spread across the floor. Someone discovers a seed left behind by the abyssal dragon and gasps in horror. A cryptic warning echoes. Then destruction erupts again. A cloaked attacker storms into a group of girls, sending stone and dust flying. Explosions shatter barricades as defenders brace themselves. A terrified man demands to know who the mysterious intruder is. Shadow surges outward. A jagged stone is crushed in a furious grip. A fist smashes straight through solid rock. Dark energy floods the shattered room as another fighter counters with a devastating blast of blue power from his cane. Bodies are hurled backward. One figure pins another violently to the ground, gripping his collar. A massive glowing sword swings through the chaos, while a wounded fighter collapses behind it. Another braces behind a shattered glowing blade, teeth clenched as he struggles to withstand the crushing force. And as darkness and light collide, the peaceful moments from earlier feel like a distant dream, already slipping away. A furious voice cuts through the chaos, ordering everyone to evacuate to the bunker as an attack is blocked at the last second. A warning flashes that the principal and the S-class hunters will arrive in 10 minutes. Electricity crackles around a determined girl as she steps in front of her tense ally, commanding him to retreat instead of fighting. Another surge of lightning surrounds her as she orders someone to carry the injured to safety while she holds the enemy back. He refuses, insisting he will handle it himself. The hooded figure answers with a chilling laugh. A swordsman rushes forward, shielding the girl just as jagged spikes explode from the ground. Both freeze when something horrifying appears ahead. A massive muscular form is torn apart by dark purple energy as a monstrous creature charges through the ruins, roaring as debris scatters everywhere. A clawed hand forms a swirling orb of darkness, and a lizard-like monster unleashes a storm of corrupt energy that rips through the air. Dusk falls as dark power coils around the towering building. A glowing hexagonal barrier ignites around it. A colossal dragon mocks them, declaring no one is coming to save them. Realization hits that a territory barrier has formed, proof that a Lord-class monster has arrived. Lightning surges again as the girl urges her companion to flee while she distracts the rampaging beast. The massive spiked creature smashes through the wall and escapes, and someone shouts in panic about where it is headed. Determination burns in a fighter's eyes as he launches upward with a fierce kick. A blast of light sends him crashing through a shattered window. Another body is hurled through a wall as explosions of rubble follow. A scream echoes as someone is struck brutally, embers flying. From the smoke, the monster rises again. Lightning slams into its armored body as the girl attacks. Ilshin charges forward, eyes blazing with resolve. The creature roars, wrapped in crackling energy, as she braces to defend. Inside the bunker, one woman tries to comfort her trembling companion. Then realization strikes. Mary is still outside. A blast of power hurtles toward a woman in terror. From the stairway above, Lightning erupts from a girl's hands as she screams a warning. Blood splatters behind them. A massive claw crashes down, knocking her aside as the monster bursts into the building and lunges at a terrified schoolgirl. A wounded man collapses, coughing blood and begging for help. Mary is pinned to the cracked ground by a massive green hand, struggling as escape becomes impossible. Sharp claws descend toward a helpless boy as he screams for his teacher. A desperate command is shouted at a mind-controlled creature, but it fails. The ground splits as energy erupts around a dragon-like monster. It towers over a fallen woman as the horrifying truth is revealed. The nether dragon seed came here on its own. Panic surges. Someone turns to run as a glowing object vibrates violently against their chest. On a rooftop, a girl lashes out with a whip-like strike, desperately protecting her sister. Another activates her mental power as a destructive shockwave slams into the beast below. A man is smashed into the ground. A massive serpent coils tightly around a screaming girl. A monstrous limb hurls a woman through shattered debris. The creature's tail snatches another victim, declaring she will be the sacrifice. A furious brother charges forward with a spiked weapon, trying to save his sister. The ceremony begins. A glowing claw lifts as a monstrous hand yanks the girl by the hair. Cries for help fill the air. A woman collapses in tears while another begs desperately as the green tail tightens around her body. Suddenly, calm grass and fluttering butterflies appear. Two figures rest peacefully together. Power surges within one of them, eyes snapping open in shock. Confusion spreads as the glowing field fades. Exhaustion overwhelms him as he explains his divine power has not fully recovered yet. A warning follows about the deadly apostle of the god of destruction. Still, someone resolves to act. Back in the city, the monster rampages wildly. A case is snatched up with determination. A woman screams for help as an injured girl clings to someone for support. Another collapses, sobbing as fear consumes her. The blood ritual completes. A beam of glowing energy slices through the darkness, interrupting the sacrifice. A monstrous presence erupts into view. A massive tail slams someone into a stone wall, cracking it apart. The creature smashes the ground beneath the glowing hexagonal sky barrier until a sudden strike severs its tail. The beast howls in agony. A screen flashes. An SS-class apostle named Gustav, harvester for the god of destruction. Dark energy swirls as a menacing figure carries an injured girl away. Ilshin's eyes burn with manic fury, craving more violence against the crocodile-like monster. A scarred man drags a wounded student to safety as she cries out in confusion. Darkness looms behind them as Ilshin shields his ally. A sinister young man advances with a knife, shadowed energy pulsing from his body. A massive dragon trembles, demanding to know who has appeared. The crocodile monster lunges, but Ilshin dodges and fires back with a burst of red power. A massive fist crashes down. Claws seize a struggling victim while a grinning figure watches. The creature nearly swallows someone whole. A man is hurled through the air as blue energy blasts strike the beast. Another body flies toward snapping jaws. The monster is struck hard across the forehead. Bloodlust radiates from Ilshin as he advances with his blade, while a dragon-like creature is smashed from above by a sudden attack. The battlefield trembles, and the war for survival reaches a breaking point. Ilshin springs past the monster in a blur, narrowly slipping beneath its furious strike. His eyes blaze as a feral grin spreads across his face, power surging through his body with unstoppable momentum. A battered fighter presses against a shattered wall, staring in disbelief at the flawless swordsmanship unfolding before him. The towering monster looms over Ilshin in the ruined city, casting a monstrous shadow. A man in a tracksuit mockingly raises his knife, taunting his opponent as another armored creature emerges from the darkness, its jagged teeth and plated face promising death. Blood drips from the wounded beast's mouth as it admits defeat, only to erupt with even greater power moments later, swelling to a terrifying size. Ilshin merely grins wider, blade ready, thrilled by the challenge. The creature snarls that Ilshin will be sacrificed to its god. Dark energy surges through a monstrous arm, divine power granted by something far beyond human. A wicked smile flashes as a bloodstained knife is brandished, daring Ilshin to reveal his true strength. A system message complains that he used a sword instead of relying on raw physical power. Nearby, cannibalistic flowers sway as a sinister figure cheers the carnage. After shaking off attackers, Ilshin exhales sharply in frustrated relief, only to recoil as a spiked monster with glowing red protrusions suddenly appears before him. Ominous energy rolls off its massive frame. He remains unmoved, mocking the creature's feeble attempt at intimidation. The monster lifts him by the throat. Ilshin twists free just as a deadly red slash tears through the air, but the strike fails to even scratch the beast's armor. His glare sharpens as realization dawns. Someone shouts in disbelief. The sword god. A foot slams into the ground in furious rejection, and with a manic laugh, Ilshin swings down in a glowing arc of destruction. Red energy crashes from above, followed by a relentless storm of sword strikes that explode across the battlefield. A dagger tightens in his grip. He plunges it forward as dark power coils around his arm. The monster laughs, boasting that no blade can cut its flesh. It crashes through the wall in retaliation, smashing Ilshin aside. Blood spills from his mouth as pain rips through him. A shock wave erupts, launching a red-haired fighter backward as purple energy detonates around them. The monster advances. Ilshin collapses, frozen as purple energy locks his body in place. A bandaged warrior screams in fury, eyes glowing crimson as he reaches his limit. The beast grabs a man by the head and unleashes overwhelming power through a shattered barrier. A writhing creature is thrown forward as a living sacrifice. Claws seize Ilshin's chest and skull. Blood pours down his face as a talon rips into his shoulder, flooding the air with dark energy. The demon transforms violently, howling as power explodes outward. Ilshin desperately tries to activate healing. Blocked. Insufficient divine power. A warning screams that death is imminent. Rain pours as the massive figure lifts him by the neck before the glowing barrier. His vision blurs, consciousness fading, as an armored warrior charges helplessly toward him. From the smoke emerges a towering skull-faced entity crowned in jagged gold. Dark waves tear across the ground. An armored fighter is hurled through a wall. The floor collapses beneath crushing force. Pinned and helpless, Ilshin wonders if arrogance led him here instead of escape. Someone screams his name. A wild-haired figure begs for strength to return. A girl prays through tears. Voices cry out across the city. Pain, fear, desperation. Ilshin feels them all. A system message appears. Divine power is being restored through the prayers of followers. Another message follows. New skills acquired. Sword Phantom. Heavenly Demonic God Sword. Hades. Immortal's Blessing. A spiked tentacle lunges toward him. His bloodied hand tightens around the jagged blade. Energy erupts. Ilshin blocks the incoming strike as crimson lightning surges across his body. The monstrous figure recoils as glowing red eyes burn with fury. Then Ilshin moves. Sword Phantom tears through the enemy in a blinding arc, severing its arm. Power roars as he activates the Heavenly Demonic God Sword. The arena explodes with overwhelming force, barriers shaking violently. Outside, two men pound helplessly against the shield of energy as flames rage around them. News spreads in horror. Gustav has gathered Korea's strongest hunters in Gangwon-do. A red-armored warrior grips a flaming shield, praying for a miracle as a wall of destructive power erupts before him. Above the city, a massive dark energy barrier expands outward, sealing the battlefield in ominous silence. And within it, the true war finally begins. The protagonist charged fiercely toward the monstrous figure, its body shrouded in writhing dark energy. The creature demanded an explanation, as Ilshin rushed forward without hesitation, eyes burning with intent to strike. A young man lunged with a blood-stained knife, his voice trembling as he threatened to kill his enemy. With a single, devastating punch, someone smashed straight through a concrete barrier, sending chunks of stone flying through the air. A menacing armored figure began gathering dark energy as the sky crackled with ominous power, debris raining down around him. A monstrous creature twisted violently as a massive burst of red energy slammed into its body. Bloody yet unyielding, the young man braced himself with a shattered weapon while swirling energy wrapped around him. Ilshin planted his feet as the ground split apart beneath him, preparing to confront the monstrous enemy head-on. The creature staggered back in shock. Its glowing red eye wide as sweat and blood streamed down its face. Another monstrous figure with crimson scales and bandaged arms collapsed onto the cracked stone floor, trembling in disbelief. The confident man smirked and taunted his opponent, revealing that the beast had already been defeated. Enraged, the creature charged forward, accusing him of deception. The monstrous enemy raised its power to strike while its opponent stood ready, unflinching. From the shadows, another terrifying figure emerged, glowing red eyes locked onto its target. A sudden, overwhelming blow sent the young man flying backward, leaving him wounded and stunned. Brilliant energy blades tore through the monstrous creature, carving deep wounds as it roared in agony. Still refusing to fall, the creature bellowed in defiance. Nearby, two figures watched in horror as a glowing barrier began to crack under the strain of immense power. A violent explosion erupted, swallowing the area in blinding light as both braced themselves against the destructive shockwave. When the smoke cleared, the man in the tracksuit stood victorious over the fallen opponent, glowing pink shards drifting through the air around him. The mutated creature writhed on the ground, stunned and furious at its sudden defeat. A skeletal monster recoiled as shadows spiraled wildly around its body. Above it, A stunned figure stared upward as Ilshin revealed his overwhelming true power. Ilshin stood calmly with his eyes closed, radiant energy gathering around him like a blazing halo. Fear crushed one onlooker's heart as regret flooded in for not fleeing when danger first appeared. Another sensed the terrifying presence of a powerful, majestic being drawing closer. Suddenly, a massive stone arm exploded apart in a violent blast. In the center of the plaza, the young man unleashed a roaring surge of energy, flames spiraling around his body. Power surged violently through him as he released his supernatural strength. A system message echoed through the air, announcing that a follower of the god of destruction had been slain and their power absorbed. Another notification followed, declaring that the sacrifice of follower Gustav was worth 5 S-class values. The young man collapsed to his knees, agony ripping through his body as cracks split the ground, and energy surged uncontrollably around him. The quest window updated, showing increased progress toward the promotion of the low-class evil god. One character crumpled from exhaustion, while another rushed toward him, shouting in panic as others followed close behind. An armored attacker raised his axe high, ready to strike, while a wounded man desperately shielded someone lying on the ground. A bloodied hand released its grip on a sheathed dagger, letting it fall with a dull clatter. A white-haired man screamed in anguish as a red-armored woman stared in horror. The armored creature and the red-clad warrior demanded answers, while the older man supported the unconscious figure, insisting their master was merely sleeping. The armored warrior could only stare in disbelief, as the young man slept peacefully, untouched by the surrounding chaos. Sunlight streamed into a greenhouse filled with vibrant flowers and clouds of blue butterflies drifting gently through the air. Without warning, a monstrous plant burst from the shadows, its massive vines lashing outward with deadly intent. Ilshin suddenly realized he was trapped within the soundless nightmare. The jaws of the monstrous plant snapped shut around him, and he understood in horror that he had been swallowed whole by the relentless creature. The nightmare explained coldly that once his bodily fluids were fully absorbed, a terrifying transformation would begin. Later, lying in his bed, Ilshin questioned whether his immunity to curses and poison truly worked. Suddenly tense, perched atop a monstrous red creature, he received a message stating that only one punch remained. He clung desperately to the spiked beast's back as it rampaged forward in madness. A young man screamed in terror as he confronted something unimaginable. Nearby, a monstrous plant seized another victim who cried out for help. Then, in a violent jolt, Ilshin awoke in his bed, heart pounding wildly. A woman quickly told him he had been unconscious for a full week. Ilshin stared in shock, unable to believe so much time had passed. The worried woman checked on him again as he sat up in the hospital bed, and he forced a weak smile, assuring her he was fine. A new notification chimed, announcing that a follower had been added after a wish was granted. Mina was officially recognized as a powerful ally, valued as highly as 2 S-class individuals. The quest status screen updated once more, revealing that 6 out of 10 required sacrifices had now been completed. Ilshin sat up smugly in the hospital bed and declared that Mina was now his follower, causing her eyes to widen in shock. When someone suggested asking for a kiss, Mina's cheeks flushed with hopeful embarrassment. Ilshin froze, blushing furiously at the unexpected idea. Before anyone could react further, a sudden force blasted through the room, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. A massive shark smashed through the wall, scattering rubble as the two characters recoiled in terror and clung to each other. Another monstrous shape emerged through the chaos as the huge blue creature collapsed nearby, leaving the room in ruins. A massive fish was dragged in and presented as tribute, crashing heavily onto the ground. On the seashore, a wild-haired man pumped his fist enthusiastically, shouting encouragement. One character clutched his head in agony, while another held onto him desperately, both overwhelmed by confusion and pain. Suddenly, another giant monster burst through the wall, causing a muscular man to stagger back in shock. 2 young adults rushed to support an older man who collapsed amid the destruction. Among the rubble, a grinning boy casually suggested having shark fin for lunch, startling everyone around him. A powerful hand thrust forward, unleashing a devastating divine technique. The building exploded outward as a massive force tore through it, blasting debris in every direction. The enormous shark was hurled into a deep crater, leaving 2 onlookers frozen in stunned silence. With a playful grin, the energetic patient joked that he would pay for the shark, lightening the mood as his companions stared in disbelief. A few days later, the scene shifted to a classroom door marked 3-3. Sunlight poured through the hallway windows as 2 young men paused outside, one of them visibly trembling with anxiety. The boy in the blue tracksuit cautiously peeked around the corner, carefully assessing what awaited them inside the classroom. Students whispered nervously as the teacher walked down the hallway, an alert S-class ally following closely behind while carrying a massive weapon. Inside the classroom, Everyone quietly acknowledged the student standing at the podium as the one who had killed the SS-class monster during the bunker incident, even though the principal had never spoken about it aloud. Without warning, the protagonist casually revealed that he could hear every single whisper, instantly freezing the room in tense silence. Before anyone could recover, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized in the classroom, startling the student at the podium. A long-haired man stepped forward, gripping his sword as he confidently declared the absolute supremacy of the sword god. The class president quickly stood and ordered everyone to greet the teacher, catching one student completely off guard as she realized her responsibility. In unison, the students bowed deeply and shouted their greeting as the teacher entered. Overwhelmed by their unexpected warmth, he blushed and covered his mouth in disbelief. The tense atmosphere finally eased, and smiles spread across the classroom as everyone relaxed after the Gustav incident. Nervously, a young man stepped up to the podium and announced that the class would begin with self-study. 3 students sat stiffly in their seats, silently enduring the oppressive silence that followed. Hesitating, he worried that assigning self-study might spark a rebellion. Laughing awkwardly, he quickly changed course and announced that they would have one-on-one counseling instead. Outside the counseling office, 3 students waited anxiously in the hallway, wondering who would be called in first. A determined girl stood and confidently answered the teacher's call, while a surprised boy watched nearby. Though she appeared perfectly healthy, a close look revealed she was secretly suffering from a blood disorder. Ilshin examined her carefully and instructed her not to move as he began the treatment. His finger glowed with radiant magic as he activated a powerful healing ability. A glowing green aura engulfed Ilshin, surging violently through his body and nearly overwhelming him. One student flexed a newly strengthened, glowing arm in amazement, stunned by his heightened senses, while another watched in disbelief. Calmly, Ilshin explained that the blood disorder had been healed and prepared to move on. Suddenly confused, he questioned why 2 unexpected people were now present. Both eagerly leaned forward at once, desperately asking for advice. He told the 2 girls to focus on training at home. A lively debate broke out about how school now felt completely different, with 2 students passionately arguing their points while another looked overwhelmed. With a tired sigh, Ilshin agreed to continue and asked who would go first. Instantly, 2 figures rushed forward, each determined to be chosen. They began arguing loudly over who deserved priority, as a 3rd student watched nervously. Visibly stressed, Ilshin finally agreed to handle both at the same time just to restore peace. Suddenly, a notification flashed before him, announcing a desperate prayer from a follower. Ilshin stared in shock as the message appeared. Far away, hooded figures knelt in the snow, desperately praying for salvation as they realized their powers were useless. A young man on a platform looked up in horror as chaos erupted around him. Ilshin recoiled as another urgent warning system blazed across his vision, signaling a massive new threat. Under a storm-darkened sky, a horde of red-eyed armored monsters marched relentlessly toward Entria. Thunder roared across the mountains as tension spread like wildfire. From flaming rubble, a massive dragon burst forth, dominating the smoke-filled battlefield. Moments later, a colossal, multi-headed monster wrapped in green flames erupted from the earth. A savage warrior beast, cloaked in dark energy, stormed forward wielding twin swords, followed by a terrifying fiery entity summoned by Arachne, its flames twisting with monstrous power. Horrified, Ilshin realized they were facing 3 terrifying followers. The narration warned that each of them was as strong as, or stronger than, an SS-class monster, making the annihilation of Entria's ant army almost certain. He understood then that his enemies were trying to sever the source of his growing power. A countdown began, announcing that the Empire's priestess and her massive insect army would arrive in just over 78 hours. Time seemed to unravel as alarms blared and mechanical chaos spread everywhere. Ilshin trembled as an enormous swarm of armored bugs surged across the burning battlefield. Realizing how completely outmatched he was, fear crept into his heart as he questioned whether he could truly protect the ant tribe. After barely defeating Gustav, 2 companions urgently confronted the normally silent figure, demanding to know why he was acting so strangely. Ahead of them, 3 monstrous entities, each radiating a different elemental force, locked into a tense standoff. Armored beast warriors and horrific creatures clashed violently, charging through fire and destruction in a brutal assault. Panic surged through Ilshin as he realized just how dire his situation had become. Then, suddenly, his expression lit up as he excitedly announced that he had received a low-class quest. Grinning mischievously, he pointed upward, drawing shocked reactions from some and indifference from others. A stunned girl gasped as the man known as the Sword God suddenly reappeared after a full week of absence. Another system message updated the quest progress, confirming that 6 out of 10 sacrifices had been completed. With renewed determination, Ilshin vowed to increase his number of followers. Someone reflected quietly that desperation often pushed people to cling to any hope of survival. In the nearly empty cafeteria, a muscular man ate alone, devouring his food with frightening intensity that drew uneasy glances. From behind a corner, Ilshin carefully watched, locking onto his target. He quietly approached Gangan, who continued eating without looking up. A status profile revealed the older man's immense strength and his gratitude for the rescue of his daughter. Ilshin tried to strike up a friendly conversation, but the stern man remained cold and unimpressed. In a tense silence, the older man shot him a suspicious glare. Suddenly, the man threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, radiating triumph. He firmly voiced his support, leaving Ilshin stunned by the sudden shift. Later, two people sat together in the cafeteria, discussing how strange the request had been. The muscular man slurped noodles as details of his power continued to surface. Ilshin scratched his head in frustration, realizing his attempt had failed, while two classmates watched in amusement. A woman scolded her distracted companion, telling her to stop staring and eat. The quest window updated once again, still showing 6 out of 10 sacrifices completed. Nearby, a girl was being fed by her sister, as Ilshin silently calculated that only 4 more were needed. He knew becoming a low-class god was his only chance of survival before the Empire's priestess arrived in 78 hours. He wondered why the key word failed when spoken by the older man, suspecting a lack of trust. With an eerie smile, Ilshin offered his help, hoping to earn that trust. The older man narrowed his eyes suspiciously, demanding to know what he was plotting. Furious, the man rejected any intentions involving his daughter, leaving Ilshin shocked. 2 onlookers stared wide-eyed at the sudden outburst. One person joked about not chasing older women, briefly easing the tension, while the older man sternly told him not to give up so easily. A girl snapped angrily, her flushed face burning with frustration. The older man clenched his teeth, eyes glowing red with rage, before slamming his fist down and releasing a surge of crimson energy. He lunged at Ilshin, roaring as he demanded whether the young man disliked his daughter. Ilshin froze, frantically thinking of a way to earn his trust. The man smashed his fist onto the table again, startling everyone as Ilshin quickly responded. Later, an authority figure questioned Ilshin's use of healing abilities. Thinking quickly, Ilshin explained that both the students and another patient had shown remarkable improvement thanks to the skill. With an eager grin, he enthusiastically offered to help even more. The imposing man then asked if it was truly possible to heal someone at the end of their lifespan, leaving Ilshin stunned. At that moment, a glowing digital window appeared. A new follower quest had been activated. Ilshin stared in disbelief as the quest instructed him to heal a friend in order to gain someone's faith. Another notification reinforced the mission, making it clear that healing would now become the key to earning new followers. Ilshin spun urgently toward the others, his eyes blazing with resolve. A wide grin spread across his face as excitement surged through him, and he urged everyone to move at once. Moments later, a triumphant announcement echoed, confirming the successful recruitment of an S-class follower. The scene shifted to a hospital building beneath a clear blue sky. Armed security agents guarded the VIP entrance, blocking all access. Inside, someone gazed quietly at the serene body of a white-haired woman lying in a coffin, surrounded by blooming flowers. Another person silently assessed her, noting her youthful appearance. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke the silence, demanding to know what he was staring at. The 2 men spoke in hushed tones about the mysterious woman's unchanging appearance, revealing she had not aged since the day they first met. Nearby, a solemn figure stood by a hospital bed, reflecting on the heroic sacrifices of a fallen comrade who had once fought beside them. In another room, a tranquil figure rested in ceremonial slumber, bathed in radiant light and surrounded by flowers. He abruptly stopped the nurses in the hallway after noticing something strange about the plants decorating the corridor. Inside one of the rooms, Miracle lay unconscious in a hospital bed. Someone explained grimly that her life was now sustained only by absorbing energy from nearby plants, as every medical attempt to heal her had failed. An older man turned with a stern gaze and challenged him to prove his abilities. Hesitant but determined, he promised to do his best despite his doubts. The woman remained in a deep coma, her remaining lifespan seemingly suspended. When he tried to read her age, he froze in shock as no information appeared. Someone quickly scolded him, saying it was improper to focus on such things. Suddenly, Ilshin stiffened as a powerful voice echoed from above. Energy spiraled around him as an older figure explained that Miracle had summoned him into her mental realm. One person placed a firm hand on his shoulder, entrusting him with an important task. The surroundings shifted into a glowing forest where a robed woman knelt among luminous mushrooms beneath warm sunlight. A white-haired woman leaned forward playfully, asking if the food tasted good, while another woman with golden eyes smiled slyly in greeting. Ilshin now stood outdoors in his tracksuit, suddenly realizing something was wrong. The world shimmered, and he understood he was inside someone's thinking space. Before him appeared a mysterious woman radiating a terrifying, overwhelming aura. His heart pounded as he realized she was the one he had been searching for, and she calmly confirmed it. Another calm figure informed him that he was a chosen one. The white-haired woman relaxed, dismissing her earlier fears now that she saw he was far less threatening than she had imagined. Ilshin fumed internally, struggling to process the subtle insult and wondering if he should even be angry. The woman admitted she had been prepared to sacrifice her remaining lifespan to destroy him if he matched her ominous premonition, but had restrained herself out of respect for his heroic reputation. They faced each other in the glowing forest as he demanded to know why he had been brought there. She revealed coldly that her physical body was essentially dead. With a wave of her hand, the golden-eyed woman pulled him into a secluded space for a private conversation. Panicking, Ilshin begged to be sent back, insisting he had no time for healing. A countdown appeared before his eyes. 68 hours, 1 minute, 5 seconds remained. The white-haired woman told him she could not be healed and challenged him to try using his authority on her within the forest. She encouraged him calmly, reminding him of the power he carried. Ilshin extended his glowing hand and cast a healing spell. Green energy erupted, swirling violently around her as radiant light surrounded her levitating form. Power surged intensely. Then a system message appeared. Healing failed. Divine power insufficient. Ilshin jolted in alarm as danger flared around them. A robed figure stepped gracefully onto the glowing field, flowers drifting in the air. The white-haired woman gathered swirling energy, preparing to unleash her own power. Someone realized in horror that there was not enough divine strength to complete the quest. Suddenly, Ilshin's eye glowed fiercely as hidden power surged within him. One figure collapsed as another rushed over in panic. Kneeling in the grass, the white-haired woman looked up and declared her trust in him. Then she burst into joyful laughter. A solemn presence entrusted the fate of Earth to Ilshin, kneeling in the forest clearing. A powerful new follower with extraordinary potential had joined, increasing the number of S-class followers. Ilshin exhaled sharply, realizing he still needed 2 more to reach his goal. Someone spoke hopefully about saving small worlds first, believing it would eventually lead to saving their own. Ilshin looked up in shock as visions appeared of 2 figures standing before a massive mystical tree, trying to connect the clue to Antria. A serene woman expressed her hope that the young god would save them one day. Ilshin reached out desperately to stop her from fading away. She smiled gently and assured him that a solution was close. Golden energy exploded around him as he lunged forward. A notification appeared. New skill acquired. Premonition dream. Ilshin stared in shock at the glowing prophetic ability. Another system message denied further action due to insufficient divine power. Someone stepped forward, breaking the silence. Back in the real world, Ilshin leaned over a railing, gasping for breath. An older man hurried to support him as sweat poured down his face. Desperately, Ilshin searched for a way forward. The scene shifted to the academy gym under a bright, sunny sky. A monstrous creature suddenly burst inside, stopping a basketball game cold, while one man calmly continued talking on his phone. After failing the principal's quest, Ilshin called someone, explaining his new plan to gain followers. Standing in his tracksuit, he confirmed delivery instructions, admitting he had drained every last bit of his savings and loans. Someone nearby silently worried whether the plan would work. Suddenly, Kong Geometry unleashed a devastating attack inside the gym. A long-haired man followed with a blazing sword strike as Ilshin watched in shock. Ilshin examined his new training weapon, the sword Phantom Varu, noting its heavy weight and suspicious origin. Tears streamed down his face as he clenched his fists, determined to make his costly investment worthwhile. A legendary book appeared as a free reward. The Wise Tai Sword. One man scoffed at the calm fighting style described, claiming it clashed with his extreme approach. A woman warned that learning another dangerous sword technique could be fatal, causing Ilshin to refuse. Without warning, a long-haired figure was blasted backward violently. Smoke swirled as another long-haired man entered the gym, casually resting a massive sword on his shoulder. A fighter wiped sweat from his brow, sharpening his focus. A monstrous figure loomed over a terrified girl, clutching a glowing basketball, while others screamed in alarm. The girl stared upward in awe. A sweat-soaked warrior gripped his massive weapon and shouted for his opponent to stop hiding. He clarified that his challenge was aimed at the summoned monster, not the frightened student beside it. The girl gasped in horror. A monstrous armored creature seized a student as another warrior approached with a massive sword. With fierce confidence, the challenger declared that today, he was finally strong enough to defeat his powerful opponent. Ilshin carefully analyzed the situation, questioning whether an A-class fighter could ever truly defeat an S-class opponent. Across the gymnasium, A determined young man raised his enormous sword high, preparing to unleash a devastating technique. At the same time, he wondered if Miracle's mysterious clue had been referring to the sword phantom all along. A ferocious armored beast charged straight toward him, forcing the young man to brace himself behind his massive blade. With fierce confidence, someone declared their mastery of the heavenly demonic god sword, announcing they had surpassed their former limits. A female warrior slammed her weapon downward, releasing a violent surge of energy that shook the floor. The young man's eyes widened with intense focus as he steeled his resolve for a decisive moment. Nearby, a long-haired fighter smashed a gigantic hammer into the ground, dust exploding into the air. A red-haired warrior was struck brutally in the neck by a crushing punch, while an armored figure locked another long-haired opponent in a powerful hold from behind, asserting complete dominance. Despite her exhaustion and burning frustration, the woman clenched her fists and vowed to claim victory one day. An armored warrior overwhelmed an opponent and sent them crashing to the floor beside a massive sword. Another monstrous armored figure slung an unconscious captive over its shoulder, mocking them while gripping its enormous blade. Moments later, the armored fighter lifted an unconscious student and respectfully asked for permission to carry him to the nurse's office. Though startled, the leader hesitantly agreed. A determined girl immediately chased after them, refusing to fall behind. Bilshan worried about the inevitable rise of the Sword Phantom to S-Class and wondered when it would finally happen. A system update flashed. Synchronization with the Godmaker increased to 46%, reinforcing Ilshin's inherent authority. Ilshin downed his 2000th bottle, frustration boiling over as progress remained painfully slow with the looming battle approaching. One person watched anxiously as another knelt at the center of a glowing ritual, energy radiating wildly while a third supported the intense concentration from behind. A powerful ritual was performed to break a seal, unleashing a woman's true strength so she could defend herself against the nether dragon. A cry of pain echoed as power surged violently through her body. A woman cloaked in dark energy struck another from behind with electrified claws, sending sparks flying through the smoke-filled air. One girl rushed to check on her exhausted companion, who sat trembling amid the fading haze. Though visibly drained, the young woman lifted her head and reassured everyone that she was all right. Someone continued pondering Miracle's clue, torn between whether it referred to Sword Phantom or Songmere. Back in the gym, a boy in a tracksuit encouraged two girls, telling them not to push themselves too hard and to keep trying. With a teasing grin, he made a bold remark that left one of them blushing furiously. He glanced over the two stunned girls sprawled on the floor after the clash. One called out shyly, and he responded awkwardly. Suddenly, Mina burst into tears, insisting she did not want to be called that, while Uni angrily demanded to be addressed by her own name. The cheerful boy quickly offered candy with a playful smile. One girl eagerly demanded some, while the nervous boy hoped it would calm her down so they could undo the seal. A quest interface appeared, updating the sacrifice count to 8 out of 10 required for the god promotion. One girl drifted into a daydream about reaching S-Class herself, only to realize time was running out. A countdown timer flashed. The Imperial Army would arrive at Antrea in just over 48 hours. With renewed determination, Ilshin resolved to begin training immediately. Suddenly, one character remembered something important and shouted out, startling another in response. Another announced he would be leaving temporarily and assigned guard duty to someone else, leaving them shocked. He confidently declared he had something extremely important to do. When asked what it was, Bilshan beamed and shouted excitedly that he was going to sleep. He stood beside the bed, hesitating as he stared at two socks resting on the blanket. Without warning, a massive smoking club crashed down beside him, shattering the floor. A red-haired man screamed in frustration, demanding help as debris flew everywhere. While another watched in shock, someone recalled the final option Miracle had mentioned and walked forward with purpose. Carefully, a plaid blanket was lifted, revealing what had been hidden beneath. Ilshin prepared himself to undergo brutal training in the dream world, where time flowed far slower than reality. Blindfolded, he reflected on his astonishing progress while wondering just how far he could still grow. A colossal radiant sword towered over the sword god temple as a lone figure sat silently before it. Behind a powerful figure seated on a throne, ominous energy filled the air, the massive glowing blade looming like a divine judgment. Ilshin stepped into the terrifying realm known as the Thousand Blades That Cut All, bracing himself for its deadly trials. A single eye flared with fierce light as hidden power was unleashed. Still shaken, Ilshin tried to steady himself as a ghostly presence lingered behind him. He asked whether the knife damaged in his fight with Gustav had finally been repaired. A powerful arm burst through stone debris as someone endured the pressure, waiting for their broken blade to recover. Ilshin urgently asked to borrow a weapon, only for the older man to calmly name the price at 1 million coins. His shock deepened when the price suddenly doubled, the man smirking coldly. Fuming at the unfairness, Ilshin angrily transferred the 1,000,000 coins through the digital interface, narrowing his eyes as he wondered if he was being tricked for extra profit. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted, shattering the ground and walls. A gigantic glowing sword smashed through a rocky barrier. Ilshin braced himself against the explosive force when a blinding attack struck, forcing him to shield his eyes as a menacing figure laughed in the foreground. Ilshin wrinkled his face in disbelief as a massive wooden sword was suddenly shoved toward him. He scoffed and angrily refused to use it, doubting its quality even as he was told it was far more powerful than it looked. A glowing information window appeared, revealing that the old wooden sword had once belonged to the founder of Mount Wask. His expression shifted to shock as he absorbed the weapon's age and legendary history. After a brief moment of hesitation, he grabbed the wooden sword and braced himself for action. Ilshin activated the Ultra Blade, unleashing a violent surge of energy. A system notice declared that a miracle would occur once synchronization with the founder's wooden sword reached 50%. Stunned, Ilshin realized the synchronization rate increased the more he trained in this place. Even more shocking, it rose faster within dreams. Suddenly, Ilshin sensed a strange reaction from the wooden sword itself, as though it were trying to communicate with him. He looked up uneasily, wondering what kind of miracle could possibly await him. Training began brutally. A terrified trainee clutched the wooden sword as countless deadly blades rained down. Ilshin slammed his glowing weapon into the ground, releasing a massive energy slash that tore through the earth. When another sword attack flew toward him, he instinctively blocked it with the wooden blade. His eyes widened in disbelief at his own success. A monstrous figure laughed and challenged the red-haired man to strike first, raising its massive skull-adorned blade. A digital display flashed, showing both a countdown timer and the growing synchronization percentage. Crouched on shattered ground, Ilshin clenched the wooden sword in frustration, realizing none of his dream attacks had ever succeeded before. A white-haired, bearded warrior smirked and praised him for successfully blocking 10,000 attacks. Without hesitation, the man launched another merciless wave of 10,000 strikes. Desperate, Ilshin gulped down potion after potion, tossing empty bottles across the ground. The display warned that only 20 hours remained. Sweat streamed down his face as he paused to catch his breath. Then Ilshin smirked. He had finally noticed his opponent's weakness. Power erupted as rage surged through his body. Two swordsmen collided mid-air, blades exploding with blue energy as sparks scattered in every direction. They locked eyes in a fierce standoff, neither willing to retreat. With a roar, Ilshin charged forward and struck the monster with his glowing blade, finally gaining the upper hand. Breathing hard, he broke into a triumphant grin. He had landed his first real hit with the wooden sword. The screen updated. Synchronization, 47%. Time remaining, just over 20 hours. Later, in the mist-covered mountains, Ilshin drank from a flask and tightened his grip on his sword. A towering tattooed man watched silently from afar. Frustration burst from Ilshin as he shouted back and turned away, fists clenched. A massive wave of fire suddenly slammed into him, blasting debris everywhere as fear flashed across his face. Another message appeared. It was time to work the metal. Ilshin winced as he took another blow, then shouted defiantly at his opponent. In the glowing sunset mist, a pendant slipped from someone's fingers and vanished below. Inside the Muscle Temple's brutal training arena, a massive figure confronted Ilshin, who still held the wooden sword. A powerfully built man crushed a thick metal braid in his hand, sparks flying as raw strength exploded outward. Ilshin cried out in pain as he was struck again while gripping the wooden staff. He screamed about being whipped endlessly by his relentless mentor. The imposing trainer finally nodded in approval of Ilshin's improved physique and ordered him to lift a 2-ton weight as a warm-up. Teeth clenched, Ilshin braced himself as the massive weight crashed down. He reminded himself that he had to grow stronger to protect the ants. Blue lightning crackled as he raised his sword, unleashing a desperate surge of power. He struggled to hoist enormous shadowy weights overhead. His muscles trembled violently as he fought to lift the massive barbell. Sweat poured down his face as terror flashed in his eyes. 200-ton weights threatened to crush him as he screamed and resisted with everything he had. Then suddenly, he burst into laughter and celebration. He had done it. A system message advised him to drink potions to prevent muscle loss. Exhausted, Ilshin sat on the floor, calmly slurping noodles straight from the container. The countdown timer and synchronization meter continued ticking forward, raising the tension. Back in the nightmare realm, Ilshin struggled desperately as the soundless nightmare prepared its attack. Fighting to stay conscious, he faced a monstrous plant creature thrashing inside a cathedral-like structure. A spiked figure cloaked in purple energy slammed into the ground with explosive force. Ilshin braced himself and blocked the overwhelming strike with his glowing weapon. A massive explosion erupted, forcing him to shield himself. A towering spiked monster loomed over him, creating a suffocating standoff. His grip tightened as unease crept in at the creature's twisted delight. The digital timer flashed. 1 minute, 1 second remaining. Synchronization. 49%. His heart pounded. He was still 1% short. Desperately, Ilshin searched for any solution. As time nearly expired, he froze as an unexpected request appeared before him. With a furious shout, Ilshin slammed his staff into the ground. The impact detonated in a violent explosion. The weapon vibrated with eerie joy, revealing that it was somehow alive. With a confident smirk, Ilshin challenged the creature to test his power. He surged forward with the wooden staff, striking with newfound strength. Energy blasted upward as his blow landed. To his horror, the monster roared in pleasure instead of pain. Unsettled, Ilshin prepared another strike with the wooden sword. Ilshin shouted in rage, demanding the missing 1% from his opponent. The timer hit 0. Something shifted. Ilshin stared in shock as the digital screen flickered. Synchronization. 49.9%. He screamed in pure frustration as pressure crushed down on him. Nearby, a massive tree glowed with ominous purple cracks. At last, Ilshin stood over the fallen monster, gripping his wooden sword as dust drifted through the air. A cheerful system message praised the heavenly demonic god sword. Another display flashed. Synchronization achieved. 50%. His eyes widened as a new permission appeared, allowing him to directly intervene in Antria. Realization hit. He had been deceived all along. Clenching the wooden sword tighter, Ilshin swore to grow even stronger. Another notification announced that synchronization would now boost the mentality and stamina of all A-class followers. Ilshin thought of his two allies and realized they might soon reach S-class themselves. Suddenly, warning screens exploded across the interface. A system alert had been triggered. The Imperial Army launched its first strike, officially igniting the Holy War and placing Ilshin's fate in grave danger. Driven by urgency, Ilshin sprinted toward the school rooftop to retrieve the delivery he had been waiting for before heading to Antrea. Under a storm-darkened sky, a colossal fortress gate rose into view, signaling the beginning of the battlefield. As the march toward Antrea unfolded, a massive dragon soared above the ruined land, spewing destruction toward the distant city. Upon a towering throne, a commanding figure calmly directed the monstrous beasts surrounding her. A woman surveyed the fortress, noting its infamous reputation as an impregnable stronghold empowered by an evil god's authority. With a cold gesture, the ruler summoned the filth fly unit to the front lines. Swarms of insect-like creatures poured forward in waves. A monstrous crowned creature dropped to one knee, pledging unwavering loyalty while gripping a captured human tightly. Behind it, spear-wielding insect soldiers surged ahead in perfect formation. A menacing warrior twirled a curved blade, taunting her enemies as she admitted her divine power alone was not enough to stop the invasion. Soaked by rain, a desperate figure knelt inside the castle, swearing to hold the line and begging for reinforcements to arrive. Two terrified soldiers shouted that Belub's cursed filth could wipe them all out if it attacked from above, urging an immediate retreat. The crowned ruler raised her hand and unleashed a terrifying curse over the city, sinister green energy flooding the skies. A monstrous servant fired a devastating blast into the advancing forces as the insect-winged army surged forward at full charge. Suddenly, a blazing object plummeted from the heavens. A towering figure crashed into the battlefield with a thunderous stomp, stunning the mounted warriors. A woman gasped in horror as chaos erupted. A fiery-haired beast and a massive dragon roared together, their power tearing through the air. A glowing figure slammed into the ground, sending debris flying. Then a gigantic foot came down. The swarm was crushed. Blood splattered across the battlefield as smoke rolled outward. Ilshin stood unmoved in the rain, as massive blue canisters toppled around him, explosions raging behind. With fierce pride, Ilshin declared his plan a success as his insecticide army arrived. Terrified ant-like creatures stared up at the looming cans. A monstrous enemy squinted at the strange writing on one container. Then something ominous began falling from the sky. Ilshin collapsed as his eye burned with eerie purple light. A beast roared amid shattered rubble and crimson glow. The crowned ruler screamed and fled, warning of total annihilation. Surrounded by buzzing flies, Ilshin grimaced in disgust. A devastating technique was revealed. God's crushing forefinger. One spray can after another activated beneath the blazing sunset. Ilshin raised his hand, threatening his enemies and unleashing powerful abilities. Poisonous gas clouds erupted into the air. A beast was blasted backward violently. A wounded fighter staggered, clutching their chest, screaming for everyone to retreat before collapsing from the poison. A monstrous hand seized a glowing red orb wrapped in green smoke. Dark energy devoured the body, holding it as black cracks spread across their skin and screams echoed. Silhouetted figures dove from the sky. A massive skull formed within swirling dust. Panic consumed the battlefield as warriors fled from the spreading poison gas and the terrifying evil presence. A fierce purple-haired woman threatened the survivors, promising death to anyone who tried to run. Amid smoke and shadow, a red-haired warrior braced himself as the overwhelming enemy presence closed in on Yodo. Poison gas swallowed the land, survivors scattering while others fell where they stood. A horned figure glared furiously, purple energy snapping around him. On a golden throne, a transformed woman raged, rejecting the enemy's repeated tricks. A desperate servant knelt before a monstrous beast, begging for power. The creature accepted. A massive winged figure descended, casting a monstrous shadow over the storm. Ilshin stared upward as strange canisters floated overhead, releasing mist. A massive torn red wing ripped open the sky. A ferocious beast with a pink mane lunged forward. On the rooftop, Ilshin braced himself as supernatural energy gathered violently around him. He shouted in alarm that the insecticide gas was being redirected toward them. Ilshin turned in shock as canisters rained down on his ants. Clenching his fists, he prepared to act despite impossible odds. A telekinetic blast erupted from his finger. He reached desperately as his insect allies were swept away in chaos. Screaming about his lost money, Ilshin unleashed a massive energy blast into the sky. An armored warrior roared in fury. Realizing they had been outplayed yet again, Ilshin surveyed the devastation of his army, venting rage at the overwhelming enemy strength. Suddenly, sweat poured down his face as the cat's unexpected actions startled him. A monstrous mouth burst open in the darkness, fangs gleaming. A beast tore into the fleeing demons, scattering them like dust. Amid the carnage, Ilshin realized the enemy planned to grow stronger through sacrifice. An armored woman steadied herself, accepting the horrific cost of divine power. The commanding ruler barked orders, deploying the blind unit to maintain the assault. Ilshin remembered how the cat had ruined his precious insecticides. Consumed by fury, he screamed that he would kill his enemy. Pointing toward the glowing sunset sky, he swore to crush everything in his way. Suddenly, he froze in shock. The sky filled with ominous swarms. A masked, armored figure descended atop a massive wasp-like beast. A regal woman explained her strategy calmly, stating the blind unit would cripple the target so the apostles could finish it. A massive red creature dropped from above as the order was given. Ilshin stood in the center of a crater as crushing energy closed in. A muscular warrior erupted in flames, power exploding from his body. Another monster crashed down, engulfed in fire. With unstoppable force, the transformed fighter drove his fist straight through his enemy's chest. The holy war had fully begun. A furious warrior unleashed a devastating explosion that sent violent shockwaves ripping across the battlefield. The Truth Seeker of Eternity calmly explained that burning bodily reserves hardened the body like iron, exactly as he had predicted. Across the ruined land, a massive demonic army surged forward, drowning the defenders beneath endless numbers. A towering fighter in spiked armor smashed the ground with a monstrous strike, shockwaves tearing outward. Dark energy erupted as a cracked crimson giant began transforming. A glowing finger burst through the collapsing rubble. Then the ultimate technique was revealed, the condemning middle finger of the god. A blinding blast hurled a figure through a roaring inferno as flames swallowed the sky. A blazing hand surged with power, releasing another catastrophic strike. A lone warrior vanished inside a massive explosion. Barefoot and unbroken, a determined fighter stepped through the swirling fire. With a snap of his fingers, a muscular man summoned raging flames. A slicing hand tore through the air, releasing spiraling energy waves. Fireballs rained from above, sending armored soldiers scattering in terror as explosions engulfed the field. A monstrous creature screamed as it was consumed by fire. Amid the chaos, a terrified soldier fled while a massive armored ant charged mercilessly across the battlefield. The muscular man staggered as his divine power dwindled. Dark energy twisted around him while a quest screen showed the sacrifices toward his evil god promotion. His heart sank. Even after all this killing, it still was not enough. Exhausted, he steadied himself as a blazing apostle stepped forward, eyes burning with fury at the one who dared wield its master's flame. The young man cautiously measured his terrifying new opponent. Nearby, a warped figure cried out desperately for the divine apostles to subdue the evil god. A fiery spirit erupted before a robed summoner, demanding an enormous sacrifice in exchange for its answer. Armored victims begged for mercy as the priestess towered over them, preparing another offering. Rain poured as a monstrous warrior, consumed by rage and power, threatened its enemy. Two blazing beings descended together, unleashing a devastating inferno. A booming voice declared that the sacrifices were complete. Energy spiraled wildly as a raging figure hurled a colossal tornado of fire, engulfing everything. Flaming force ripped through jagged armor, shattering it apart. The man's eyes widened as the fiery demon suddenly swelled to monstrous size. Under falling rain, a muscular youth sensed deadly danger approaching. A menacing figure erupted with power, flames blazing around glowing eyes. A massive meteor of fire hurtled toward him. He gathered energy into his glowing finger and fired back with everything he had. A system message appeared. Authority invocation failed. Divine power insufficient. Sweat drenched his body as horror struck. His divine energy was gone. A red-haired warrior was hurled violently through the flames, screaming in agony. Another fighter charged forward, shattering the ground with explosive speed. A shirtless man stood defiantly before the burning fortress. As destruction roared behind him, a victorious armored figure declared to a ghostly presence that vengeance against the evil god was complete. Among the rubble, a battered warrior lay motionless, questioning his defeat. After the battle, the wounded young man wondered if his arrogance had made him believe he could protect everyone who worshipped him. A crying girl begged him not to lose consciousness. Another rushed to Auntie in disbelief, shocked to find her outside the fortress. The desperate healer tried to restore the young man's missing finger, but divine force blocked the magic. A furious enemy mocked him. Then the sky darkened. A massive flaming demon descended, stunned to see him still alive and threatening to kill him as the next sacrifice. A kneeling figure prayed beneath a beam of divine light for permission to descend. Clenching his fists, the wounded warrior prepared himself for yet another fight. Slamming his hands into the ground, someone desperately channeled divine energy to summon number 1 from the tower. A blazing warrior infused lightning into a massive sword swing, tearing the air apart. A lightning-charged figure crashed down, announcing the start of a 60-minute descent. A muscular fighter confidently reassured the group of his monster hunting experience, while others stared in awe at his hidden strength. Auntie stood bravely before a gigantic beast. A massive foot crushed the red-winged enemy into the earth. The monster sneered in contempt. Behind a screaming ally, purple shadows erupted violently. The protagonist collapsed in despair as the beast devoured number 1 before his eyes. A system notice chimed. The kitchen knife had finally been repaired. Delivery would be free. A tremendous explosion ripped through the castle as a flame-covered warrior collapsed. Through smoke and fire, a colossal sword erupted, unleashing torrents of blazing energy. The massive blade burst from the inferno. An injured young man lay gripping the crackling weapon amid the ruins. Electricity surged as power flooded the sword. The shirtless warrior raised it high as energy roared around him. Suddenly, overwhelming strength surged through his veins. Wrapped in blue flames, he faced a blazing demon in a deadly standoff. Sensing danger, the fire-haired enemy tensed. Ilshin activated the sword demon skill. Blue energy exploded from his blade. 3 monstrous foes recoiled instantly, recognizing the threat. A powerful figure descended, wrapped in roaring blue light, unleashing a devastating strike. A winged warrior streaked through the stormy sky. A massive armored beast wreathed in flames charged forward. Ilshin taunted his enemy for trying to flee. The creature answered with a thunderous roar, flames erupting from its body. A crimson energy slash obliterated the flaming fortress. Jagged shards pierced the monster's face as it screamed. Another explosion shattered the battlefield, rocks flying everywhere. Engulfed in fire, a raging voice declared that its body had been forged by its master. A monstrous face with glowing red eyes roared in fury. Energy beams tore through a massive multi-headed dragon, setting it ablaze. A pillar of corrupt power burst from the earth, shaking the mountains. At dusk, Ilshin struggled to control the cursed sword as dark energy coiled around him. Grinding his teeth, he worried about not having enough divine power left. Pain ripped through his skull as the sword pulsed violently. The beast realized its enemy had exhausted much of his strength. With a savage roar, it lunged for the kill. Suddenly, a blinding purple eye flared. Energy surged violently around the monster, freezing it in shock. A terrified onlooker trembled as overwhelming power flooded the field. Blue flames exploded around Ilshin as he stared at his glowing hands in disbelief. The beast watched, stunned. Chains shattered in a flash of light. The seal on the Earth Branch Believer was broken. A dramatic announcement rang out. Transcendence potential unlocked. Ilshin felt it. The long-awaited miracle had finally begun. The quest screen updated. 9 out of 10 S-Class Believers secured. Divine energy flooded back into Ilshin's body as he shouted for his ally to fight with everything they had. Ilshin lifted his massive sword, preparing his ultimate attack against the faint cat. Cornered by a monstrous foe, the panicked fighter searched desperately for escape. Then, the massive barrier shattered in a thunderous explosion. Ilshin snapped his head around as a sudden, suspicious sound echoed through the darkness. His bloodshot eye widened in shock, his body flinching on instinct as fear surged through him. Before him, a monstrous serpent towered over a young man who tightened his grip on a massive red-bladed weapon, preparing for battle. The creature sneered and mocked him, boasting that no sword could ever kill it, for its body was immortal. Above a segmented structure, a strange glowing core wrapped in dark tendrils revealed itself, pulsing with ominous power. A shadowy arm erupted upward as violent red energy spiraled around it, and from the chaos, a colossal dragon burst forth, unleashing overwhelming destruction across the shattered land. In a darkened room, the young man suddenly realized a hidden truth. A glowing information panel appeared, revealing that the enemy could regenerate endlessly. As the sky dimmed, Ilshin braced himself, straining to lift the cursed sword as its weight and presence pressed down on his soul. A terrifying dragon skull sneered from the shadows, dismissing their attacks as meaningless. The monstrous creature lunged forward, and Ilshin planted his feet, raising the massive blade just in time. Though wounded, he roared back in defiance, releasing a violent surge of sword aura that ripped through the air. The cursed sword radiated an unsettling energy that made Ilshin grimace. An imposing armored figure claimed the talking weapon as a trophy, while a multi-headed armored dragon loomed behind him. Furious, one warrior demanded the insults be repeated, asserting dominance through sheer power. The adversary laughed, boasting once again about endless regeneration and promising to turn his opponent into a trophy.